generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up beautifully. Enemyless. Wired death. Dead backs. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point two, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be. Futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264 placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex Machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT&TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one. In Darwin Among the Machines, The Evolution of Global Intelligence, George Dyson, who was director's visitor at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, expands upon the premise of ex-club member Samuel Butler's 1863 article of the same name, and suggests that the internet is a living, sentient being. According to a reviewer, Dyson's main claim is that the evolution of a conscious mind from today's technology is inevitable. It is not clear whether this will be a single mind or multiple minds.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Terrain realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if absolutely no value judgment has been expressed. 22. Baudrillard. When watching TV, we are incapable of knowing that this miracle is a long social process of production, which leads to our consumption of images.
work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would start or starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then, and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like but they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Kiba. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to stop for you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this, like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, how to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, let it work it. Come on.
Drop shit. Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene green with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks intended for advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks of life. To mirror the schism unseen hidden, the newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the notoriety be brought to the kings before me as the sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole. The chorus within constructions, nano-nets, filaments, hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden up under a scar, written enigmas. Now the CTUHLU claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this type of disease sprayed to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent military legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem to bad sign. And that's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes. The level hidden cages you can't unstage this, cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hitting all chrome, hitting with drones. Like a program metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel. They hit the record.
The bridge Kuwait, do or die shit. Coming from the bridge Kuwait, do or die shit. Yo, my gun burn like acid. Your flesh chastised, little worm ass maggot nigga thinking he more fly. Gaddafi lines is justifiable. Homicide, green paper, demonic faces. Money haunts me. I don't talk much when it's beef. I'm just a known creep. Nocturnal scope in the desert, cover the whole beak. So when I spit black talent, you hear my bird speak. Only bird your bird ass see is when you type a tweet. Mock day, Grand Padre, machete your teeth. Casually, I pull out blade and wipe it on your cheek. Tiffany green Air Maxes, 9.5 classics. Mock D, Frank Matthews, crime praying mantis. Lay on the track like I swallowed 1,000 Xanaxes. And you should never ask questions if you don't want the answers. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. LIC. That old fly shit. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. Told me everything that you said, little bastard. Tarzan animal sounds over the loudspeaker. Attica demon, CO named preacher. We the gorillas, you more timid. Wiz Khalifa. A'udhu billahi min ash-shaytanir rajim. Info on the barrel, the bullets follow the beam. Now your grave is a pavement, swallowing your dreams. 30-30, 1/3 of me, all you see is G. Hang rappers from rosary beads, slowly he deceased. Dick blower, I'm Champola with pistola. Battery backholer, mock the energy of solar. Cleopatra, Caesar, Solomon and Sheba. Behind every king's fall is a foul diva. Ice on my neck, chest feeling like a freezer. Heavy, leaving me leaning like the Tower of Pisa. Say less, Gaddafi beast. Raw meat, pull up, bitch, hop in the front. She in the wrong seat. Bet I make sure ass in the floor me. Get the 440 your back like you Reggie Jack. More than that, 44 caliber killer over track. Golden era terrorized rap, and that's a Snapple fact. Red top shotgun shells are still with mega crack. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. LIC. That old fly shit. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. Told me everything that you said, little bastard. Little bastard.
Yo, son. I want to hear his dad. Hold up. That's what I like to hear talk to.
Niggas dead on arrival, hand on the Bible. Bet I be the last nigga that you ever lied to. What nigga lying you when anybody round you? Life's no value, take a look around you. All we see is dead people, we're all thirst equal. Look at the Grim Reaper, repo life, take yours and that's that. And damn near do anything for more stacks. With all that said, they walking without that. With that this said, you fool without rats. Who the livest nigga, we pick him out of the batch. Wash him up, song about it, this is savage rap. Throw an H on your chest, nigga, handle that. Tryna figure where you sleep, I had your man do that. It's a cold world, nervy, you not rocking the thermal. Keep your mouth shut, especially when shit don't concern you. I got goons Shows on Troy Ave down to Van Lewis. Anybody fucking with snitches, we call it rag grooming. Yeah, so you could keep that moving. I'm all niggas for death, don't let me start tattooing.
First a dynasty break up, now every day I wake up. Rappers want me to prove I can still bang something. Like cousin turned punk all of a sudden. Like suddenly I'm soft like erectile dysfunction. You niggas is truly bugging, trying to act all fly. But y'all crabs on my ball sack, hitching free rides. I know you try and use me for publicity. You's a stunt man, jumping to the fire, use a beast. You's the illest nigga in Omaha, you take me for an easy lick. I see you real naive, yeah, you powered by lithium, all charged up. Plus that Superman juice got you feeling it. Yo, niggas wanna move on me and make history and make TMZ. And this is 50, that's the kamikaze mission, I'm commander-in-chief. You hit Obama, guess what happened to you after you swing? Hey, yo, dog shit, you play yourself, you gon' get curved. I'll let you know right now, whatever it is you heard from these bird-ass thugs, stay chirping my name. You get yourself heard bad, push me to display strength, power, force. What is it that you thought? I'll be lying in my songs? Nigga, I'm a boss, you deal with my employees. I got a couple freelance niggas that enjoy me. Niggas won't play chess, I don't even play games. What I do, got a few queens, niggas stay banging. 5-star flags, 6-star rags. I will drop bodies, but I'd rather drop bags. You should know the bandana dawn. Run rap marathon tracks around any rapper. They never last long. That's why they always won't go at me. They know they want the top slot. They gotta beat the top dog.
Yeah, welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And we got a couple series of presentations for you guys here today. If I could just find my resources. Oh, here's one of them. Here is about Aristotle and Aquinas. So we're going to be moving forward from what we presented yesterday, but we're going to be taking a historical departure from that era. Okay, but I wanted to focus in on the philosophy of Maimonides and St. Thomas Aquinas, right? And expose their resources, how between Neoplatonism and Aristotelianism in the 11th century, they went more into Aristotelianism, right? And they abandoned the ideas. And then we have a resurgence of Neoplatonism with the Kabbalah, okay, with the Lurianic Kabbalah, right? This is all during the time, okay, where you had a separation of knowledge and values, right? Why? Because you had a separation of, human reason and faith, okay, or scriptural authority, right? So to understand this divide, right, we're looking at different philosophical systems, okay, and looking at how the state actually became secularized, right? Now, it's hard to imagine, but okay, there's various ideas in which in the moral psychology of human beings, right? They had separated man's order from the heavenly order of things, right? So, once they separated faith from reason, and you have the total separation of faith and reason in the form of Martin Luther and the Protestant Reformation, right? That culminates in the duties of heaven being separated from the duties of earth, right? And it creates a not only a spatial dualism, right? We got a separation from nature, right? But also a temporal dualism, right, in the progress of man towards a utopian ideal. Okay. Now, once they created this utopian ideal, right, which is that they want to create kingdom of heaven on earth, right? Okay, that came about by in several different ideas, and it lined up with the ideas of not only the messianic expectation of the Jews, but the apotheosis of the state in Hegel, right? So all of these ideas, and also a nationalistic conception, right, of the state and the nation being merged into one. Okay, and once these two systems begin merged, and you have the disappearance of the transcendental scope, okay, but you still have ontological transcendence, because you have, as I mentioned, spatial dualism and temporal dualism, right? And this allowed Kant, people like Kant, to totally separate faith and reason, right? Okay, the starry sky above and the moral law within, right? So the faith of man, right, was placed inside, and the utopian ideal, right, was placed in the temporal realm with the state, right? And whether you have Kant, right, or Swedenborg, right, which he was influenced by, right, or other people like Saint Martin and Hegel, who influenced the French Revolution, right? I mean, they were influenced by the French Revolution, right, and they supported the French Revolution, right? Okay, they had started to focus on this utopian ideal, right? So this is what we're going in, right? This direction that we're going in, right, was based on the foundation of scholastic theology that drew from the Neoplatonist and Aristotelian conflict, right, in the 11th century, to totally separate faith and reason, right? Okay, to separate the duties of this world and the duties of the next world, to create a spatial and temporal dualism, okay, and a universalism. Okay, universalism. Okay, the notion of the archetypal man, the scientific worldview or the mechanistic worldview, right, of mechanos, or the mechanistic metaphor, right, the machine metaphor, right, using the machine as a metaphor to describe the universe, right? And the subsequent delineation of the utopian ideal, right? All of those things, okay, came about because of these ideological shifts, right? So as we're focusing in on, who's to blame, right? Okay, we're looking at Plato versus Aristotle. We're kind of taking Plato's side in the conflict, all right? Okay, in the battle between Parmenides and Heraclitus, I'm kind of taking Parmenides' side. Right, and that's for a bunch of different reasons. Right, but mainly it's because nature got replaced for time, right? And this happened by creating a time outside of nature, right? And this happened by creating techniques. Okay, man's form of cultural expression totally dominated over his natural forms of organization, right? His technical forms of organization totally dominate over those cultural forms, right? So you have oikos, right, or man's relationship to his environment. You have family, okay, and a natural economy, right, based on natural subsistence. Okay, when man created simple tools, he created agricultural systems, he created cultural forms, right, he began not to rely, okay, on these natural forms of organization, right? So local communities got replaced by great civilizations of the world, right? And those great civilizations, right, they used religion, philosophy, okay, and interpretations of historical foundations, right? As a form of power, right? To assimilate various cultural forms, right? These techniques assimilated cultural forms, right? And it's the human element, right? Or the cultural element, right? Which sort of stands in the way of technique. And of course, the religious expressions are an expansion of that, right? In terms of ellul. Okay, but once man starts to create mechanistic universe, universal ideal, okay, based on the dual notions of individualism and collectivism, and he begins to create the pseudo eschatology of progress. He begins to expand out, okay, and form the ideological basis, right? As ellul says, liberalism gave birth to its executioner, right? So the ideological foundation for the world technological system, right, is liberalism in terms of universalism, right? We're talking about Kant and Hegel, right? And also this notion of progress, right? Or the spirit of world history, right? So all these notions comprise, right, with the scientific worldview. Okay, but there was main guys who put all this together, right? Okay, and part of those ideas, right, that we're talking about, right, is the ideas of Orphic Pythagoreanism, right, that influenced Plato, the notion of natural law that allowed him to develop a universalist cosmology and allowed him to create the ideal of the state, right? The loss of the transcendental scope, right? But the you know, establishment of natural law, right? So Aristotle rejected the transcendental scope, right? But he kept the idea of natural law. Right? He still said nature operates based on reason, right? And tends towards its perfected end. Right? So he coined the notion of telos, right? I don't know if he coined it, but he definitely put it in a central place in his cosmology, right? Okay, okay, and it's basically Neoplatonism, right? And you have two guys there in the 2nd century AD, right? Ammonius Saccas. Actually, three guys that I'm going to mention. Ammonius Saccas, right? Origen and Plotinus. right, that preserve the cosmology of natural law and reason. Right, and then when they had to understand how scientific laws, according to Aristotle, or natural law can function in tandem with God's will, right, they took God out of nature, right? They said nature is secondary causes, right? God is immaterial, right? Placed outside of nature. Okay. And this was done by people like Boethius, okay, Cassiodorus, right? Who basically created scholasticism. Right now, the children of the scholastic system, right, were people like Maimonides and Aquinas, who reaffirmed the Aristotelian cosmology, as we've seen, right? And in certain aspects of Avicenna's cosmology, right, which really, okay, it's Avicenna and Averroes, right? Think of Avicenna as like Plato reborn, plus like up-to-date science and cosmology, right? And think of Averroes as like Aristotle reborn. Yeah, thank you for that, Lizard Tree. I greatly appreciate that. But yeah, let me open this up. And get into these presentations, and then I'll move back to why I think Skolimowski sort of fudged it, right, on a major point, which I think that, you know, Aristotle was already there, and they already separated knowledge and values, right, because they separated faith and reason. It's the same thing, right? And I'd love to have a talk with the old man, but he's no longer around. I mean, but yeah, I mean, it would have been an honor to ask him these questions, right? But it is what it is, right? But yeah, let's take a look at some of the chat. Blessings to all the people here. I know I should engage with the people that are here right before it gets too hectic, and I do appreciate the people who show up at the beginning of the show the most. So as the show goes on, I fail to acknowledge people. You should have been here first. I mean, Joe Mills, I greatly appreciate you and all of your thoughtful messages. Another mechanic too obvious to explain is when Gentiles Google, it shows them Wikipedia. These are not made by Israel directly, but those within the buildings of America. Lizard Tree, blessings. Fools and Tools, much love. Reddington.
You.
What's going on, brother?
Not much.
Oh, yeah. Intermediaries between human and God. That's how we got into trouble.
Yes. Blessings.
Blessings.
How we got. And it all started with the misunderstanding of Zoroaster. We can get into that. Because all of those, as you know, the pre-Socratics were Iranian or influenced by Iranian philosophy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we got Fools and Tools up in this piece. We got Televised Apocalypse. Always some gay ops. Definitely.
every day.
Always, every day we deal with this shit, man.
And fuckery. Yeah.
I have no friends. I have only the machine that lasts me.
You see the tech empire they're building in our
Yeah, I gotta
country?
send you. Yeah, I gotta send you a message. Televised apocalypse. I saw your question there. Very enticing question there. So definitely, we'll send you a long answer at some point. Blessings.
How Peter Thiel looks like a goblin now.
Yeah.
Bro, there's some crazy shit happening. You know, like,
Yeah, Albert M. Dearth. Thank you for watching. Blessings.
they really are preparing for the techno apocalypse.
Oh yeah.
Who's trying to dox? I'm a witch, remember? No. Okay. But you know, some people just don't understand.
Ideas.
When shit gets crazy, man. I mean, what do you do? Like, let's play devil's advocate just a moment. You know, if things really get as bad as we all know they could, all right, like what do we do about that? Do we just let it happen, or do we like do something?
Just depends on how much technology is employed, I suppose. I mean, how can you?
I mean, outside of that, man, it could come to a point to where they could crash the system. I mean, they like doing that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of different ways they can do, and then bring in the technology afterwards. What better way to save everybody? Like everything goes to shit. You know what I'm saying? And then they come in and they say, hey, you know, like there was a quote from way back. I can't remember who it was exactly. But they were talking about, like, if right now the UN were to come in and say, hey, we're here to restore peace, nobody would listen. But after some catastrophic event, they would have come in, the people would demand it. You know, so if they create some kind of, you know, you're talking about like cyber attacks or like the grid going down or, you know, whatever. And then
I mean, if you end up owning nothing but you're happy.
AI.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, but some people are like okay with that, which is crazy. But
There's a lot of people that are going to be okay with that, especially if that's like the only real quote unquote on option.
Well, you just give them universal basic income, and you give them, like, you know, a little bit of, you know, as long as you don't give them too much poison, you know. I mean, I'm not even being funny, dude. Like, some people really think that way. Like, it don't matter. Like, you're 1% poison, you're fucking dead. You know what I'm saying? But as long as you don't give them too much, and you give them like you know, obviously I'm not talking about most people here, but I'm just talking about like the masses. You give them like a fancy, like, you know, looking, you know, you give them like the like Happy Meal like treatment. You know, you make it look good. You give them a fancy packaging, and you know, you get like a sponsor. You know, maybe like an artist. You know, like give them a little song and dance, and you know, most people will just be like, "Oh, that's cool." You know, like, they're giving us money, they're giving us food, they're giving us stuff. You know, they're giving us toys, like George Carlin would say. You know, just give them toys, give them a camera, give them a phone, give them a camera that takes a picture of a phone, give them a phone that takes a picture of a camera. You know, like they turned everything into a mall. Like, he was right. Back in the 90s, he was talking about this shit, and he was right. You know, he talked about the pussification of language and all. And everyone thought, you know, it's all just comedy. Like, nah, man, we're really trying to tell people. Okay. But yeah, I don't want to get on it. But I just like really think about it. Like, if shit were to go down, like, what's the game? You know, because I've thought about this, and I have some things in motion. Like, shit really were to go down, and then also, like, with the outside world, like, who do you trust? Do you have anyone you can trust? I got a few.
Oh shit! There goes my camera. Wow.
But it's just like,
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, give me a second. I'll be right back, folks.
You just got to be practical with shit sometimes, because I'm definitely not LARP. I know the reality of it all. You know,
Well, I'm assuming they're not going to use tech that could basically destroy the Earth, right?
What? What?
Okay, there we
It
go.
just depends on how powerful technology they have or not. I mean, I think they have more than they're letting on, but how advanced they are, I don't know.
Well, that's part of the problem is that
But what I'm saying is, regardless of what they have or don't have,
yeah,
when it comes down to, what would you do?
yeah.
In
The
that
thing is
situation?
that
How would
yeah,
you
the thing is
respond?
that if the
How would you respond to those around you that are going through the same thing?
yeah, if
I'm
the
saying
objective
as a
factor
thought
is
experiment.
technology, then you have to
Right,
wonder
really.
about the
You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I don't know if Twilight can hear. Yeah, blessings, Twilight. But yeah, in the in terms of Twilight, and in terms of this question, this is a huge question. And your audio's, it's a little bit disturbed.
It's a little choppy.
Yeah, it's a little bit choppy.
Is it? Oh Lord.
We can
Yeah,
hear you, but it's
yeah,
it's a
it's like
little
crackly.
choppy.
It's like crackly, choppy.
All right, I'll be right back.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, but in terms of how much technology are you going to throw at the problem? You know what I mean? Well, all of the means we have are technological, right? And we're conditioned by technological means, right? So as we critique the technological system, we ourselves are conditioned by technological means, right? So how much, since the objective factor of, power is technology and man is the object of technique, right? The idea is there's either going to have to be three types of solutions. We've continually offered these different solutions. Now the transhumanists are serious about combining human beings with machines, right? And so there's a real reality in which humans, right, that are not part of the machine, right, are going to either have to use the existing technology to either fight against technology itself, right, or I'm going to have to create parallel systems, right, in which they can have people adapt to the changes in technology so they can be use the technology while not be affected by it, right? Or the third option is relinquishment of technology. But the problem with that option is that you would also have to relinquish the knowledge of the technology. It's really easy to get rid of the technology by destroying it, right? But it's really much harder to then actually get rid of the people who have the knowledge to create the technology, right? So if we want to guide the technological system, okay, there's many different options, right? Okay, if we were going to take a hypothetical look. So this third option, right? Okay, and realistically, right, if we're going to be careful, right, about how we proceed, and there's no guarantee that the technological system is going to continue to progress ad infinitum, right? Systems collapse, right? So if you take that as a basic view of history, right, an anti-progress view of history, right, you see that history is ebb and flow of progress and change and decline and all of these different factors, right? So we're gonna have to nutton up, right, and plan for the future and make decisions for our children. It's a hard thing to analyze. We can't just take the system as it is, right? And that means we're going to have to be critical of the system. I agree, it's very difficult because we're conditioned by the system, right? So it's very hard to take a critical look at it, right? So this is a real factor, right? The more comfortable you are and in believing that you're free, the more likely you are to be enslaved, right? So we don't offer anything against this fundamental paradox, the paradox of freedom, right? As we'll call it, right? And this paradox of freedom really highlights one of the main ideas and why liberalism is a failed system, right? Okay. okay, it's sort of falling apart, right? Right before our eyes, right, is because of the problem of individualism, right? And the notion that you have to create equality of means for people to be free, right? And the quality of means come by nature and reason, right? And nature and reason are hard masters, right? So they tend to create a world of efficient, highly ordered means, right? And that tends to fall outside of the line of individualism, as we'll see, right? So it's totally goes against democracy and freedom. Sadly, right? These people like you know, St. Thomas Aquinas and Maimonides, they thought you could use free will and reason to master nature, and nature's different than God's reason, and all this stuff that we're separate from, both nature and, God is separate from, all of these problems they created through their Aristotelianism, right? So we created these systems, right? So these systems are based on knowledge, right? We're trapped in a matrix of confusion. Okay. And it's, and there's one man that's responsible for it for 2,000 years, and then it changed, right? For 2,000 years, they thought the universe was eternal because of Aristotle, and then they changed, okay, to Einstein. What fundamentally made them change, right? Because because the Jews, right, they had to understand that the universe was created ex nihilo, right? So they had to prove the Big Bang. Einstein's theory of relativity finally proved the Big Bang, the thing that St. Thomas Aquinas and Maimonides were trying to prove all that time back then with philosophy. That the universe starts because there's a prime mover, right? So they kept part of Aristotle, but they rejected the other part, right? They rejected the part that the universe is eternal, but they kept the other understanding of the prime mover. Okay? So this is why this change is so significant. It took them 2,000 years just to prove it, right? Okay, and this is what we call science and the technological worldview and the mechanistic worldview, right? Okay, I say that there's and what else happened during the 15th century, right? Okay, well, you have during the 16th century, you have Locke and Newton, right? Okay, one is creating the notion of the tabula rasa and the notion of universal rights. The other is creating the notion of universal laws, right? And of course, science governs over both of these systems, right? Okay, in the 15th century, right, you have the Protestant Reformation, the Italian Renaissance, and the invention of the Lurianic Kabbalah. And all of these systems affirmed the teachings of Maimonides and all that type of stuff, right? So let's take a look at a little bit of this. There's one more paragraph here that I'd like to read. Critical summary on Maimonides, and we looked at two and a half shows on Maimonides, so I'm done with it already. All right, we got to move on to greater things. This is not a show about Jewish rabbis. Maimonides' concerns are very much those of his contemporaries. Okay, though from a Judaic perspective, of particular interest is his attempt to harmonize faith and reason. Okay, the harmonization of faith and reason. Right, is what I was talking about, right? Broadly Aristotelian rather than Neoplatonic, his philosophy is important for its influence on Christian scholasticism. Okay, I mean that's just a broad statement. I mean, his Neoplatonic influence comes from Avicenna, right? However, his rejection of personal immortality. Okay, however, his rejection of personal immortality and his view that the survival of the passive intellect depends on the universal active intellect, gives rise to difficulties for theological orthodoxy. There's also arguably an inconsistency between his commitment to the negative way and his assertion that human cognition is similar to God's. Oh, I mentioned that yesterday. There's a brutal contradiction there. How can we possess the same intellect as the divine but not be able to ascertain the divine? And of course, God is immaterial. Okay. And of course, there's things that get around that, right? Okay, I think Palamas got around it. Essence and energy distinction, that gets around it, right? Okay, but how did they get around it in Jewish cosmology? Well, they had to wait for the invention of the Lurianic Kabbalah. Okay. In which these guys are central figures. And of course, that's what really influenced, okay, all these figures, okay, Jacob Bohm and Swedenborg and all these guys, right? Okay, and also Martin Luther, huge influence on Martin Luther as well, right? And let me pick this up for a second and read this for a second, right? Okay, it says here about St. Thomas Aquinas. Okay, it says Thomas's philosophy is indeed the doctrine of Aristotle, but it is the doctrine of Aristotle rethought by a powerful mind, he claims, not slavishly adopted. That's Cope. If St. Thomas adopted Aristotelianism, he adopted it primarily because he thought it true, not simply because he was a great name or because an unbaptized Aristotle might constitute a grave danger to orthodoxy. Oh, does not make you feel better. Holy crap, my throat is dry. It says, a man of St. Thomas' serious mind devoted to truth would certainly not have adopted the system of a pagan philosopher had he not considered it to be in the main, a true system, especially when some of the ideas he put forward ran contrary to tradition and created some scandal and lively opposition. Yet his conviction as to the truth of the philosophy, which he adopted, did not lead St. Thomas to adopt mechanically an ill-digested system. He gave a great deal of thought and attention to Aristotelianism, as can be seen from his his commentaries on Aristotle's works, and his own works bear evidence of the care which he must have considered the implications of the principles he adopted and their relation to the Christian truth. If I suggest presently that the synthesis of Christianity and Aristotelianism in St. Thomas' thought was in some respect rather precarious, I do not mean to take back what I have said to imply that the saint adopted Aristotelianism purely mechanically. But then he says, though I think it is true that he did not fully realize the latent tension in regard to certain points between his Christian faith and his Aristotelianism. So there's Copelson. Again, of course, we mainly focused on that yesterday. Right. Now let's take a look at some of the implications of this, right? Okay, and let's pull up some stuff about Lurianic Kabbalah, right? So you guys could take a look at this. Aristotle. Yeah. Yeah, we'll play some music here in a minute. Okay, so they say that the earlier Kabbalah was already being formulated around 11th to 15th centuries, right? Okay, and and the guy who's credited with creating the golem, Solomon ibn Gabarol, right, was huge in the Neoplatonism, right? And here it says the Sabbatean mystical tradition would also derive its source from Lurianic messianism, and so would Hasidic Judaism. Okay, so Hasidic Judaism it came up a lot later, right? But yeah, antinomianism, Hasidism, the with this rationalist project, the 19th century Haskalah movement, the Jewish Enlightenment, and the critical study of Judaism dismissed Kabbalah. In 20th century, Gershov Golem initiated the academic study of Jewish mysticism. Let me look up Isaac Luria. (1534).
The high priest to be dumb.
Yeah, I don't know if I could like actually. I don't know if it actually explains this, but part of this depiction is actually Maimonides. You know, part of that depiction, you know, of that like giant cloth. You know, but
They worship that guy like a god. And he said some really twisted things. And did some really twisted things.
yeah, give me 1 second, folks. Okay, let me read part of this here. It says Kabbalah and Neoplatonism. Both the early Jewish philosophers Philo of Alexandria and Shlomo ibn Gabarol, for example, and the medieval Kabbalists were acquainted with the influence of Platonic and Neoplatonic sources. However, while the medieval philosophers were much more systematic in their borrowing from Neoplatonic sources, especially via their transformations and transmissions from Arabic sources, and also, but more rarely from Christian sources, the Kabbalists were more sporadic and fragmentary in their appropriation of Neoplatonism. Though the emergence of Kabbalah has often been described by scholars as the synthesis of Neoplatonism and Gnosticism, I wonder not only about the role attributed to Gnosticism in the formation of the early Kabbalah, but also about the possibly exaggerated role assigned to Neoplatonism. Not that I doubt the impact of Neoplatonism, he says, but I tend to regard the Neoplatonic elements as somewhat less formative for early Kabbalah than what is accepted by scholars. But he's saying this theme of metamorphoses is a huge Kabbalistic theme. I'm in a Neoplatonic theme within the Kabbalah. Right? The spiritual metamorphoses of an idle man. Okay, oh, look at this. From the wise man R. Nathan, may he live long, I heard that when man leaves the vain things of this world and constantly attaches his thought to his soul above, his soul is called by the name of the supernal level, which it attained and to which it attached itself. How is this so? The soul of the practitioner, I don't know how to read this word, was able to apprehend and to commune with the passive intellect. Check that out. It's using the exact terminology from Maimonides. It is called the passive intellect. Yeah, this is from the Sefer Merat Enayim. Okay, so passive intellect, it is called the passive intellect as if it were the passive intellect. Likewise, when it ascends further and apprehends the acquired intellect, it becomes the acquired intellect. And if it merited to apprehend the level of the active intellect, it itself is the active intellect, but it succeeds in clinging to the divine intellect. So he's talking about the level of ascension of the intellect, right, to the level of the divine intellect, right? And he's also using the categories of intellect described by Moses Maimonides, right? Then happy is its lot, for it has returned to its foundation and its source, and is literally called the divine intellect. A man shall be called a man of God. That is a divine man. Think about that. Divine man. Creating worlds, because behold, Rabbah created a man. Okay, so that's a quotation from the Sefer Merat Enayim. But check out what it's talking about. The terminology it's using, right, is borrowed from Maimonides. Here's another one. When a man separates himself from the objects of sensation and concentrates and removes all the powers of his intellective soul from them and gives a powerful elevation in order to perceive divinity, his thoughts shall draw down the abundance from above, and it shall come to reside in the soul. And that which is written once in each month is hint to the practitioner of Hitbadadot. That his withdrawal from all objects of sensation must not be absolute, but rather half to God and half to yourselves. Think about that. Half to God and half to yourselves, which is also the secret of the half shekel. Oh boy. The rich man should not add, nor the poor man subtract from the half shekel. Whose esoteric meaning is half of one's soul for shekel. Alludes to the soul. Oof. Sell your soul for a shekel, folks.
Solomon had 666 pieces of gold.
Oh, whoops. That hasn't been on the screen this whole time? Shit,
At one point, yeah.
Son of a biscuit-eating bulldog.
It's all coincidence, I'm sure.
Son of a beach nut.
Yeah, check that out, man. When a man separate himself. Look at that last line, man. I'm not even, I didn't make that up, which is all secret of the half shekel.
Oh shit.
Secret
You wasn't playing.
half a shekel.
We see there, Dom. I told you, bro. The fuck.
The rich man should not add, nor the poor man subtract from the half shekel, from the half a shekel.
I was
Whose
thinking about
esoteric
not add or take away from, or your curses shall be added onto. At the end, you know, it talks about in Revelation, if you add to or take away from this book, your curses
So here,
will be added.
Yeah, this is the word I keep trying to read.
Man?
Hit by the dope.
Yeah, I'm looking
you weren't
at it.
making that shit up.
Maybe it's French.
This is the type of shit that Jesus was talking about. This is why I think Jesus existed. Because this shit's too coincidental. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's too coincidental. Yeah.
This is the inner game. This is the inner game. What it was really talking about. I'm serious.
Yeah, so you guys see these terms. Active intellect, divine intellect that I read from Maimonides.
Yeah, okay.
Let me go back.
Yeah.
To the Maimonides thing. It says here.
Man. They're
it says
twisted.
here. It says here, God for
Yeah, they're talking about themselves, man. They don't worship no God at all.
Hold on. Yeah, knowledge and psychology. Maimonides distinguishes between the soul's passive and external of an external active intellect, the 10th intelligence. To acquire knowledge, our passive intellects on receiving sensory data must be endowed with forms by this active intellect. So see,
that's some blasphemous shit. So what they're really saying is it doesn't mean anything to them. That's really what they're saying. If that's 1000% legit, then that's what they're really saying. It's for other people to see and think it means something. But it really
Apparently, you're not that far off from pronouncing that word.
How do you spell that shit? I actually studied Hebrew for a little while, so I might. I mean, I'm not promising, but for a while, like before I got into darker magic, I was
The
more
B
like
almost
that.
sounds like a V from what I'm hearing on the internet.
Well, there's a lot, but I don't know. I kind of like the way he says it.
It would have
something
something like that.
Hit by that.
That's some dark shit, man. Like, what the fuck is that? That's like no. Talk about knowledge over values.
Right. Right.
Hell, bro?
That's the point I'm trying to make. I'm really hammering it home. Am I not? I mean,
no, for sure. Yeah, no, I've been noticing. I've been paying attention, bro.
Hammering this motherfucker home. Especially these last 3 shows. If you guys have been paying attention, this is a culmination of 3 damn shows I did on this. So this is just come out with half a fucking shekel. All right. It's way deeper than that, folks. All right.
Take half damage.
Yeah.
Can't you have a quarter of a shekel?
Right. Yeah. So here's a little song. Okay, I mixed Chino XL with drum and bass. It is what it is at this point.
Oh shit!
It is what it is at this point. I mean, it sounds kind of like weird. It sounds like fake and gay space communism. But it is what it is, man.
How does that?
Space Jays.
Sketches of
I don't believe that. How does he do that?
fire and brimstone is our life stage. So we pack enough heat that we can melt the next ice age. A rich killer, still a killer, just harder to fade. There's thousands of ways to get paid. 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 I'm that type of rapper that'll take half an album advance. And I don't mean that 70s dance. The king of punchlines, I do what I got up on my bankroll. Flights and yayo with paddle with my bass ladder. Getting dastardly for the salary. Fiends dream of stabbing me. Whole diggity is never snagging me. Chino equality for the high yellow black. Son, I'm dating all that. Seeking universal mastery. Try for platinum plaques on my wall like a Latin art gallery. Oh, dirty shit up. Mariah, mom wrapped in barbed wire fences. Ancestors, Egyptian princes. Showing you a view to a kill, giving fatal glimpses. Stacking pigs like it's enemy. No Lucci's and obscenity. Culprit at the pulpit, shooting bullets with no Miami. Brimstone is our life stage. So we pack enough heat that we can melt the next ice age. A rich killer, still a killer, just harder to fade. There's thousands of ways to get paid. 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 I need that cream split, and I've seen enough cowboy movies to know that a white man's handshake don't mean shit. So back in 9-5, I said forget 9 to 5. I ain't John Travolta, gun and holster, man, staying alive. From New Jersey to Cali, keep my swerve serving silent. Told Violence, by the islands, avoiding kids that be spineless like a fillet. Was speaking with this kid, heartless, had Ray, reasons ballet. Shot him at the ballet, took his jag keys from the ballet, robbed the chalet, top down, drove away, pumping hip hop parade. A soulful changes, awful strange. Local crews complain, I'm spitting out more keys than an opera singer's vocal range. But playing CeeLo, half Latino, Chino, exquisiteness. These streets business, never personal. Shorty still in Monteros, phones and arrows way past the curfew. Violate mine, get done like Al Sharpton's perms. Do my rent too. Gotta make that revenue. You dodge my bullets like Bobby Brown on my avenue. Yellow brother with an attitude. Tommy Hilfiger booster too. From the mall for me by teenage chickens from a Catholic school town. They call me Power Roo. Crack hole selling genitals. Trading their souls for cylindrical capsules. My project is inhabitable. Please don't feed the animals. Wow. New Jerusalem fucking zoo. Fire and brimstone is our life stage. So we pack enough heat that we can melt the next ice age. A rich killer, still a killer, just harder to fade. There's thousands of ways to get paid. 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 For my peoples that's making rap fans, down to fools with credit card scams, jacking strictly Toyota land cruisers, making maneuvers in large proportions, dressing like white boys, sticking up Nordstroms. I done seen spoiled kids go from college graduations to illegal cannabis connections with Jamaicans, hooked up with Asians for Motorola flip phone activating chips, selling exotic dips as their occupation. Do what you gotta, just turning tricks like a globe trotter. Got adults playing cops and robbers, it's hot like lava. Ghetto kids breeding Rockwallers, selling them, flipping grip for product, no problem. Geniuses pulling 6-figure burglaries, put up a wanted sign, they can afford plastic surgeries. I'm a survivor, street scholar, smoking a Fanta leaf with pit bulls, heat dripping saliva for the mighty dollar. Fire and brimstone is our life stage, so we pack enough heat that we can melt the next ice age. A rich killer, still a killer, just harder to fade. There's thousands of ways to get paid. There's thousands of ways to get paid. There's thousands of ways to get paid. There's thousands of ways to get paid.
Back to the show. Back to the show. So where was I? So I'm looking at the Lurianic Kabbalah, right? Okay, so let me open up this thing with Johannes Reuchlin, right? And I'll show you guys. Okay, okay, so what do we got here? Johannes Reuchlin, then Saint Martin. Okay, yeah. So that we got a couple things here before I move to a little video. I'm going to show you guys that me and Reddington already watched a part of it. Okay, so there's a couple more little Wikipedia pages I want to bring up here in terms of De Arte Cabalistica. Look at the influence on the of the Kabbalah on the Protestant Reformation. And I don't have really time to get into a lot of different aspects of it right now, but we might narrow in on these figures and their different themes and philosophies, right, as it were, right? But check this out. It says De Arte Cabalistica is a 1517 text. Okay, now think about that. Think about when we read that Isaac Luria was writing, okay, by German Renaissance humanist scholar Johann Reuchlin, which deals with his thoughts on the Kabbalah. Right, in it, he puts forward the view of theosophic philosophy of Kabbalah could be of great use in the defense of Christianity. Defense of Christianity. And the reconciliation of science with the mysteries of faith. Haven't we been hearing that all the time? Right, first it was faith and reason, now it's faith and science. Okay, of course, reason is transformed into science by being concerned with the temporal, ephemeral, right, material, okay, existence, right, that's subject to change, right, whereas the world of the the eternal world is not subject to change, right, the starry sky above and the moral law within. Look, we got quite a cast of characters here. Look at this. Philolaus the Pythagorean, Simon the Jew, and Marinus the Muslim.
Yeah,
man, it's like the Three Stooges here.
Teamwork makes dreamwork.
And alliteration, apparently.
Yeah, damn Pythagorean, a Jew, and a Muslim walk into a bar. You know?
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Pythagoras was taught by the Iranian Empire, so just saying, man, it all goes back eventually to Iran.
Yeah, Orphic Pythagoreans. And check this out.
Zarathustra can be the bartender.
Well, no, I'm saying, but Zarathustra was the first philosopher. So this is what I'm saying. Like Pythagoras was in Iran for over a decade, being taught by Mithras.
Look at this influence on Luther. So where does where does Luther come down in support of the Kabbalah? It's in his doctrine. It's in his doctrine of justification by faith.
Yes.
So it says Luther's comment that justification by faith was the true Kabbalah in his commentary on Galatians.
That's right.
He also recommends the study of alchemy.
Right. Yeah. Well, he was a Rosicrucian. That's why you find on the first Bibles, you'll see the Rose Cross and all kinds of occult or chemical symbolism. Because the Protestant Revelation was taken over from the beginning by the Jesuits because they were in such fear of people actually being able to read the Bible. Like it was a capital offense to read the Bible. Like they would kill you.
Yeah, and this is in a letter to Philip Melanchthon, right? And this is a quote in a letter by Philip. I'm in a letter to Philip Melanchthon that I think is in his Table Talk, in Luther's Table Talk, right? So that's the source of it. But it says the science of alchemy I like very well, and indeed 'tis the philosophy of the ancients. I like it not only for the profits it brings in melting metals and decocting, preparing, extracting, and distilling herbs roots. Ooh, we're getting high. I like it also for the sake of allegory and secret signification, which is exceedingly fine, touching the resurrection of the dead at the last day. For as in the furnace, the fire extracts and separates from substance the other portions and carries upward the spirit, the life, the sap, the strength, while the unclean matter, compare this to the Kabbalistic literature, the dregs remain at the bottom, like a dead and worthless carcass. Even so, God at the judgment day will separate all things through fire, the righteous from the ungodly.
Dang, man. That's
So think about that.
right there.
Through fire at the end of time, which is outside of the cyclical time of the gods, which Zarathustra in his original teachings, before it was twisted, because it wasn't Zarathustra that was the problem. It was the understanding of Zarathustra that was the problem by the priests. Well, really, it was the deliberate misunderstanding of Zarathustra. There was this idea of Fleshgar, which is this at the end of these world ages. At the end, it was outside of linear time. Zervon. Zervon is what became like Chronos, and that whole archetype. Also Yildabaoth, the demiurge, because Gnosticism, Kabbalah, all that originated with the Mithras and with what I call the Assyrian tree of life, and this can be shown pretty easily. So this idea of there being a battle of good and evil as an ultimate, like, good over here, evil over here, was a misunderstanding of Zarathustra. That's where it comes from. That's why Nietzsche called his book Thus Spoke Zarathustra. And it wasn't Zoroaster, because that was a perversion of that. But Ahriman, you could even go to like the Jewish Encyclopedia, and they'll say that Satan came from an understanding of Ahriman. Like it's in there. So the adversary was because Ahura Mazda, okay, was the same as what in Hindu is Ahura is the same word as Asura, which is basically a demon. Okay, so Zarathustra was the first Gnostic because he took the idea of the gods, the devas, okay, which were the considered like the more malicious aspects, and you had like the Olympians and the Titans, right? Well, with the why can't I think of the names? You had the righteous gods of the Hindu pantheon, and then you had the more malignant ones. Well, Zarathustra turned it upside down, and the religion of Zarathustra wasn't really religion at all; it was philosophy, which is why I said he was the first philosopher. And I can't remember the word right now, but the Amesha Spenta and Ahura Mazda himself. Mazda is like basically, we were talking about the Shang Tzu. It's basically that. It's like the unbound wisdom. The high. That's what eternal truth. That's essentially what Ahura Mazda was. And then Ahriman was like the opposite. He was like this force that kind of like suffocated thought. And so, but they were twins of this Zervon, and Zervon was eternal time. Okay, so there was this understanding of monism, but it was a dialectical monism. So it was one that manifested as two. And so this is why Heraclitus, said that everything is conflict, but there's a hidden harmony within the conflict. So it's a necessary conflict. It's not in that. But this was all taken from Zarathustra and ultimately from Mithraism. Okay, but this idea of this conflict became an idea of this war between light and darkness. But at the end of this war, there was this alchemical, through fire, the undying flame. okay, which was one of the main symbols of this tradition, okay, there was this alchemical change, and at the end of time, this is where the forms come from too, because at the end of this alchemical changing, everything is returned to its original archetypal form. So basically, everyone gets a new body, is what it said, and the earth itself goes through an alchemical change. But there actually is no end of time per se. It just goes through these world ages. And
a new heaven and a new earth.
There's excessive. Well, yes, because it was the first tradition that said there's an apocalypse. All the traditions anywhere always said that there was everything was fate was decreed by the gods, and there was no way to go against that. There was no way to have free will. There was no way to. Zarathustra and the Mithras particularly were the first to say no. So this is what I'm saying. This was a very adversarial, Gnostic, inverse way of looking at reality and saying no, like you have the choice to make yourself. But it wasn't like you're going against anything, at least not in the original sense. It was just that you have the ability to make your own destiny, and you have to pay for that one way or the other. But it's a matter of conflict. There's conflict within everything. And within that conflict, there is a harmony, but that harmony is not visible. But there's ultimately this divine order to everything. There's a cosmic order.
Yeah.
I can't remember the word, but this is what Heraclitus and all of them.
Yeah, Heraclitus, he a little bit, he opposed the idea of order. He sort of said,
no, he didn't.
Yeah.
No, he didn't. It was that's what I'm saying. It's a dialectical monism, which is what I believe. So this is the thing. We believe in monism, but we believe it expresses as a dialectic. And we believe that there is a consciousness that basically permeates all things, but we believe in free will.
Sure.
Change.
Sure, but in terms of Heraclitus, and this is pretty important, right? Because when you move from from Heraclitus to Plato to Aristotle, it's a huge shift. And
Aristotle,
and basically because for Heraclitus, the change comes from within nature. So nature is changing itself. And right, so it's inherent change within nature. And right, so this idea of chaos being the engine of change. And right, so basically Heraclitus had this notion, right? But he said
chaos.
But I'm sorry, what was that?
It appears to us as chaos, or it's chaos in our perception of. It's a perceptual error. It's not
because
really
it's all changing all the time
in the sense of like disorder. It's an order that is impossible to apprehend.
Yeah,
it's a higher sense of. So it's like the primal state of being before things have manifest.
Right. So when you go to Plato,
this is really good shit. But outside of that, like everything you said, I agree 1,000%. But I just wanted to get clear with Heraclitus, and because these are like Nietzsche, Heraclitus are very misunderstood because they speak from a very different lens.
No, I understand. I'm not understanding. You have an interpretation.
And this is just and I'm like these are thinkers that have really influenced me, and so I know.
Right, but here's the thing. Here's the main thing. Plato, right? He went and took Heraclitus and did what he wanted with him, right? So here's the
that's
thing.
True. Yes, I agree with that.
So Heraclitus, historically speaking, right? He said change comes from within nature because it's the engine of chaos. So it's a chaos within nature that's directing the change, right? So basically he came up with the formulation: the thunderbolt steers all things, right? So there's three things there, right? As I've said, there's a thunderbolt, there's a steering, and then there's the things, right? So in terms of his formulation, Plato had to separate being and becoming, right? So he said nature is subject
I
to
agree with you there.
He said nature is subject to change, but the thing that changes it comes from outside of nature. So he basically diverged from Heraclitus. But then what Aristotle did that was so unique, right? And this is why we're focusing on Aristotle so much, right? Is that he took basically nature out of the equation, and he said it's not nature that's changing things, it's time. Right? And he said, look, there's two things going on. There's actually nature and time. Right? So he created the idea of like space time, right? So he created the matrix, if you will, right? Okay, right? The matrix of Aristotle, right? And this is where Maimonides, everybody from Origin to Boethius to to Maimonides to to Aquinas, who was actually influenced by Maimonides, Maimonides, who was influenced by Avicenna, and then it goes to the idea that, you totally take nature out of the equation, right? Yes. And it moves, because, God in the transcendental scope. So what they build up, right? Because they had already separated faith and reason, right? So now what you build up is the notion of reason. Right, so you build up this notion of the state, right? So here's a little thing I found, right? This is actually pretty interesting. It says here, typically determinist schema leave convenient implicit escape hatches for their creators and advocates who are somehow able to rise above the iron determinism that afflicts the rest of us. Hegel was no different, except that his escape hatches were all too explicit, while God and the absolute referred to man as collective organism rather than to its puny and negligible individual members. Every once in a while, great individuals arise, world historical men, who are able to embody attributes of the absolute more than others and act as significant agents in the next big historical Aufhebung. I don't know what that means, right? The next great thrust into the man God, or the world soul advance in its self-knowledge. Okay, this terminology is going to be huge. The terminology of man becoming God is going to be huge, right? As you saw in the Kabbalistic literature, right? It was huge, right? Remember they talked about the divine intellect, right? Because God and man share the same qualities of intellect, according to Maimonides, right? Thus, during a time when the most patriotic Prussians were reacting violently against Napoleon's imperial conquests and mobilizing their forces against him, Hegel reacted very differently. Hegel wrote to a friend, right, because he believed in universalism, right, in ecstasy about having personally seen Napoleon riding down the street, the emperor, this world soul, he declared, riding on horseback through the city to review of his troops. Said Hegel. Hegel was enthusiastic about Napoleon because of his world historical function and bringing the strong state to Germany. Where do I get to this idea of okay, here. Armed with such a philosophy, the modern state would take his divinely appointed stand at the height of history and civilization as God on earth. Thus, quote, the modern state proving the reality of political community when comprehended philosophically could therefore be seen as the highest articulation of spirit or God in the contemporary world. Let me read that again. The modern state proving the reality of political community when comprehended philosophically could therefore be seen as the highest articulation of spirit or God in the contemporary world. The state then is, quote, a supreme manifestation of the activity of God in the world, unquote. And, quote, the state stands above all. It is the spirit which knows itself as the universal essence and reality. And, yes, quote, the state is the reality of the kingdom of heaven, he declares. Yes. And finally, the state is God's will. So where did they get this notion of the kingdom of heaven on earth from? Well, obviously they got it from the Kabbalistic literature and millenarianism and the Protestant. You guys get what I'm saying? You guys get what I'm saying?
But when Hegel says state, he means something very different than they do. He's talking about, but he's really talking about like the tribe. when he says it.
Yeah, he's talking about
He's
nation.
talking about individual people in awareness of what they are and who they are and what their reason for being is. There's a very big, like, I don't. It's not, well. I mean, some of it could be like language barriers. Some of it could be more than that. But Hegel is very misunderstood on purpose, I think.
Yeah, but here's the misunderstanding, right? Where does the notion of nation and state get conflated, where you have to set up a physical rule in Jerusalem to become a nation? Do you see what I'm saying? Boom, boom, boom. It's literally, it's literally a reformulation of the Kabbalah, right? That's all that Hegel's really doing, right?
But originally though, Jerusalem did not mean a physical place. This is all later on that it was.
Sure. Take over for a second. Yeah, blessings.
This is the.
Yeah, I know you got a lot to say.
Like.
Why are you laughing, Red? You know it's true. Twilight's gonna go off.
I'm just having a good time.
He has the ability to do it, right? And the permission. Blessings, Twilight.
No, that's really what it was originally. That's why you had so many that were against Zionism in the beginning. It's not like that anymore. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the fuck more. I don't really think it's defendable. But back then, I mean, it was very different. Not really much else to say. But Hegel, Nietzsche, all of them have been very, Heraclitus, have all been very misunderstood. It would take a while to go through how and why and what, but I can do a whole video on it at some point. Like there's a lot to it. As for Plato, outside of, I don't actually believe that he believed in the forms. I think that was part of his why, and I think it had more to do with the forms that I was just talking about. Heraclitus was also the first one to use the word logos, and everyone talks about Crowley and his do without will. Well, did you know that Constantine was talking about that very idea? Constantine.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Well, he did. You can look that up. Constantine, do without will, and you'll see. So there's a lot more to that. But yeah. It's a little more nuanced. But outside of that, I mean, Aristotle, he had a couple good ideas, but most of them were. Einstein was a Zionist. He hated all of us. He stole from Bjerknes, and I'm not talking about Christopher. The reason why Bjerknes knows this is because it was his family that he stole from. Like, his family are like fucking scientists and shit. Just by the way. And Poincare and Bjerknes were like the ones who came up with the real science. So Einstein stole from them and his wife. And he was instrumental in all kinds of fucking fuckery with you know who. So yeah, I mean, of course, Einstein helped push forward Edom causes. Yeah, he did. I mean, it's right. I mean, I still think the universe is eternal, personally. But outside of that, I'm with you. I think the rest is dead on. Plus,
Yeah, blessings, homie. But yeah, let me see where this is coming from here. Robert C. Tucker, Philosophy and Myth, and Karl Marx. Walter Kaufman, Hegel's Political Philosophy. The very fact of their being rulers is a sure sign of God's will that they should be. So yeah, he's an interesting. So this is all culminating in this philosophy of the kingdom of God on earth. Right, so this is okay.
They've always.
Oh wait, hold on. Yeah.
They never believed in a heaven, like afterwards or anything like that. Cure on the earth.
Where sound is, Rocky?
Where is this? No sound for Rocky? Damn.
I mean, I can hear you guys.
Who they hear? I just love that we can discuss all this and have some minor deviations of opinion, be really passionate, and there be no issue. I think that's and respect.
Yeah, so Hegel supported the French Revolution, right? And
yes, he did.
And here's another.
He personally, the greatest, but I do think that he was his actual like what he was actually putting across.
Yeah, your audio's like getting a little bit
again?
choppers again. Oh yeah, again for sure.
Nuero is asking for the link.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit into that dimension where it's like, you know what I'm saying, right? Red. It's getting like a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, Twilight's channel, no audio. That's weird.
I don't know. I'm getting confused.
Yeah, I'm tripping balls already. So
Neurojack says he's on Twilight's channel, but he's in your chat. So explain that one to me.
Okay, so so here comes Twilight. Let's check his audio here. Yeah, you good, Holmes?
Yeah, is that better?
Oh yeah,
yeah,
way better. Yeah, way
okay.
Better, dude.
I don't know what it is. Nothing changes, but I guess over time, for some reason, it does that. But it's usually good. So, okay.
Yeah, so it says here, okay, here. A nobleman. Okay, we're looking at Claude de Saint Martin. He was interned and his property was confiscated during the French Revolution.
Oh, that's the Martinists.
Yeah, he was later freed by the local officers who wanted him to become school teacher. It says he was the first to translate the writings of Jacob Boehme, who had a profound influence on Hegel. Right, we're gonna mention Jacob Boehme later a little bit.
Yeah, he was interesting.
Yeah, he like did a lot of the like astrology stuff, like with the planets and the chakras and all that type of stuff. He's really influential and all that stuff. But it says his later years were devoted almost entirely to the composition of his chief works and the translation of Boehme. His published letters show that he was interested in spiritualism, magnetic treatments, magical evocation, and the works of Emanuel Swedenborg. And of course, this is Saint Martin, right? And this is another important point that hugely influenced things like Hegel. Like, see how this parallels the ideas of that Hegel was talking about in the state. It says Saint Martin regarded the French Revolution as a sermon in action, if not indeed a miniature of the Last Judgment. Now he says his ideal society was a natural and spiritual theocracy in which God would raise up men of mark and endowment who would regard themselves strictly as divine commissioners to guide the people. All ecclesiastic organization was to disappear, giving place to a purely spiritual Christianity. Okay, and it says St. Martin taught that humanity possesses a faculty that is superior to the rational sense of morality, and that it is by this faculty that we receive knowledge of God.
Yeah.
Okay, so
the Martinists were heavy in the Kabbalah. They believed that they could contact angels on their behalf. It was a very like secretive side. They have what was called. I know quite a bit about that actually. They had
they're definitely like Swedenborg then.
Initiates. They how do I explain it? They had what was called the ellul Cohen, and they called themselves the Knights of the universe or whatever, something grand, Knights of the universe, and they're like in really high level masonry.
Yeah, it says here Martinism is a form of Christian mysticism and esoteric Christianity, and it says here started by Louis
high
Claude,
up on the totem pole.
Yeah,
that you don't really hear about.
Yeah, this guy Louis Claude de Saint Simon,
Pasquale, really, John Baptiste.
This is who I was just reading about.
They're tied in with the Templars and all that shit. Like,
how he was influenced by Swedenborg, and Swedenborg believed in this idea of the establishment of the kingdom of God on earth. Yes. Right. So Swedenborg is a huge influence. Actually, Swedenborg and also Blavatsky, they are primarily responsible for fusing the Kabbalah and Eastern mysticism. Right. So they were huge. So these guys are, definitely charting out a new path, but they're also looking at the state, right? And this utopian ideal, because basically the state and the utopian ideal, right, were basically part of this whole Kantian system, right? Because Kant believed in utopianism. Well, guess what?
Yeah.
Kant was also a Swedenborg, right? He actually was
somehow.
He was very sympathetic to Swedenborg's views. Let's just put it that way.
Yes.
He might have not been directly, but by the time we get to people like William Blake, and also William James, they were out and outright, promoting, Freemasonry, also Swedenborg and all this type of stuff, right?
Yes.
So let me show you this: Martin, Louis Claude de Saint Simon, and this guy here, Emanuel Swedenborg, right? And it says here Emanuel Swedenborg, 1772. Okay, and it said he had a prolific career. He was known as basically he was a polymath.
Yeah.
Right. He wrote books on science, philosophy, theology, all sorts of subjects. So anyways, let's take a look at some of Kant's writings on Swedenborg, and then I'll play some music for you guys. Thank you guys for being here. And this is a sort of last piece of evidence I'll lay down before I move into some readings and some writings and all that type of stuff, right? So yeah.
Letter on
we're gonna go on a long detour about Kant, Hegel, Swedenborg, the French Revolution. Hegel. So I'm setting up the entire scheme here, right? So that we understand the ideas that gave the state a central importance, for humanity, right? They got rid of the church. They had that, idea of universalism and human reason and the spirit of world history and all these, and the apotheosis of the state, all these concepts come together, right? And they're also, coming together in time for the messianic expectation of the Jews, right? 1666, right, where the Kabbalah had influenced this idea of a world restoration, right? So the Christians and the Jews were believing in it, and they thought the state, okay, liberalism and all this, that was what was going to bring this about, right? That's what Kant thought. Okay, Immanuel Kant, that's what he believed. Anyways. And of course, he promoted concepts of Swedenborg because he had, and it's funny, he believed because of the inability of science to predict anything outside of empirical knowledge. He believed that it was possible that Swedenborg saw visions and had prophecies and talked to spirits and all sorts of things. Right? So he made room for mysticism and spiritualism, even though he believed in an empirical system. And even was one of the founders of one of those. Right? I mean, it's just staggering stuff, folks. I don't know if you guys could wrap your head around it, but yeah, it certainly blows my mind. I don't think I've wrapped my head around it.
Immanuel Kant's Letter on Swedenborg to Charlotte von Knobloch by Immanuel Kant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Immanuel Kant's Letter on Swedenborg to Charlotte von Knobloch. Footnote: the German original of this letter is contained in Borowski's Darstellung des Lebens und Charakters Immanuels Kant, Königsberg, 1804, pages 211 to 225. End footnote. I would not have deprived myself so long of the honor and pleasure of obeying the request of a lady who is the ornament of her sex in communicating the desired information, if I had not deemed it necessary previously to inform myself thoroughly concerning the subject of your request.
What was that? Was he simping just now? This is crazy, man. He's totally
Thing
simping.
usually come first.
Yeah.
You got butter up the king or whoever, but there ain't no king here.
Yeah, he's buttering her. He's buttering her up. Or is that just how they talk?
Ooh, baby.
Ooh, baby.
Permit me, gracious lady, to justify my proceedings in this matter, inasmuch as it might appear that an erroneous opinion had induced me to credit the various relations concerning it without careful examination. I'm not aware that anybody has ever perceived in me an inclination to the marvelous or a weakness tending to credulity. So much is certain that, notwithstanding all the narrations of apparitions and visions concerning the spiritual world, of which a great number of the most probable are known to me, I have always considered it to be most in agreement with sound reason to incline to the negative side, not as if I had imagined such a case to be impossible, although we know but very little concerning the nature of a spirit, but because the instances are not in general sufficiently proved. There arise, moreover, from the incomprehensibility and inutility of this sort of phenomena too many difficulties, and there are, on the other hand, so many proofs of deception that I have never considered it necessary to suffer fear or dread to come upon me either in the cemeteries of the dead or in the darkness of the night. This is the position in which my mind stood for a long time, until the report concerning Swedenborg came to my notice. This account I received from a Danish officer who was formerly my friend and attended my lectures, and who, at the table of the Austrian ambassador Dietrichstein at Copenhagen, together with several other guests, read a letter which the ambassador about that time had received from Baron de Lutzow, the Mecklenburg ambassador in Stockholm, in which he says that he, in company with the Dutch ambassador, was present at the Queen of Sweden's residence at the extraordinary transaction respecting Swedenborg, which her ladyship will undoubtedly have heard. The authenticity thus given to the account surprised me, for it can scarcely be believed that one ambassador should communicate to another for public use a piece of information which related to the Queen of the court where he resided, and which he himself, together with a distinguished company, had the opportunity of witnessing if it were not true. Now, in order not to reject blindfold the prejudice against apparitions and visions by a new prejudice, I found it desirable to inform myself as to the particulars of this surprising transaction.
So he's like, Sherlock Holmes, you know what I mean? He's going to like figure out if this happened or not with Swedenborg, by examining the evidence he has with like people's accounts. Right? So you can see that he's using a very shoddy empirical method, right? And then determining prematurely that could be true. Right? And that's a lot of what Kant's philosophy is for. Okay, it's
accordingly wrote to the officer I mentioned at Copenhagen and made various inquiries respecting it. He answered that he had again.
Remember, the starry sky above and the moral law within. Right? The objective and the subjective. Right? Okay,
had an interview concerning it with Count Dietrichstein, that the affair had really taken place in the manner described, and that Professor Schlegel also had declared to him that it could by no means be doubted. He advised me, as he was then going to the army under General St. Germain, to write to Swedenborg himself, in order to ascertain the particular circumstances of this extraordinary case. I then wrote to this singular man, and the letter was delivered to him in Stockholm by an English merchant. Information was sent here that Swedenborg politely received the letter and promised to answer it, but the answer was omitted. In the meantime, I made the acquaintance of a highly educated English gentleman who spent the last summer at this place, and whom, relying on the friendship we had formed, I commissioned, as he was going to Stockholm, to make particular inquiries regarding the miraculous gifts which Swedenborg is said to possess. In his first letter he states that the most respectable people in Stockholm declare that the singular transaction alluded to happened in the manner you have heard it described by me. He had not then had an interview with Swedenborg, but hoped soon to embrace the opportunity, although he found it difficult to persuade himself that all could be true, which the most reasonable persons of the city asserted respecting his secret communication with the spiritual world. But his succeeding letters were quite of a different purport. He had not only spoken with Swedenborg himself, but had also visited him at his house, and he is now in the greatest astonishment respecting such a remarkable case. Swedenborg is a reasonable, polite, and open-hearted man. He is also a man of learning, and my friend has promised to send me some of his writings in a short time. He told this gentleman, without reserve, that God had accorded to him this remarkable gift of communicating with departed souls at his pleasure. In proof of this, he appealed to certain well-known facts. As he was reminded of my letter, he said that he was aware that he had received it, and that he would already have answered it had he not intended to make the whole of this singular affair public before the eyes of the world. He would proceed to London in the month of May this year, where he would publish a book in which an answer to my letter in every point might be met with. In order, gracious lady, to give you two proofs of which the present existing public is a witness, and the person who related them to me had the opportunity of investigating them at the very place where they occurred, I will narrate to you the two following occurrences.
So you can see he's deeply sympathetic. He's praising him. He's saying, he wants to read some of his writings. He's promoting him among these people who are probably part of the elite of the society. I mean, obviously Kant himself is somewhat of a celebrity in his own time, right? Obviously, few philosophers, get that, privilege. Okay, you got like Voltaire, like Kant, like nobody really liked Nietzsche, nobody liked Schopenhauer, nobody liked Hegel that much, right? Nietzsche had a rough life, Rousseau had a tough life, and but yeah, Kant was very well regarded, right? He was like, he's kind of the philosopher of the normie, in a lot of ways. I mean, it takes 1,000 pages to explain it. How science and the transcendental scope could be tied together by one man.
Madame.
But also they're kept in their two separate spheres. Right? Just like faith and science.
Marteville, in parenthesis, the widow of the Dutch ambassador in Stockholm, sometime after the death of her husband, was called upon by Kroon, a goldsmith, to pay for a silver service which her husband had purchased from him. The widow was convinced that her late husband had been much too precise and orderly not to have paid this debt, yet she was unable to find this receipt. In her sorrow, and because the amount was considerable, she requested Mr. Swedenborg to call at her house. After apologizing to him for troubling him, she said that if, as all people say, he possessed the extraordinary gift of conversing with the souls of the departed, he would perhaps have the kindness to ask her husband how it was about the silver service. Swedenborg did not at all object to comply with her request. 3 days afterward the said lady had company at her house for coffee. Swedenborg called, and in his cool way informed her that he had conversed with her husband. The debt had been paid several months before his decease, and the receipt was in a bureau in the room upstairs. The lady replied that the bureau had been quite cleared out, and that the receipt was not found among all the papers. Swedenborg said that her husband had described to him how after pulling out the left-hand drawer, a board would appear, which required to be drawn out, when a secret compartment would be disclosed, containing his private Dutch correspondence, as well as the receipt. Upon hearing this description, the whole company arose and accompanied the lady into the room upstairs. The bureau was opened. They did as they were directed. The compartment was found, of which no one had ever known before, and to the great astonishment of all, the papers were discovered there, in accordance with his description. The following occurrence appears to me to have the greatest weight of proof, and to place the assertion respecting Swedenborg's extraordinary gift beyond all possibility of doubt. In the year 1759, towards the end of September, on Saturday at 4:00 p.m., Swedenborg arrived in Gothenburg from England, when Mr. William Castle invited him to his house, together with a party of 15 persons. About 6 o'clock Swedenborg went out, and returned to the company quite pale and alarmed. He said that a dangerous fire had just broken out in Stockholm, at the Solderholm. Gothenburg is about 50 German miles from Stockholm, and that it was spreading very fast. He was restless and went out often. He said that the house of one of his friends, whom he named, was already in ashes, and that his own was in danger. At 8 o'clock, after he had been out again, he joyfully exclaimed, "Thank God! The fire is extinguished. The third door from my house." This news occasioned a great commotion throughout the whole city, but particularly amongst the company in which he was. It was announced to the governor the same evening. On Sunday morning Swedenborg was summoned to the governor, who questioned him concerning the disaster. Swedenborg described the fire precisely, how it had begun, and in what manner it had ceased, and how long it had continued. On the same day the news spread through the city, and as the governor thought it worthy of attention, the consternation was considerably increased, because many were in trouble on account of their friends and property, which might have been involved in the disaster. On Monday evening a messenger arrived at Gothenburg, who was dispatched by the Board of Trade during the time of the fire. In the letters brought by him, the fire was described precisely in the manner stated by Swedenborg. On Tuesday morning the royal courier arrived at the governor's with the melancholy intelligence of the fire, of the loss which it had occasioned, and of the houses it had damaged and ruined, not in the least differing from that which Swedenborg had given at the very time when it happened, for the fire was extinguished at 8 o'clock. What can be brought forward against the authenticity of this occurrence, the conflagration in Stockholm? My friend who wrote this to me has examined all, not only in Stockholm, but also about 2 months ago in Gothenburg, where he is well acquainted with the most respectable houses, and where he could obtain the most authentic and complete information. For as only a very short time has elapsed since 1759, most of the inhabitants are still alive who were eyewitnesses of this occurrence. He has also given me an account of the manner in which, according to Swedenborg, his intercourse with other spirits takes place, and also the ideas which he communicates regarding the condition of departed spirits. This portrait is remarkable, but time fails me to describe it. How I wish that I might have questioned this remarkable man myself, for my friend is not so proficient in method as to ask just those questions which would throw the most light on the subject. I await with longing the book that Swedenborg is about to publish in London. I have made every provision for receiving it as soon as it shall leave the press. This is as much as I can do up to the present in satisfying your worthy desire. I do not know, gracious lady, whether you care to know what judgment I would pronounce on so slippery a matter. Much greater talents than the small one allowed to me have been able to arrive at little that is reliable. Still, whatever may be the worth of my opinion, I shall feel myself bound to communicate it to you in writing if you remain in the country, and I cannot confer with you in person. I regret to have abused the privilege of writing to you and detaining you too long with this hasty and awkward epistle.
So he's awfully sympathetic to the position. He tells this young woman he doesn't know the answer. Okay, if Swedenborg is legit or not, right? But it seems to him that conferred to him the opinion of several respectable men, right? That he should be followed, right? Obviously, Kant's mom was a pietist, right? That might have some influence on his position, right? Doesn't have to, right? But yeah, some of his philosophy, his ideas of utopianism, okay, and world peace and all that type of stuff, they seem to be drawn, okay, maybe by this idea of the kingdom of God on earth, right? So yeah, let me go ahead and play another a little mix that I made. This one is, yeah, I really like this one. Flying Lotus and Cannabis. Yeah, this one
Nice.
sounds, it sounds pretty mystical, honestly. Going with that Dreams of a Spirit Seer book that Kant wrote on Swedenborg. He actually wrote a book on Swedenborg called Dreams of a Spirit Seer. It's widely available online. You guys could look into it. Of course, we provided several resources, okay, from Hegel, from the Kabbalah, okay, from Martin Luther, okay, from the thoughts of Maimonides and Aquinas. Okay, and we're looking at the ideas of the state and how they developed and how man became calculable and how man becomes the object of technique, right? And as we said, it's a liberal worldview that gives rise to technique, right? But it's also, technique is the end of liberalism, right? So we're going to be getting into that and how that becomes possible here. And it all has to do with the state, right? And large-scale techniques becoming centralized, and economic techniques, and the automation of choice, okay, the efficiency of means, and the loss of the individual, okay, through increased forms of atomization and collectivization and massification. Okay, so that's coming up here, and then we're going to move into the Tao, little palate cleanser, and then we're going to move into transhumanism. Okay, we're of course looking at writings by Jensen. And yeah,
Tao is definitely a palate cleanser for sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I like this one. New York, LA, Times
they both reverse transcribed this rhyme simultaneously. They tried to get inside his mind. Hits Amazon catalog, rebuild Babylon, unroll a master scroll of the surface. He sketched the schematic. All Palanquin carries a poet roadmap in a song, retracing the steps of the journey never traveled before. The mandolin was laid across legs, bruised and bandaged. Short supply of first aid is why his wounds were rancid. A musician played Bobby McFerrin. Don't worry, be happy. Gradually, if things get worse, you adapt naturally. Choose your fate as you near death and move away from a recuperative state. These pharmaceuticals make them hallucinate. It's nothing new to pay dues. How much you produce today? You know what they say, it's business as usual. Okay, because of sanctions, they are banned from international bank transfers. They stealth bombed Wakanda after they killed Black Panther. The ancestors were angered. When I heard about it, I was in transit in a foreign land. The news feed was in a foreign language. The Starlink satellite standard couldn't give me a serious answer. The Sirius satellite system was tampered. My fintech financer finally translated the transcript. My legs failed me and I fell, leaving my spirit standing, weeping in sadness. What are the chances? Looking down at cannabis through stained Google glasses, wailing in anguish. It's hard to cope with something so savage, let alone tragic. The melanated man mourns on the Sabbath while America's streets are swarming with panzers, horses, carriages, cannabis, hands-free lariats, control-free energy, palanquins. The skies pour liquid acid, water treatment, tap waters, brackets, tech support taken over by hackers. Don't believe me? Blow me. You repeat me? Better call. This is a goodie but oldie 5.1 Dolby. The Romans tied every sniveling son of a nun, moaning to each cadaver closely. Toxic exposure from bodies decomposing in the hot sun roasting, painstakingly and slowly infecting the flesh of anything living, laying there loathing, selfishly indulging down a structurally corroding path of primroses with eyes nearly closed. I suppose you could say barely open, swaying to and fro, spraying saliva from their throats, foaming, playing karaoke, choking. To me it sound like ogling, but it is worth noting this forbidden, foreboding, tongue scolding was originally OEM, designed by Boeing, promoting anal swab probing, exploding from inefficient battery warning. Do the research, homie. I ain't trolling. My newest CD frozen. Your skin smoldered, overheated and swollen, steaming and smoking and stinking through clothing. I need a moment to go breathe in the open. Fucking rappers got me sicker than COVID, and you know this. Still the dopest, freedom people like Moses. Hyper-focused with both barrels loaded, cause I'm a poet. And when my palanquin pull up, climb my board. Let's go, biz, beat the components. Beat rock, can I bust bones? Shoulder to shoulder in foxhole with speed loaders. Lord cyborg soldiers, hot fire like dialogue told you,
Yeah, we got a lot more music for you guys, but first I want to move to Skolmowski here. Okay, he says, pathological situation. Okay, knowledge does not render enlightenment, but confusion. The amassing of information only furthers the process of alienation. The situation is especially pathological because never in history of mankind has learning and supposedly knowledge been pursued on such a vast scale as today. And never has the estrangement of man from the world and from his fellow man been greater than today. The cause must lie then in the nature of knowledge, in the nature of the knowledge we pursue. Okay? And this is the critical distinction that has to be made. Right? Knowledge for the sake of knowledge is a snare. Learning without virtue is a snare. Right? We have to be able to distinguish between good and bad knowledge. Okay, but if everything is context neutral, plasticity of content, right? Where you have pure contextualization emerge. Okay, and of course, mimetic complexity is ontological doom. Everything becomes data, information. And the greater the more information you have, the greater the alienation increases. Information overload. The amassing of information only furthers process of alienation. The situation is especially pathological because never in history has mankind learning and supposedly knowledge been pursued on a vast scales today. And never has the estrangement of man from the world and from his fellow man been greater than today. The cause must lie then in the nature of the knowledge we pursue. Totally. It's the nature of the knowledge that we pursue, right? We have to qualify good knowledge from bad knowledge. We have to have valuations of knowledge. In other words, right? Knowledge alienated from the human mind and human values in turn desensitizes and alienates people who acquire this knowledge. Says Skolmowski, but let us be careful when we say that this knowledge is irrelevant, quote unquote. For in one sense, it is very relevant. It is relevant to the economic system, which is mainly interested in maximization of profit. It is relevant to the technological society as we have known it. It is relevant to the conception of the world as a factory. The system of economic, ecological, and human exploitation is not interested in knowledge, let alone wisdom, but is vitally interested in information and expertise. It is interested in smooth functioning, which is based on technological efficiency. For this reason, we furnish our students and ourselves with information and expertise, not with knowledge. Let us ask ourselves a more general question. Is there one underlying reason for the eclipse of values and other pathologies that follow from it? Perhaps the most succinct answer to this question was given by Max Scheler, who said, to conceive the world as value-free is a task which men set themselves, on account of a value, the vital value of mastery, and power over things. Right. Your reason is separate from nature. Okay, and it comes from God, so you use your reason to conquer nature. Makes perfect sense, right? Except for what you create creates.
What I create creates. Does that make me the demiurge? Just kidding.
That's where they got the concept from. Yeah, they wanted to think of a universal man.
The archetypal man.
Yeah. Man God. Instead of God man that we've seen in Christianity, right? Man God. With the uncapitalized man in front of the capitalized God. Then God man is the other way around, right? Capitalized God in front of the uncapitalized man. Total inversion. Where we're at. Yeah, mastery of and power over things. We realize nowadays this mastery has been an illusion. Yeah, no kidding. That we cannot subdue the world. Right. Remember in the Tao Te Ching, right? Do you think you could change the world and improve it? No, sirree, Bob. Chapter 29.
No siree, Jim Bob.
Knowledge.
Run the clip.
We don't seek knowledge, buddy. Oh, here it is.
Words. You should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are supposed to do.
We don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
Yeah, I guess this one works too.
Words to tell me whether or not the right fucking exists. Words to tell me how are you even using words to tell me whether or not the right fucking exists. Where do the words exist? Right? Like
So
they don't understand the basic philosophical underpinnings of what they're talking.
Many don't understand the basic philosophical underpinnings. Architectonic. Anyways. He says, we realize nowadays that this mastery has been an illusion. We cannot subdue the world at our will without destroying, at least seriously impairing ourselves. However, we still maintain and perpetuate the system which was designed for this grand but ultimately pitiful folly. There's another general question which should be raised, namely the question of the relation of theory and practice. Separation of values from knowledge may be seen as an abstract philosophical matter on one level, but this separation is an indispensable part of the process of turning people into materialists. In order to maintain the present...
From the start of it, the separation between self and the world. If you destroy the world, you destroy yourself.
Right.
Even Crowley talks about this. Like all magicians know this. So to conquer nature, to conquer the world is suicidal to any real mystic or magician of any true ilk. So anybody who believes that there can be some deification of man beyond God is lost. Even the ones who believe in more adversarial forms, because any true mystics know that they're at the most adversarial and irreverent equal. They're mirrors. It's impossible to go above or against or in any true adversary. Like I was saying, like the Heraclitus and the Iranian Zarathustran idea before it was twisted was not like a rebellion against anything, because there was no it wasn't dualism or monism. It was a dialectical monism. So it was an understanding that everything was one, but there was a constant struggle, but it wasn't a struggle like a battle. That was something that was misunderstood, and then later on it was turned into this oppositional, and that was really the first dualistic system of any kind of battle between and this end times, like all of this is straight out of Zoroastrianism. If you really look into Zoroastrianism, it would kind of blow your mind how many ideas were influenced Judaism and everything that came after it. And as I said, Gnosticism is birthed in Iran. That's not even debatable. Like you look at the culture, you look at the ideas, Plato and his forms, all that, it's all there, all of it. The demiurge was Zervan. It was a misunderstanding of Zervan because he was eternal time, and he existed outside of linear time. Time was seen as a wave, as a river, which is what Einstein talked about. But I mean, this idea is old, and that it wasn't just like this fatalistic period of events that repeated in cycles. There were these world agents, and through, you know, the mastery of different virtues. Like that's another thing that is not understood, is that Iranian culture was very virtuous. The entire culture was based on warrior ethics, and there was this right thinking and right action and right. You know, Ahura Mazda was boundless knowledge, boundless wisdom. You know, that's what he was. He was the titan of wisdom. That's what he represented. And it was through these different virtues with the Amesha Spenta. And it was really a philosophy. It wasn't a religion, because it was about bettering yourself through these, you know, different. It would take too long, but I really think I should do something about it.
Light and mirror, or light and water.
Well, it's just realizing your place in creation, and once you realize your place in creation, you don't need anything outside. Like that's the reality, and that's what Gnosticism was. That's what, you know, a lot of the Abrahamic religions, like, you know, took from that in different ways. If you look at like the rites of Mithra, you know, there was baptism. Like it's kind of crazy. And this is a lot of this isn't even hidden. There's like esoteric parts of it that are, but like if you look into Zoroastrianism and you look into Mithraism and you look at like the elements of it, you'll see what I'm saying. This idea of there being a battle at the end of time, this idea of there being good and evil at odds, it all starts there. It doesn't go back any further than that. It was legitimately and now granted, like this was only after it was misunderstood, because originally, like I said, it was philosophy. They were legitimately the philosophers of fire. You could look at any like esoteric tradition too, like they'll tell you, like they call them the philosophers of fire. None of your called them that, you know. And there were Mithraeus temples all over the planet. They know this. It's just the actual tradition was kept secret.
Neuro's here.
And all that. It can be traced. You know, so there were different sects, but the idea of the demiurge, the idea of Zervana, the demiurge wasn't originally negative. So this is how things twisted up. It you know, you had split source dualism, and then you had single source, you know, non-dual Gnostics. You know, but all of this started in Iran, and you had Artemis, you know, the Greek goddess. Artemis comes from Iran. Arta, okay, is you know, it means the same thing as a mesha. It's just another way of saying it. It's the same thing. It's this boundless potential, basically. You know, like they have this idea of the unconquerable sun in Rome.
I know this might be a surprise.
That unconquerable sun is not the sun.
I know this might be a question.
But the one that brings the dawn.
I know this might be a
Venus. Hold on. Mitra was the bringer of the dawn. So he was a solar charioteer. He was a solar deity, but it was the sun that you see. Okay, the unconquerable sun is the sun you don't see. I've talked about this many times. Sirius. Okay, and it also represented Mithra. Well, when you understand that Venus is the morning star, and yes, Mithra is Venus, okay? And when you understand that the pentagram is the transit of Venus in the sky over the earth every 8 years, astronomically speaking, and that transit points to Sirius, then you start to understand why all these cultures have their megaliths aligned to Sirius, and then you get into a much deeper understanding of what this is really all about. Then you understand that there's an Atlantis epic in Iran, and you have an Amarani, and you start to realize that all this Greek stuff comes from Iran. This is what I'm saying. So this isn't like just one little off thing. Oh, well, that's Iranian. Haha. No. The whole damn thing, like Prometheus is Ahura Mazda. It's just another name. The whole thing. One of Ahura Mazda's main attributes is forethought.
Can I ask you a few questions just to kind of like understand what you're trying to get at?
Well, there's a lot to it, and that's why I'm getting it.
Sure. Well, can I ask a few questions so I understand?
Well, I'm just saying, like,
Of course you can. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the first question is, uh, do you think that there's a purpose to life?
absolutely.
So do you think that like life is like a game that you're trying to play in order to win something at, not necessarily like a heaven,
No,
but
no.
okay. So what's the purpose to life then?
The purpose to life is that there is no purpose that is predetermined or preconceived, or like this is the purpose. It's something that is determined over the course of your life. You bring. So basically, it's like you're an artist and life's a blank canvas. Okay, like you have a divine spark within you. You are a part of the divine yourself. You are not the divine, but you are a part of the divine, and you share the consciousness of the divine. And you're supposed to learn and share wisdom and live in harmony with nature and those around you. And you're supposed to cultivate virtue and live true to yourself, to your true self.
So man is the measure of man, and I mean the measure of the measure of the universe is a singular person. You, is that correct?
No, that's incorrect. We're just another animal.
I mean that
not
sounds
in a Darwinian,
like
not in the Darwinian sense, because obviously I don't believe that we're matter, but in the sense that man is a mirror of nature, and nature is just as divine as we are, and that includes all the animals.
Okay, so let me ask you this question: What do you think?
Man is not like somehow superior to animals or anything else. We're all equal.
So what do you think about So what do you think about the idea of essence versus energy? Like God or the universe is essence, right? Like we're all equal in that sense, but obviously
Yes.
we're all individualized, so that's the many, right?
Correct.
Okay, so like if I said that God is universal and the many is the effect of it, would you agree or disagree?
You would have to define what you mean by God.
Well, anything that's not us, right?
What does that mean? What does
Meaning
that
like,
mean
because
to
you're
you?
saying everything is equal, so like I'm equal to like a grain of sand on the beach or something, right?
Correct. You're a part of that grain.
So if I go and hurt that piece of sand, God's going to be displeased, or the universe is displeased.
Why would God be displeased? You're attaching human emotions to an infinite being. This is where we would part ways.
Sure. Well, here's the thing. Like, how does all the knowing about Iran's version of Ahura Mazda help us win the game of life, which is what we're trying to do?
What makes you think? What makes? Okay, first off, you would have to determine first what does help you win.
Sure, I guess. I mean, I think you have to define what the game is, right?
Well, I did.
Really, what I'm trying to get at is like, how does
Would you
how does
agree
knowing
that
help?
you being your clearest, most most clear thinking, forward thinking, like balanced part, like holistic part of yourself would be beneficial, wouldn't it?
Well,
I mean, let's say you're still remember, this is a philosophy, not a religion. So let's say you were still a Christian, but you took on these virtues, okay? Because a lot of it, that's what it was, really. It was taking on wholeness, taking on the idea of a virtuous life. So Ahriman represented stagnation. I'm trying to tell you. You can go look in the Jewish encyclopedia, and they'll tell you that Ahriman is the prototype for Satan. They say it themselves.
Sure. Well, here's my question though: if you're a grain of sand with a 400 IQ and I have Down syndrome, who's more likely to win? Who's more likely to win? And I'm a grain of sand too.
Well, first off, we have to ask, what are we winning? you act as if there's some kind of external gift that's going to be given to us.
But if
by
we're
some,
but my point is, if we're all equal anyways, then there's no purpose essentially, because
why is there no
we're
purpose?
all equal anyways.
You need to
Like if we're all one, if we're all individually God collectively.
You have to.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. That's what I'm asking you. What are you saying? That's what I'm trying to
What
figure
are
out.
you? No, I'm saying, what are you seeking to win? You're seeing
Well,
the game in a different way than I am.
there's no purpose if I'm the same as a piece of. There's no purpose if I'm the same as a piece of sand on the beach.
Why? It doesn't mean you have the same function.
So okay,
It just means you come from the same consciousness.
perfect. That's what I'm looking for. So we are our function. So if Richard Ramirez serves the function of creeping into people's houses at night, it's exactly the same as somebody who farms the land and builds a church and does all these.
I
other
didn't
things.
say we're equal in that way. I'm not New Age. No.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
I don't follow that. No, I'm not New Age. I'm the opposite.
Yeah, I'm not trying to like get a gotcha. I'm just trying to figure out like
no.
how would you explain this?
No. I know you're no, Jack. We've talked enough. I know you're not. I'm just making it clear. I don't subscribe to that nonsense.
But when you use the word
function, what I mean by equal. That's not what I mean by equal.
But when you use the word function in relation to equality, I mean, how else could it?
Well, they gotta learn their lesson, right? And I'm sure they'll learn it. We don't know what happens when they die.
But how can a grain of sand? You
have your ideas.
But what purpose would a grain of sand have to learn anything at all?
Well, I didn't say the grain of sand had to learn anything.
But why do we? But why do we if we're all equal? Like why not just be in a pod staring at a screen?
Well, why not? Maybe there's something after this.
Sand lives matter.
You ever think that maybe this is the prelude to life? That's what I used to call it. I've always felt like this was like training. Honestly, like since I was a kid, way before I got into any of this.
I kind of get that, yeah.
No, I'm dead serious. I'm so serious.
Yeah, but
how, I was a kid, I couldn't put my finger on.
But why would you assume that any knowledge gained here will translate to the next place?
Well, because I believe in reincarnation. So I don't believe this is the first time I've been here.
So in a million years, like Giorgiani says, and we have like ether bodies, it's going to be we would have retained all the stuff that we learned about Ahura Mazda.
Well, first off, linear time doesn't exist, so we don't know how long it's been. We may have already been here a million years. How do you know? We may have been here, only one other time. This may be our first time. Maybe some of us, I don't know, but the time is kind of irrelevant because time, as we're told, doesn't exist. Time exists, but time as we're told does not exist.
Maybe I should rephrase my question differently. Why would you trust the Gnostics of Iran more than the Christians of like 0 AD or whatever? You know what I mean? 50 AD or 100 AD or whatever.
I don't trust anyone. I've studied comparative mythology, comparative religion, and I've created my own system. Really, I've taken from many different sources. I've even taken stuff from esoteric Christianity and even like some, I've taken stuff from like shamanism. When it comes to understanding how all this other stuff has come to be, like it's invaluable. That's what I'm saying. No one has to necessarily accept it, but I can show you.
So let's use an example, like the Kabbalah. Would you call the Kabbalah a tool or a technology?
It's probably a little bit of both at this point. No, it is a little bit of both at this point. But the Kabbalah is far older than Jewish mysticism.
So
now, if you count the Jews that existed before they were called Jews, then they may have had some knowledge of it, but even then they probably got it from someone else.
Was that Twilight's phone or was that your phone, Neuro?
That was my Palantir tracking system talking to me. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Thanks,
See all they're doing with all those companies in, you know, everyone's favorite country lately? They have a whole network set up. It's wild.
An underground network railroad, if you will.
Yeah, right. Exactly. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But anyways, go ahead. I don't mind these conversations, honestly.
Harry Tubwoman, I think, is the name of the person running it. So
Right. Yeah.
But so I guess the thing is, like, if the Kabbalah, so you're saying the Kabbalah, would you call the Kabbalah neutral, like you would a tool, or would you say that?
Yeah, I think everything is a tool. Everything's a tool.
But
Everything is a tool.
but obviously, if you're using a technology or a tool, it changes the way that you live your life, and so it's not really neutral then, right? Like it evolves you or changes
when we're
you. Right?
talking about how technology, like that we talk about all the time, that has gotten to such a point that it's become inevitable. It's changed us through so many generations and lifetimes that gets into our cons and everything else. So we're not talking about like that. We're on a different. We're somewhere else now, because Kabbalah is like a you have to understand, Kabbalah can be used all different ways. Okay, so it's like a filing cabinet for people who actually practice, like, you know, intense mysticism and magic. So you can
think of any?
all the associations that they use and put totally different ones.
Can
You
you?
know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like, it's
Can
not
you
an
think
actual like physical technology.
Can you think of any time that the Kabbalah has been used for quote unquote good from your view, or there is no good or evil?
I've used it for, I mean, you don't necessarily call it good, but I've used it for myself, on myself, just not in by their methodology for high magic. Yeah.
So why fight against the people that are running society with the Kabbalah? I mean, they're just using a tool and people accept it, and so
Do you think that's all they're using?
I'm just using it as an example. I mean, you know.
Well, I'm telling you, it's not the only thing they're using.
Uh-oh. So I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, like, if would you say that it's accurate to say that we're having plots or scripts written for us to live out, and that's what you're fighting
Absolutely.
against, or are you
Absolutely.
fighting against that though, or?
Well, that's the entire basis of Mithraism, is going against the scripts essentially of the gods, because the Zarathustra and all them looked at the gods of the Norse, of the Greeks, of everybody, and they saw, you know what? They're not really good. They're not really just.
Sure, but
they're not really. And we're like, why are we siding with them? And if you look at the story of Prometheus and Amarani, Amirani, you'll see how far back that goes, and you'll see that Amirani is straight up Atlantis, Prometheus, and I think even Wikipedia did an article recently about it, saying that exactly that. So when people say, "What are you talking about, Atlantis?" Well, Atlantis, Shambhala, Agartha, Ultima Thule, whatever the hell you want to call it. There's endless names. Aztlan, you know, Lemuria, whatever. You know, there's tons of stories about Titans and depredant, you know, Diluvian civilizations that existed. You go back to Tepe, you go look at all. It's like, right, whether the Nephilim, they're the Titans, they're the Anunnaki, they're the whatever you got. You know, the Apkallu, you know, they're all over the place. Every culture talks about it. They found giant bones. The Smithsonian covered it up. You know, like, it's not really even debatable that there was culture.
So do you see that? Do you see like
was it like Plato said? It really doesn't matter. The point is that there was an antediluvian civilization. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it was ancient aliens. I'm not saying that it was like exactly like Plato said and the Olympian gods lived. You know, I'm just saying there was a
But I mean, what's
including civilization,
what's
which the
ironic?
Bible is.
What's ironic though is like you have a very Christian mindset in the sense where you're like living this life for the next. Like, why would
No, it's
you?
not. There is no next life because there is no after. See, look,
Right.
we believe that there was no creation because there is no creator. We don't define God the same way. God is the essence of all things.
I mean, but don't you think that like it's way easier just to assume that everything is designed by something instead of like it's just all an accident? Like I
why
just think
does
that's
something
like
easy
very.
become the answer? Nothing easy
I
for
mean,
me. Is
have you ever seen an airplane get off the ground by itself with no gas or
why is it
people
hard
sitting in the controls? Or
why is it hard for you to wrap your head around the idea that God isn't material or anthropomorphic, and that it can exist outside of time and space and
well,
creation?
why should I assume that over assume he is? Why should I assume that?
I'm just saying, like, I mean, it's just a thought experiment. Like, if God is omnipotent and omnipotent and omnipotent, why couldn't everything just already exist?
I'm so glad you use that word. Why is it so hard for you to, as a thought experiment, accept Christianity or something like that?
But see, I was a Christian.
He did though. His last stream was like Jesus is king.
Yeah,
Dude,
but I mean,
like,
you could.
I did
but you could
videos
just
like
drop.
7 hours.
But you could. But yes, but you could drop
Why don't
all
you
the
watch my
occultism.
video I did 7 years?
But
Why don't you
my
watch the
point
video
is,
I did 7 years ago?
but my point is
talking
like
about why I left Christianity. I did a video like 7 years ago.
Sure, but I'm saying that you could just
about why I left Christianity.
But I'm saying like if you really accepted Christianity, you
So
could
why
just
don't
drop
you watch
all.
that and then get back to me?
Well, why couldn't you just do that and just drop all occultism?
Why don't you just get out of Christianity and study the occult?
No, I'm just saying as a thought experiment.
I mean,
I'm
we
saying
can ask why all the time.
As a
Because I've
thought
already done it.
experiment.
He was
I've already
already
done
there,
it.
bro. He just said that. He already been there, done that.
Right, exactly. Thank you, Red.
Same as
Well, that doesn't mean that, but that doesn't mean it was wrong.
Minus the
Fred,
stuff.
were you Christian or were you just like not really?
I was a Christian
really,
for like 25 years, bro.
But so you weren't really a real Christian then?
Yeah, well, that's what the Christians say.
You weren't a real Christian. You didn't like understand anything.
That's
right?
the usual
You were just
go-to, right?
You were led by the devil, right?
So okay, so let me ask you guys a question.
If you lose it, then you lose it.
Like,
if you
quiz me on the
lose
Bible,
it, then
dude.
you never were one.
Okay, so let me ask you guys a question.
Bible,
all right, okay, here's the quiz.
You know
ready?
why? You know why? Because I asked too many damn questions.
Okay, here's the question. If you had baby Jesus in front of you right now and you had to bathe
But there was no baby Jesus in the Bible.
and the water got cold, right? Would you throw baby Jesus out? Would you throw baby Jesus out with the cold water, or would you take the baby out, throw the water out, and
Jesus
change it?
appeared to everybody, y'all wouldn't know who he was. That's what I think. I think I have the deepest respect for Jesus, and I don't think he's anything that the church said he was. That's what I think.
But my point is that if you had a bad experience with false Christianity, why do you have to throw everything else out and say like, well, Christianity bad?
I still respect Jesus. I've said it many times.
But doesn't Jesus say pretty clearly like don't fuck with demons and shit? I'm pretty sure he says something like that.
Well, that's what it says in the church, yeah. But you know, like
but the Kabbalah says like play patty cake and hit hopscotch with demons and shit, right?
No, the Gnostic texts say that the friggin' angels are archons. So we're very and it also says that he sent the serpent into the garden. So you have to understand that my Jesus is almost like Lucifer. So
Right. So it would be fair to say that when you say Jesus is king, you're saying, well, Lucifer's king, but we have the same Jesus. I mean, you have to understand, like, that's a little bit.
I mean, I don't know.
Exactly.
We basically just don't like the God of the Old Testament. That is the God of the Jews. That for some reason no one can wrap their head around. It. They've lied like from the beginning.
Bro.
But you can understand, like, but you can understand. But you can understand from a Christian perspective if you're like, well, the Antichrist is my Jesus, I mean, that sounds exactly like what the Jews
No,
say.
I don't
mean,
think.
it's like,
No, I think the Antichrist is the God that they're waiting for to come to wipe you out because they think that you're, you don't, even though they really
so
are.
okay, okay, great. So
Even though
so
that's
now,
still you in their own words. But
okay,
you don't
great.
tell me. You don't
So I
believe that
understand. So
that they believe they're saying what they mean, but yet you want to like worship their God that Marcion and like all these other people at the early church said like, hey, that God's the fucking devil.
sure. So
Oh, but
here's the thing, though.
they're heretics, right?
But here's the
So
thing.
that's the thing. I don't have any problems with Yeshua ben Nazariah, the guy who actually lived. I have a problem with the caricature the church created.
Well, see, this is the thing, though. We believe that is like the essence of God in man form, though. See what I'm saying? Like,
Well, but see, I don't believe in Yahweh. I say no way.
No way to Yahweh.
I say no way.
so
T-bone.
here's the thing, though. Okay, great. I'm so glad you said that. So here's my question. If you can't trust Yahweh, why should you trust Lucifer? How could you know either one enough to?
Look, I talked to Jesus, bro, for 8 hours, and y'all can think I'm schizophrenic or whatever. I don't give a damn. I don't need to prove it to anybody. I'm not trying to prove it to anybody. I never tried to prove it to anybody because I don't even talk about it. But that's why I hold on. If you really want to know, because I had an experience that blew my fucking mind to pieces, and it basically explained to me what hell really is. That we're all in this shit together, that religion does nothing but divide, and that when everything really hits the fan, everyone will figure that out. Like that this is not what was intended by that message. And I just people can take it from there. Like I really don't care. This is not.
So you're saying that a mystical experience is what gave you divine revelation, essentially.
Well,
so the point
all I know is I had it, and other people were there, and I just know that same with Lilith. Like many people, I've had experiences that many other people also had that were incredibly intense, and
I guess what I'm.
They weren't just like visions. They were like things that happened all throughout the day, all throughout the week, all throughout. So it wasn't like this is schizophrenic. Like it could have been recorded and played back. Like this shit is real. Like I don't care if anyone believes it. That's the difference between like believing something and actually experiencing it firsthand. And if you had an experience like this, I guarantee you wouldn't be sitting here like, wow, it's not real. Okay, well, when you have the experience, then
Well, then when a Christian tells you then why should you discount all the stories of the Bible talking about divine revelation?
But see, here's the thing. I have friends that are Christian. When they tell me that they had an experience with Jesus, or a Muslim tells me they had an experience with Allah, or a Hindu tells me they had an experience with Krishna, guess what? I don't fucking doubt them. Because I actually believe, personally, that God, whatever it is, I don't know what it is. I know what it isn't. Whatever God is can work through damn near anything. Because there's nothing that God can't be.
Well, sure,
okay,
but
so what I'm saying is I never discount their experience. Never. So I have no issue with anyone's personal beliefs.
But in the same way,
is with the institution of religion and with everybody thinking they have all the knowledge and all the truth. How is your experience any less or more accurate than mine, or my friend who's Hindu, or my friend who is Buddhist or a Satanist or whatever?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Or
Hold
Muhammad.
on. Let me respond.
Muhammad's experiences aren't real.
Well, here's my
he's not blessed and baptized by the fucking church.
Oh my God, dude.
Well, answer. I mean, is what?
Here's the point I'm trying to get at.
That's my issue. That's my issue.
If man deceives man all the time, why should you believe that the gods would be any different, or they wouldn't be any better at it?
I'm just saying, like, I respect everybody's beliefs and everyone's experiences because I don't know.
My point
is, saw a gray alien.
I mean, you can respect.
Maybe they're lying, but maybe they're telling the truth. If they say they saw Indra or Vishnu or Odin or Satan or fucking whatever. Like I have a friend who told me that Satan helped them get off drugs. Dude, I have a friend who told me that Satan helped them get off drugs, bro.
But here's the point. Here's the point, though. Here's the point, though.
That's some wild
They
shit.
got off drugs. However it happened, they got off drugs. After years of being on drugs.
How don't you see that the more knowledge you have, the more susceptible to deceit you are?
I don't feel like I'm susceptible. I don't know.
I'm just saying, like,
what do you?
I'm just saying that, like, how does knowledge protect you from deceit? That's what I'm trying to get at.
I feel like I'm fine.
Well, does truth protect you from deceit or not?
Well, of course.
I don't know. I just know that when I have like truth, I don't feel like I need to tell it.
Truth is not the same as knowledge. Truth is not the same thing as knowledge.
Is a subset.
When I just know that things that I know, I don't feel the need to make anyone else know.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
It's comforting to me.
So if you know a woman, that means that you've been with a woman. It doesn't mean that you have the truth of her essence or what she's all about or anything or everything she's done or everything she's capable of, right?
Yeah, well, I work with the Dark Goddess, so bad example.
Right, and so and that's a woman I'm talking about. So now extrapolate that out into a goddess. How would you ever truly know or comprehend?
I know women
the
and I know goddess. Yeah, bad example.
I mean, but knowing is not the same as having the truth of something, right?
Well, like I said, when I know something, I don't feel the need to convince anybody else.
Like if you get burned by a fire, it doesn't mean that you know how the fire got there and all the different chemicals that made it happen, or you just know that you just know that you've been burnt by it, right? So that's knowledge, right?
Right. Well, I mean that's an experience actually. So that's an experience. That's not fake. So
right, and people see
that's experience based. So
hold on. But
you
people
didn't
see
think about what that. You didn't say, "I wonder what that'll feel like." If I touch it, you actually experience it, but you know it.
Right, and people and people.
Yeah, you can read about like going swimming, but if you never actually like see water or touch water, you'll never actually know.
But senses,
knowing means you have to touch it. Kind of like when you like.
What are you?
You had to like touch the apple or whatever fucking fruit it was.
Are you Aaron Yeager? Huh? Are you Aaron Yeager?
Like, talk about it. They had to actually act.
Hey,
okay.
Toilet. I just want to ask one thing. You could like go on a roller coaster,
or you could like sit and look at the roller coaster and be like, and do these thought experiments. But then when you actually do it,
does Lilith take prayer requests? Does she answer? Does she answer?
You become a part of the experience.
I didn't think so.
Knowledge. That kind of knowing. It's not knowledge like you get from a book and you read, so it's not that kind of knowledge. It's direct knowing through experience.
Sure. If I'm in the desert and I see a mirage of a city, my senses have failed me, have they not? But I experienced it, right?
But this isn't. Okay, but here's the thing. Again, you said it yourself. If you set yourself on fire, okay, you're going to know that fire is going to burn you. Now, tomorrow morning, most likely, unless we all die, the sun is going to rise. That's a knowing. We know that water is wet. Okay, these are knowing. These are not like theories. These are not.
Well, water can be frozen. Water can be frozen into a block of ice and dropped on your head. Then it's not wet, right?
Well, water can be hot too, and it can be a gas. Right.
Right. So water is not always wet. Right?
But water in its natural form, though, is wet.
Right. But the thing is, do you know the temperature in the other realm where Lilith lives, or not?
Yes, of course.
Okay. What's the barometric pressure of Sheol right now? What's the barometric pressure?
Do you want me to call her? You can ask her.
Yeah. Well, I want to know if she's in the form of a gas or an ice or water.
Huh? Look, if you want to talk to Lilith, I can give you her number, but she doesn't like when you're not direct. She doesn't like.
Well, I'm not. It's not. It's not even about
She'll
her.
block. She'll block.
It's about your senses. It's about your senses.
She'll block. Well, this is why you don't use mundane senses. Do you know how magic works?
No, I don't, because I've never done it.
Okay, well, see, this is what I'm talking about. The difference between gnosis and faith or assumption. When you assume, you make an ass of you and me.
Well, yeah, faith is absence of senses, and gnosis is with senses, right?
Well, it's not just senses though. It's not like the five senses. Like
okay, help us understand the difference.
Well, you understand what meditation is, right? Because it's not just like an idea. Like they've actually done studies on this. They show that meditation opens up dormant parts of the mind. Like this has been shown. Like I can pull up a video and show you.
Well, you can send that video this way, I guess.
Okay, hold on.
Well, anyway, oh, my bad. Go ahead, Red. Go ahead.
If there's no I in team and no you in team, I guess nobody's on the damn team.
Right. I gotta track it down. But anyways,
where'd he go? He disappeared.
Where did he?
As usual. I don't know if his internet cut out or what.
I mean, I don't know if he wants actual answers. That's the thing. We've had really interesting conversations, you know, like 90% of the time. But lately, he's I don't know.
I think he just honestly wants to try to He just honestly wants to understand. He wants to understand your viewpoint, Twilight. He wants to understand why you believe what you believe. That's why he does it.
He just has a weird way of going about it, I guess.
He's become more religious, which is fine, but it's just I try to tell him, like. A fucking brick wall appears.
Yeah, speaking of brick walls, it sounds like you're getting further and further away, like until you're like, going into oblivion.
I think Lewis is taking me away. Actually,
yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I'm saying too much.
Take me
Sorry, you're like
away.
floating away from the mic there.
A million miles from here.
I'm saying too much. Yeah.
Are you giving away the secrets, Rutro?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. My Freemasonic masters are coming for me.
You should be seeking this knowledge. No, we don't seek knowledge, dummy.
You point, Dexter.
You should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are supposed to do.
We don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
We don't seek knowledge to expose evil. He's like, no, that's Gnosticism. Insane.
I guess Jesus has to shed light on the evil.
Pretty shallow definition for Gnosticism.
Like what John 3 says to a certain extent.
You should be seeking this knowledge.
Yeah, just crucify your mind and obey authority.
It's like super official with it.
Well, you see, that's probably where a lot of Christians differ from me. Like, I'm comfortable in the knowledge that I have, what I think I have, because in all honesty, if we probably really knew a lot of the stuff that happened around the world that we think we know, we'd probably, your hair would probably turn white and you'd probably, turn into a ghost because it shocked the shit out of you. So, like when people say that the shape of your earth doesn't matter, but if you yourself had the revelation that, your entire existence was being lied about, trust me, it'd blow your fucking brain. So, some Christians are content with their, what do they call it? You know, your blue pillars. There you go. Yeah, or your red pillars. There you
Rocky,
go. Red
Rocky
pillars.
says, Rocky says, lay off the DMT. You killing me. Divine moments of truth, son.
Yes, sir. Spangled.
Spangled.
Are you spangled?
You speak Spangolese?
Yes, sir. I saw them many moons ago.
But the question was, is Twilight, does she take prayer requests?
Did you just call me
Lilith?
Tarlet?
Yeah. Does Lilith take prayer requests?
Depends on what you mean by prayer.
Well, I mean, okay, you say that you're able to communicate
normal
with her, and
definition.
like, you know, she takes you to her realm or whatever. But bro, how
Are we
come she?
okay? Are we? Hold on. Are we LARPing right now, or are you being dead serious?
Can it be both? Can
I'm
I not?
curious.
Can I not be LARPy and be serious at the same time?
All right.
That's
All right.
Discordian, son.
Well,
he's very
okay, well, I'm just gonna
I
put
love
it
you,
this way. So I love you too, Twilight.
I'll have
I really
Lilith
do.
send you a brand new car. Yes, sir.
But
Or some
my problem
shekels anyway.
is, brother, I've
Brother
been hearing
man.
that. I've been hearing that beat for months. So how come you still haven't asked her for a battery? I'm
Yo,
just
man,
confused,
I'm about to fall on
man.
the floor, bro.
I
You
mean,
almost
come
had me
on.
on the floor.
No offense, but all right, convince me right now, 100% that that what you say is true. I mean, in the sense that, okay, you know, let's say tomorrow that you ask her for a lottery ticket. If you go out to the store tomorrow, is she going to give you the numbers to the lottery ticket? I mean, if this,
No.
you know,
That's vanity, isn't it?
That's that they don't.
I mean, I
work like that.
guess. Oh, they don't work like that. So
Now. Having
how
said
do
that,
they work?
there are lower spirit. No, you want me to give you some real.
So what kind? Oh no!
information.
Give me this. What kind of a prayer request does she grant? Does she make my penis size bigger, or I mean, what are we talking about here?
No. She's about
That's
self-development.
definitely vanity.
She's about self-development. She's about high
Self-development. So
Yes.
as long as it doesn't like benefit.
I mean, technically, the penis size is development.
I mean,
so what
yes,
benefit?
you can do things like, you know, to benefit yourself, you know, in the world. Yes, you can do that. That's a little magic. She will facilitate that, but that's not really what she's for. And for those people, like, you know, that do that, ultimately they're digging a hole for themselves.
So can she be in multiple places? What if a group of people all at different locations all summon her? She can be there in multiple places? Oh.
Yes.
Oh, that's a hell of an orgy. But all right, I just want to know, these are really serious questions. It's just, you know.
No, yeah, I'm being serious now. That's why I asked you. I'm being dead serious.
It's psyche. It's not.
She doesn't require prayer in that traditional sense. Yes, it is non-local. She doesn't grant things like she's not a genie, you know. And anything that you want in the world,
she's not Britney Spears. That sucks.
No.
She's not
No,
a vending
see,
machine.
like the way that pagans approach spirituality is all about like, I want to do this, help me do it. And they're just kind of there to make sure that you stay to your guns.
Something
I promise I'm gonna do this. All right. So, you know, make it easier for me to be able to accomplish this.
Yeah, and Rocky coming in hot with the speculations, saying Lilith was a mermaid.
Lilith has a mermaid
Rocky's
aspect.
on some other shit.
Lilith has a mermaid aspect, so he's part right. I'm sure he's probably joking.
The deep.
But she actually does have a mermaid
Creatures
aspect
of the deep.
called Quiluatu. That's it represents the Quiluatu. It represents the primordial abyss, the waters of chaos. It goes back to Samaria, like I said. You also had a Rishkagal. There's
on the face of the waters.
I have waters of chaos every time I go to Taco Bell, so I understand.
Yeah, I don't go to Taco Bell. They found some really sketchy shit in their food.
Pretty much any fast food place, right? It's all sketch.
But yeah, they ask for like worship. They don't ask for prayers in that sense. There are people that do, but they're mistaken. And usually, if they're at all serious about working with them, they'll straight up tell you, like, when you have learned, anything about me, like, maybe come back. Otherwise, like, just go. Because they really don't work like that at all.
I mean, I say that, but like, I still love Chick-fil-A, to be honest.
Now, can they help you get things you want? Yes. But you have to do something too. It's not like, I wish for whatever the fuck and you get it. Like, no, it doesn't work like that.
Oh, so it does involve transactions. That's all I needed to know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, no, it's not really a transaction. You're doing it for yourself. Now, there are lower beings that work.
But isn't that vanity? You're only doing it for yourself. What if I want to call Lilith to like save a family member from like leukemia?
You can.
Huh?
You can.
Oh, okay.
You can. No,
now,
you can.
I would love for you to go and prove that in a court of law or in the hospital. Damn, Jesus Christ can't heal people with cancer, but Lilith can. Boy, put that on paper.
Why not?
I mean, I don't know. Do it, boy.
I mean, why not? It's all based in your faith, man. Like, that's really what does it. It's not the entity, whatever entity it is. I've seen some wild shit, like with
I have too. I've seen preachers on national television throw a coat at people and make paralyzed people walk. Amen.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Yeah. Those are the most.
All right.
They're the most corrupt ones. The Taliban's with the $50 million jets. They're gonna travel the world for Jesus.
I never said that. They're not tuba demons. But no, in all seriousness, it don't really matter to me, Twilight. Like I said, as long as it ain't perpetrating harm on another sentient creature, Oh, wait, but you eat cows. Oh, you eat dogs and cats and everything else on the planet. You eat octopuses. They're sentient. Oh, eat yourself. Oh, wait, that's what they want you to do.
It's Ouroboros.
Dogs and octopuses. No, man.
Ouroboros.
Well, I can tell you as someone who has eaten a live octopus, if you've ever seen the part of The Boys where they force, the Deep to eat his octopus lover, it's pretty fucked up because that's basically what it's like.
Yeah.
But,
eat just about anything. So I escargot and fucking squid and just weird shit. I eat a lot of stuff, man, but
So Twilight, when they come to lock everyone up and ask them finally, who do you serve? Are you gonna join them?
Hell no.
I believe that. I really do believe you. As from a Christian point of view.
Lilith.
I'm gonna find like minds. That's what I was asking earlier.
No offense, but I'm not gonna defend Christians on this one. They have used the name of God and Jesus Christ to slaughter how many innocent people? So as much as I love Christ,
Those
I can't sit here.
are the fake ones, of course.
I know,
Those are the fake Christians, right?
Well, to me personally, if someone asked me that, if God told you to take your son and offer him up like Abraham, would you do it? Well, I can tell you right now, I've never actually, heard another voice in my head except for my own reading voice. So if I did hear a voice, I'll let you know, but still waiting for that. I think it really comes down to perspective. If you're sitting there and you're having a full-on conversation with a voice, how do you know it's not schizophrenia? Well, again, how does one test that? How does one test if you hear a voice saying, "Oh, you go to the doctor. Let's try lobotomy first."
Let me put it to you this way, guys. I'm open to anything. All right, I've had.
So am I.
I'm too many experiences. If Lilith called to me and said, "Hey, you got to do this," or shit's gonna go down, I'm gonna at least give it some fucking thought. And considering how many experiences I've had that have led me to other people that I didn't know, and like it takes too damn long to get into. At the same token, if I had an experience that seemed like it was from God, even if it was from Yahweh, and it seemed like it was some kind of fucking warning, I'm gonna listen. Like, I'm not closed off to anything. I just don't trust people, bro.
I
It's that
agree.
simple.
I can agree.
And I don't
I
trust
can
the
agree.
institution. So that's what that is, man. So if you understand what I'm saying, that it's the institution, and I have no problem with anybody's individual faith, and that in that sense, we're on the same damn side. We have the same damn enemies. You know what I mean? Like, then I think you know we can come to an understanding, at least in that part. You know, because I still have the same.
Oh, trust me there, Twilight. I was there with you probably after the first time I ever heard you speak. Trust me, I really don't judge people because, you know, they live a certain way. That's not really the person, you know. I like to play the LARPing Christian, but in reality, I really do care about every human on the planet. It's just, you know, some people are worse than others, you know.
That makes you a real Christian in my eyes, and I respect that.
I'm no better than any other person on this planet who, you know, does wrong things. So,
and there are Christians I've met who aren't Christian, if you get what I'm saying.
oh, trust me, I can't tell you how many. You want to know why I don't go to church? Because it's probably been about 20, maybe not 20 years, probably about 17 years since I have found a church that I didn't find full of hypocrites. So there you go. If that don't tell you something about my own religion, then, you know.
And people can get all up in arms all they want, but I consider myself in some ways, you know, very much influenced by the teachings of Christ. Because and the fact that, like, no matter what I do, there's stuff that just doesn't go away. And I watch shit going on in the world, and I'll just like think of different verses that just come to me. And I haven't studied the damn Bible in so long, and it's just like, why won't this go away? And it's just like, it won't go away because it's burned into me. And it's like, you can make of that what you will. I don't know. I just know that, you know, I'll tell people, you know, like, why are things like they are? And like, I'll have the conversations like you have. Like, you and I have talked about a lot of things, and I'm not just having those conversations to have them. You know, like, why is it that it's so damn cool, you know? Like I told you, like, I don't see any actual evidence that he existed, but I believe, and in my eyes, I feel like I know that he did. You know, that's my belief. You know, I make it clear. But it's like we talked about, why is it so damn cool to mock him? Why is it so damn cool to you know, create all these theories about, you know, not just like, oh, we haven't found the evidence, but just they're so damn sure that he didn't exist. And they talk about, you know, there's all this shit in the Toledet Yeshu. And it's just like, what is this all about? Why do they have to have this, oh, he's going to come back as the Antichrist? Or he was a Messiah, but he's a false Messiah. And it's just like, you know, all the fucking comedy shows and all the, like, why do they want to destroy that spirit so bad? To me, there's a difference between not liking Christianity and having a problem with Christ. There's a very big difference between those two.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of reasons I can give you, but I mean, just for me personally, it's because, I mean, well, I mean, you would say I'm biased in it, but I mean, I believe in that Jesus Christ is.
But I'm not, brother.
I know you're not. I'm saying, like, the world in general usually is biased toward it.
I'm
so,
on the
I mean,
same page as you, big time.
Like,
and that's the thing. So
that's why I told you usually the first thing people think of when they hear of anything with the mentioning of Christ or anything about God or heaven or angels or Satan or Lucifer is, oh, well, you know, even if you're not gay or trans or anything like that, well, you're telling me I'm a bad person because, ooh, I stole an eraser when I was in school as a little kid. I shouldn't have known better. You know, I'm going to burn in hell. You know, I've had conversations with preachers in churches who have literally looked kids in the face and like, you're going to burn in hell because, you know, you didn't do this right at church. And it's like, that's right. The most fucked up thing. But again,
that's evil.
I find it that people find it too easy to automatically hate God and Jesus and everything because of the humanistic part of being, well, because, you know, the Bible says, you know, trust. You can trust certain people as teachers, but you can't trust everyone as teachers. So, I mean, you know, and no offense, not to throw out names here, should I trust Jack Talcott because he claims to be a Christian, or should I be wary just because everyone who claims that they're a brother in Christ really isn't, like Mr. Kenneth Copeland or Joel Osteen? I mean, again, you have to use your own discernment. And for me personally, I don't trust any human being. The only human I do trust is technically those who are very close to me and Jesus Christ. Because why? I know that for a fact at 9 years old, He saved my soul, and I can't give any other explanation other than those religious experiences. And I mean, again, you know, even with my own faith, dude, I can't sit here and tell you how many times I don't sit here and, God, do you really love me? God, do you even care about me? God, do you care about the world? But I mean, in the end, I know that I have no control about it. So it's either I keep the faith that people say I'm indoctrinated in, but in reality, I chose that faith. You know, I used to believe in space, you know, space ball. And, you know, I believed at one time we did come from monkeys, but after having a religious experience from only being in church for a small amount of time, and how my life worked out, dude, I can only tell you that, yes, I'm going to die believing in the name Jesus Christ, because I have no other explanation for why the world is the way it is. I cannot tell you why billionaire, you know, whats are able to get away with what they do and all the LARPs and things and all this other things that under observation, aliens are not fucking from another planet. They're demons or humans using fallen angel technology to psyop the world into thinking that you can boldly go where no one's fucking gone before. But, you know, I guess you'll find out when your alien saviors come. Right. You tell me, brother, because to me, it doesn't really matter what religion you're in. It's obviously, it's going a certain way, regardless of the LARP. Their LARP is going to be the way it goes, and either you're going to go with it or you're not going to be in it. That's all I have to say about it. And to me, it doesn't really matter what religion you're in. It's like I've said before many times, if we humans don't start coming together and actually collectively helping each other out, and especially your earth, you know, your earth, you know, may not look like it, but, you know, it's degrading around you. You know, there's a reason. I'm not saying global warming, but the point is your planet needs you, your planetoid, whatever you want to call it, your sphere, your snow globe, and the creatures on it, that whether God made it or evolution made it. I mean, unless you want these things to end up like the dinosaurs, except for this time it won't be an asteroid. If you care about your squirrels and, you know, everything else, you might want to actually start taking care of it, because, you know, I don't know about you, but when was the last time you went out to a major landfill? You know, have y'all been out there where there's, you know, hundreds of square miles of, you know, God knows what kind of filth and bacteria and trash that, you know, these animals go out here and eat? Well, buzzards are made to, you know, eat dead animals and bacteria. So they're, you know, things can evolve and change. Oh, well, that proves that, you know, there's no God.
Twilight.
Well, you know, I understand his viewpoint.
Oh, Nuero is back, though.
Point is obviously it doesn't matter what you believe in. Even if he believes in something like Lilith, the point is obviously wherever this is going with this progression that's been happening before we are born, and we're still, instead of maybe sitting here and arguing like I posted in the comments on TML's video the other night, instead of focusing on what maybe the thing that we're talking about is the conversation at hand is the most important thing, because at least if we can take someone like Twilight, someone, you know, who believes in different faiths, if we can all collectively agree on things that doesn't revolve and end in violence, isn't that the first step to making things better? Well, I mean, it seems like most of the conversations that we have, at least, we're always trying to defend how we feel. We're always trying to defend our viewpoint, our religious viewpoints, or this, but yeah, we're sitting here, we're supposed to be focusing on the problem. So, you know, that's my biggest thing, is let's focus on the task at hand instead of, you know, worrying about whether, you know, this person worships a spaghetti monster or whether I believe in Jesus Christ. What does it matter, as long as it's not perpetrating harm on the other person, and we're able to collectively figure out the problems that are, you know, obviously are not the top priority of the people who, you know, allegedly are the top 1% who, you know, run the world allegedly. Because, you know, I don't know about y'all, but when I walk outside and the sky doesn't look blue very much anymore, it's kind of a problem, you know. So that's my biggest thing.
Together again.
No, I don't know if you saw my comment, but no, I didn't leave. It glitched. No, that's exactly what I was saying earlier.
Kind of figured.
Like, at the end of the day, okay, if and when this materializes, like we all know it could, what then? What's the plan?
But that's the thing, is like, isn't your goal
are you going to allow them to do what they're going to do, or are you going to have some way of defending?
But
this might sound fucking crazy, but that's part of why I got into.
But hang on. But let me get serious with you here, Twilight. That depends on what we're. Okay, look, if you want to get serious on the LARP, take what they put in the movie of Resident Evil: The Final Chapter when you got Dr. Isaac sitting there at the board of Umbrella, and they're sitting there saying that we're going to end the world and we're going to reboot it in our image. And only the most richest of riches, like they put in your movies like 2012 and all these other world-ending movies.
2012, yeah. Exactly.
You know, where, engines start. They sit here and tell you that without 100 billion euros, you're not going to get in. Well, I mean, obviously, after a while of it constantly being put in your face, I mean, what can we do? Do you have 100 billion euros? Is Jesus Christ going to drop me 100 billion euros into my Cash App? Obviously not. So, I mean, if these people honestly, truly believe, hang on, if these
Maybe
people
33
honestly,
cents, though.
You just gotta start an OnlyFans, man.
Look,
Don't you know you want to be like Bonnie Blue?
I'm going to tell you, Twilight. Look, if my religion or no one's religions is true, and we really are just a bunch of space monkeys flying around here on a fucking space rock, and these people are able to go to Mars, me and you ain't going, and neither is anyone else who's on this fucking YouTube right now.
Why not?
I wouldn't want to go.
Because you're not fucking rich enough.
What's wrong? You don't want to go with Elon Musk?
No, fuck that guy.
Well, hold on. Here's the thing, though. But Twilight, don't you think that like the body is bad and the planet is bad and existence is bad? Like, don't we need to go like float in the ether?
Neuro Jack.
Transform
Who the fuck are you talking to, brother? You're starting to insult me now.
I'm not, because that's what Giorgiani. That's what Giorgiani says. That's what Giorgiani says.
He's got some of the Jesus Christ.
Giorgiani does not say that. That's crazy. No.
He does. He says that we need to transcend the body and stuff like that. Like the body is bad. And
say it's bad. He does not say that.
But I mean, Twilight, you have to admit that one of the biggest narratives that these, AKA, I'll just call them the elite. I don't care. I'm not going to go into 20,000 denominations or apostle tongues to identify them.
Origin confirms.
But I mean, let's be honest. These people obviously have a very strong notion that this is what they believe, that to be human is to be flawed, and the only way is to be like in the second Independence Day movie, or be like something in Star Trek. You have to transcend.
But you said that like this place is like a prison by Yahweh and all that shit. Right?
No, I don't believe.
Now you are trolling.
I've never believed that shit. And anyone who's listened to me for 5 minutes.
So help me understand, like, what's your problem? What's your problem? So what's your problem with believing that God created everything? Like, why is that so hard to accept?
I just don't believe that Yahweh is the only God. That's my.
Yeah, but you believe that there is a God, like a one true God, right?
Well, I don't believe in a God in the sense that you believe in a God. Like, it's very different. Like, my sense of God is not anthropomorphic. It's not like a creator. It's like God is like.
So you think God? So you think God is just like a soulless
thing?
He's just like a soulless creature that just like birthed us out or something, or what?
No, God is the essence of all things, visible and invisible. In this world and the world you can't see, like we be here a long damn time. But yeah. Like it's above God.
Okay, hang on. Can I put it this way? Did you completely reject Christianity, the notion of it at least, or the doctrine? Do you reject the doctrine of Christ, where at least if you have a mustard seed of faith, that you have a chance of being redeemed for your sins? Do you at least acknowledge that to your heart, like 100%? If you're put on the guillotine to be beheaded at the end times, where it says that you won't know what you're going to say for the last hour of your life until the Holy Spirit speaks to you, would you accept whatever the Holy Spirit gave you, and would you accept Jesus Christ on the guillotine? Just at least tell me that.
It's funny you asked me that, because I've actually contemplated this when I was younger, and at one time I would have told you I would have took the fucking guillotine.
So you wouldn't if tomorrow the Book of Revelation came true and Christians were
I mean, if I actually saw the shit happening, like then I might have to second think maybe that I was right the first round.
Why would you not want to? But why would you, if you already had that doctrine first? Like with me, look, dude, I have personal problems. Don't get me wrong. Like I said, I just want a 5-minute conversation with my creator. If I have one, I'm like Pathfinder from Apex Legends. If I'm looking for him, So again, the point is I accept that I have no control over my reality. To me, I don't know if my God actually walked among the cool breeze of the day in the Garden of Eden and gave a magical tree of good and evil. I don't know this because I didn't fucking exist.
Jesus originally.
Well, I definitely have a problem with that one.
There you go. See, we're going to get into the humanistics of how we pick apart what the book tells you. Well, again, none of us actually know the truth. So all I can do is put faith in what happened to me at that young age.
No,
and
it's just from my understanding. Like I believe that Christianity essentially was put together with. No, what I'm saying is like I think that Judaism was artificially rejoined to Christianity when originally it wasn't.
Maybe I should have rephrased the question. Did you reject Christ because you hate him in any way?
No, I rejected Yahweh, not Christ. I never rejected Christ.
But the Bible who teaches you says you cannot have the Son without the Father.
But that's only
but it's a part of a book that you claim that tells you about Christ, brother. I mean, no offense, but you can't sit here and claim to believe anything about Christ if the very book that tells you about him allegedly is in any way faulty or can't be trusted. Look, I have problems but I still haven't lost the faith.
Doctrine, though. That's the accepted doctrine.
Okay,
though.
but you know that same book tells you that when you on the day that you're judged, if you're here on Judgment Day, if you go and deny Christ, like he denied Christ 3 times. He's going to deny you. So, depart from me, ye workers of iniquity. I never knew you. Do you really want to hear those words?
Saying that, or is that actually Jesus saying that?
Well,
I'm going to put it this way, Reddington. Jesus Christ gave, in my perspective, humanity a third chance to get things right. Okay, God gave you the first chance with the Garden of Eden. We screwed up. He gave you a second chance when he flooded the earth. He gave you a third chance with Jesus Christ. So you better get it right now. So from my own perspective, I don't care if they're pulling out my fingernails, ripping out what bit of teeth and ligaments I got left in my diabetic body. I'm going to tell you right now, I will still die in the name of Jesus Christ, because I'm telling you, the way the world's going, you're going to either worship Lucifer, and they're not going to care about who your God is or whether you have one at all. You're going to worship their God or their way, or you're not going to go into the next dawn. I can tell you that. Now, whether or not that happens in our lifetime or our children's lifetime, I don't really care. But the point is, do you really want to fucking end up in cyberpunk or any of the other, Deus Ex kind of Machina's futuristic dystopian fucking police state, surveillance state worlds? Because
here's the point about it. Here's the point I'm driving towards, though, is
Minority Report, right? Minority Report.
Don't you, Lilith, and you, Red, to some degree, see that, you see, existence. Hold up. Here's the point. That's the point I'm driving towards.
That was a theory of the old Christians.
Okay, let me get my point out.
That's actually historical.
So here's the point
you're
I'm trying to
asking
get
me,
at.
I'm telling you.
Go ask all the evil pedophile elite Hollywood celebrities like Bob Saget. Oh, that's right, he fell and bumped his head, right? Go ask them whether they
he was
think
Jewish,
that or
wasn't he?
not. That's why they bashed Jesus Christ, right? That's why they bashed Jesus Christ when they kissed their golden idols, right?
Well,
because
I agree with that. No, they definitely hate
right.
Jesus.
That's why they dress up as Jesus and walk them around in gay parades, right? And have gay men twerking on them. Yeah.
Hold on, guys. Yeah, let's let Neuro come in.
So first of all, Bob Saget was just a bad little monkey not listening to the doctor when he said, "No more jumping on the bed."
You didn't do the F slur, did you?
But
I think Yahweh was the devil.
Okay, but seriously though, so here's the question for Red and Lilith. The question is this: so don't you see that that the body is trapping the divine spark, and this is kind of like a deception realm where we're all being deceived and all this kind of stuff?
That's
That's what
lends
Twilight
itself to
seemed to
soul
imply,
drafting.
though, because he's like, well,
Okay,
we're
I
being
guess
deceived by people, and we can't trust anything, and well, we can trust Lilith.
maybe the only way
No,
to
you're
prove
putting
it.
a lot
Hang
of
on,
words
hang
in
on.
my mouth.
Maybe the only way to prove it to people is that, like, maybe in 1,000 years after we're all, a bunch of corpses in the ground, and they can't no longer identify you by your bones because apparently there's not a difference between men and women anymore. You know, when people find out that maybe you probably can't go to another planet, and really they just all went underground, maybe they'll understand by then.
Probably be too late by then.
A little too late, but keep reaching for the stars, while they hide things in your oceans.
So help me understand, like why do you say that, like what's the splitting hairs about, like, Yahweh is the devil but the Lucifer is God, like the good guy? Like, where is that coming from? Because that seems like some mental gymnastics of like you're just basically going in a roundabout way to say, like, Jesus isn't the Son of God, he doesn't have the essence of God. Like, why don't you just say that? Because that's like what you're really trying to get at, right?
Yahweh is not Jesus' father.
Okay, well, but okay, so who is his father then? Set or something, or what? Like, what are we saying here?
No.
No,
Okay, so
mystery, right?
okay, all right, let's boil it down. Who is Jesus' father according to you?
That's the one that can't be named that I was talking about.
Okay, so
Mystery.
why don't you just read the Bible with that God?
Or the absolute. It's called the originator or the absolute.
Okay, so why don't you just read the Bible and say that Yahweh is that God rather than try to, like, do all the mental gymnastics of, like?
Because he's not.
Because that would be importing in Jewish Kabbalism, right?
I mean, because really what you're saying is, like, Yahweh is Baal. Why don't you just say that? Isn't that what you're really just trying to say?
That's actually accurate. So yeah, I will say that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so why don't you just say that rather than do all these mental, like, gymnastics to, like, skip
Because
around
Baal
that?
was the devil. So I mean, really not. Like, Baal was literally the enemy of.
But see, this is the thing is, like, where's your evidence for your interpretation? Hold on. Where's your evidence? Where's your evidence for
I've
that?
already told you that Baal and Yahweh were, like, indistinguishable. And I've already told you that Edom and Israel were at war.
So
and
what's
you
the
didn't listen
primary?
and I gave you sources for like an hour, and you didn't take any of them down.
No, hold on. What's your primary source?
I just
What's your
told
primary
you.
source for that
for like
claim?
an hour.
Hang on.
Just give me one. Give me the first source.
So Twilight,
Give me
wait,
one primary
for an
source
hour.
for that interpretation.
I gave it to you for an hour.
Just give me
you,
one. Just give me
you
one.
trust sources. You trust sources from other men, but you don't trust the source of the Bible, which was written by other men.
From a man.
I'm so confused. You're like the trans people who sit here and threaten to kill me because they say I will never tell my child that he should cut off his penis.
I looked at many sources.
Hang on. But I just don't understand. You say cite the sources. Cite the sources. Cite the sources. What's the difference between a book that was written whatever how many years ago by different people that's telling you that God the Father, but you're sitting here saying that it's not the Father that the Bible tells you, and so you trust the source of whoever from our lifetimes allegedly, but you don't trust a source of a book that was written before you were ever a sperm in your daddy's ball sack. So I'm just confused on why you would abandon a loving doctrine if you can remove the religious problems with Christianity and only look at it from the love of the doctrine of Jesus Christ, which is
You think Yahweh is loving?
Okay, well, that's right. You're just a bad person.
Show me the love of Yahweh.
You're just going to burn in hell. You're just going to burn in hell because you want to be gay for a day. You want to be gay for a day, so you're going to burn in hell for that.
Yahweh, and I'll find out.
Don't dick off. Don't go dick off.
You know that the Judeans and the Israelites were
are you
fighting.
sure?
You know that?
So are you
Look
sure?
at what Edom was. Edom
so are you sure
is modern Jewry according to the
that's
Jewish
why
encyclopedia.
you reject it, right?
According to the Jewish encyclopedia,
according to Lilith, in
the Phoenician records of
who
the Canaanites,
made the earth?
The Phoenician Canaanites
according to Lilith, who made the earth?
Following Yahweh in the Old Testament, a first examination of the biblical and extra-biblical data. Okay? This study concludes that the term habital in the Old Testament is not a uniformly understood proper noun, but a type.
It sounds like. Never mind. I'm just gonna leave it there.
No. Okay. So let me make sure I get this right. Trust the Jewish encyclopedia, but not the Bible. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, you know, the Jewish encyclopedia was written by Jews, and the Old Testament was written by Jews. So, let me see here. They're both written by Jews.
Well, I disagree. We don't think that the people who wrote the Bible were Jews in the.
You're right. They're Edomites. Even better. Yes, sir.
Look at there. But you're still thinking in the terms of humanistic properties.
I'm thinking that they were written by people. So unless God
again,
came from the sky,
if there's an almighty God, and all of us here are human beings, wouldn't God want a relationship with all of his creations? Well, people say the same thing about the people who died during Noah's flood. Well, what about all them people? Maybe God did give them an opening.
They told me that I can have kids. I'm having me some twins.
The point is you're not God. None of us are God. So it's going to be just. Oh yeah, sure you are. All right, that's why I hear a goddamn alarm beep, and every time you're on a stream most of the time, right?
That's my lark.
Anyway,
it's too loud to hear it. Anyways,
I love you. I love you with all my heart because whether or not Christ is real, I care about you.
Man. I believe Christ is real. I do believe it.
Well, sure, we need to get together and have a barbecue or something. And
I agree.
Bring the barbecue sauce.
We get us some barbecues and some mushy rooms. Yes, sir. Hail Lucifer. Praise Jesus.
Get some of them.
Glory be to Hanuman. Glory be to Allah. Can't we all just be nice?
That's right. Just like Jack Nicholson and Mars Attack. Can't we all get along? That's right. Right before they stuck the little silver hand through his chest and set up their little Mars flag like Elon Musk, right?
Well, we got an elder here to clear things up for us. So.
Oh shit.
Oh god.
Oh god.
Oh yeah.
All right. So before we get off this topic, I just want to ask one more time to make sure I'm clear. So you don't trust the Jews who wrote the Bible, but you trust.
Do you want me to send you the sources you're asking for? Because I got them in PDF format and EPUB.
So hold on. The Jews
and convenience.
So we trust the Jews that dug up the. Hold on. We trust the. Hold on. We trust the Jews that dug up the. We trust the Jews that. Hold on. Let me make my point.
I'm part of the equation, sir.
Make insane asylums great again. Make insane asylums great again.
So we trust the Jews that dug up
here in aisle 3.
We trust the Jews that dug up the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Lucifer is God. Why can't you?
But not the hundreds of people that wrote about Jesus.
Did you know that Christ called
lifetime.
himself Lucifer in Revelation chapter 22?
Hold on. So we're trusting.
Revelation chapter 22. Jesus refers to himself as Lucifer.
So we trust Alice Bailey and hold on. We trust Alice Bailey and like the Dead Sea Scrolls, but we don't trust like.
You're ignorant of the topic.
Twilight. I hate to tell you, but you must not know Lucifer very well because Lucifer would tell you straight up, "I'm from God. I just don't like him. I hate him." So you must not know Lucifer all that well.
Lucifer,
I guarantee you. Lucifer wants you in hell.
What's ignorant about what I said?
What the fuck, Origin? Can you come up here, comrade, please? For the love of.
Maybe Lucifer. Maybe Lucifer would be like from the TV show, and he'll have gay orgies. Maybe he'll have gay orgies.
For the love of Lucy.
Oh, that's right. I love Lucy, right?
Ave Lilith. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Baby.
Lucy.
Lucille Ball.
Show me where in the Bible it says Lucifer was created.
According to Rocky, she was probably a transgender.
Boom.
So.
Look, I am having my twins. You don't tell me nothing about that. All right.
So where am I getting it wrong? Like, where am I getting it wrong that you don't trust the people who lived in Jesus' lifetime? You trust the people that
lived in Jesus' lifetime.
It's just funny that Twilight, for me as a Christian, hang on, Neuro.
Did you just say prove that they didn't? Did I just
yes? But
Oh my God.
Twilight. For me as a Christian, my problem is, okay, you sit here and say, why do people bash Jesus Christ? Why is he one of the first people that people will
But
have
I'm not
no
bashing
problem?
Jesus Christ,
Hang
brother.
on, I'm not
That's
talking
what I don't
about you.
understand. What
Did I say
now?
you? Did I say you? Beep beep. No, I didn't. Shut up.
My bad, brother man. My bad, brother man.
Peep.
Anyway, yeah, shut up, Richie.
I'm sorry, brother man.
That gets me.
You're
every
good.
time.
You're good. You're good. Dude. You sit there and said, why do people bash Jesus Christ and hate him so much? Well, for me as a Christian, I see it as because obviously it is the truth, the way, the truth, and life. And obviously they hate this man so much that if they can have Lil Nas X go and dance as a gay Jesus, a gay black Jesus, it will be praised, it will be sponsored and paid for. But larpy. So you tell me, okay, people use the same thing about Muhammad, but or anything else, any other actual gods like Buddha. Well, to me, it has to be the truth. Why is it that you don't see people go and put on a fat Buddha costume at a Grammy Awards? It's always why is Sam Smith, who was somewhat normal, starts making satanic music? Gets on stage and has nothing. I mean, look at your fucking game awards. Look at all these game awards where they go out here at the Olympics and do these big, huge shows with these, things. I mean, come on, dude.
Here's a better question. Where did you read that Jesus is Lucifer? Where'd you find that at? Is that in the Talmud or where's that at?
It's no in Revel. I didn't say it's Lucifer. I said in Revelation 22 he refers to himself as the morning star.
Okay, but I'm pretty sure that there's like hundreds of people who wrote about that line that were Christians, and how come you don't listen to their interpretation of what was being said?
You mean to cover it up? Yeah. Of course.
So okay, so why would you trust like Alice Bailey's interpretation of that, or like all these other?
If we're gonna start
Dead Sea
talking
Scrolls?
about this dumb shit again, like I'm not gonna answer.
It's not dumb shit. That's what they say. That's what they say. That's what they say.
Nothing to do with her. Well, it has nothing to do with her.
But they say the same thing as
Chinese
you,
water
right?
torture, bro.
But that's the same thing that they say, right?
No offense,
so Alice Bailey agrees with you, but hundreds of Christian writers don't. That's not important.
There are some. Alice Bailey has her own interpretation.
Right.
Alice Bailey believes in
every
Messiah.
occultist has their own interpretation. That's my point.
Alice Bailey believes in a world teacher and all that shit. I don't. So it's
Okay, but every occultist has their own interpretation, right?
Sure.
So that's what you're really saying. So you're saying that everybody just make up whatever bullshit they want, and that's how we're all going to live. I mean, just say that. That's a lot easier, right?
Well, no. Alice Bailey.
I'm not picking on you. I'm not picking on you. I'm just saying, like, this is the consequences of what. This is the consequences of what you're saying, though, right? Like, this is the consequence of what.
Yeah, can you?
The problem is when someone makes up bullshit and then starts killing people for that bullshit.
Why is that bad?
No, that's
Why is
fine.
that bad? Tell me, hold on. Why is that bad? Why is that bad?
Reddington. If
No,
we're
it's
hang on,
it's justifiable.
if we're
It's
hang on,
justifiable.
shut up. Reggie, if we're all a bunch of space monkeys who can go to Mars, killing isn't bad because it's only what you say is bad, right? Just like what you find funny.
Yeah, it's just feelings, man.
Right? Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
to quote Hank,
We'll
truth
be
is
there.
just a
Remember,
feeling.
I Am Legend. You and I will be there, and I Am Legend. We'll have the flamethrowers.
Truth is just a feeling, as Hank says, right? Truth is just a feeling.
I have a feeling there.
No,
We're gonna meet each other in the end, man. We'll be there in the end, brother.
I won't be an I Am Legend. I'll be that dude in World War Z who's sitting there drinking the beer because I have a terminal illness while all the zombies are chasing y'all.
You mean Yahweh?
Down the hallway, but point is still stands. Anyway, I plead the 5th or the 666th. You tell me.
What? It's the number of man.
I'm just gonna tell you, Twilight. I love you. You're my brother in Christ, and I hope to see you at the gates. Okay.
Hey, man, I'm with you on that.
Because remember, even a mustard seed of faith is better than none at all. So I hope if you honestly do have the truth of Jesus Christ written on your heart, if it hasn't all been erased off by Satan, I really do hope that if at least my version of the Bible is right, I do hope to see you there. I pray to hope, I have faith that I'll see you there. Again, mustard seed is better than none. So, but my Jesus isn't real.
No, I'm
just following. Like I'm just following the yellow brick road, right? Maybe I'll find the wizard behind the curtain. Come on, Dorothy.
I can tell you with complete honesty, I never once have been mad at Jesus. Never. And I know a lot of people that were really manipulated.
You know why? You know why I believe you? You know why I believe you? Because you haven't changed your fucking battery.
Right.
I'm just picking with you, dude. I'm just picking. Trust me, dude. I have demons
Really
at my back every single day.
typo.
I'm fighting off the Dementors every fucking day. I can guarantee you that, brother.
My issue is not with God; it's with man.
Oh, me too. But I can tell you, the spiritual is there even when you don't think it is. You may think you're alone, but you see, you're just saying that you openly talk to one. So I'm just curious, as someone who is petrified by one who literally tried to body snatcher me, or suck the energy out of my soul. Because in fact, I've had a succubus attack me multiple times in my dream, and I can tell you, I didn't enjoy being raped by one when it wasn't my wife. So you can tell Lilith to fuck off. With love.
Well,
I'm just saying. I love you, but may as they say in the movies, may the power of Christ compel you.
Right.
I just hope that you're on our side at the end, because I'm going to tell you, what you're wanting or what you believe in is exactly the kind of mindset of many other people that won't name, that are around, that are always around, that are I meet every day in my life, meet around, see on the internet, hear on the internet, watch on the internet. I can tell you just about maybe 70%'s there. Maybe. It's not all matrixy, not everyone's ready to go, and like Pinoid says in the pods, but how much do they have to be little frogs in the boiling pot and turn up the heat before you notice you're starting to smolder like marshmallows? I don't know, you tell me. It's getting pretty hot, like they say, right? Like Al Gore said back when I was a fucking child, boy, sure is getting hot. But no, let's go ahead and continue making all these industrial revolutions, right? Keep going out there and buy your new iPhone 2550.
Yeah,
I don't know what to tell you, Twilight. I guess you could say that we are teaming up kind of in ways as Christians, but we're just curious to find out how they're doing it, because they're doing it. If you want to say from our perspective as Christians, a true Christian, like for me, yes, there's a satanic agenda on the world to get every man, because I don't believe very many children are going to be here, if any at all, are about to be forced to do one of the most craziest things that humanity's ever been, and they're either going to use aliens or technology to do it. And it's going to be, you either do it or because you're not going to Elysium, I can tell you that. You're not going to be Matt Damon, whatever his name is. Still the point is, you're not going to be him. So again, it's taking them too long. But again, if my God isn't real, then tell me from your perspective, what's holding them back? Why haven't they done it? Why don't they just send out the new, 20, 35 Gestapos and just get it done? Like, so many, even I sit here and ask, what's taking so long? If my God isn't real and he isn't holding back the evil until he gives enough people or whatever, spiritual chess game him and whatever is playing, why it's taking so long? I mean, I don't know. The point is that still there's people who obviously think that it's obviously going to go their way, and it's not for the best interest of me and you and people who just want to live on the good earth while we still have it. But I can tell you it's poisoned as long as the creatures who live on it, including us, because allegedly they're putting stuff in your everyday consumptions. But again, how much of it is a LARP? How much of it do you have to constantly see and, hear the evidence and, have it presented in front of you before the human consciousness just goes, uh-oh, why is the sky dark? I don't know. Go ask Bill Gates.
Right. No, I get you, man. We're on the same. we're on the same page. We're on the same team. Believe it or not, regardless of
But you know, keep watching your Andrew Wilsons, and maybe you too can star in a Hollywood blockbuster movie starring Mark Wahlberg. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
When are we gonna
do not redeem?
Besides Satan.
Yeah, I mean, we really
Did you
need
know
to
the
like
Chinese characters
take this shit seriously and realize we're all in it together. Kind of day, man.
The Chinese characters have the gospel of Christ written in. They're in the Chinese characters. The flood, Adam and Eve, all that's in the ancient Chinese characters.
Yes.
So the Chinese can simply read in their own language and receive the gospel through their language.
Well, I can tell you this, Rocky. There's one thing that that's not very commonly talked about. You know how many people in feudal Japan were beheaded by samurai because of their faith in Christ? A lot of people are just like, oh, Japan, ooh, samurai, ooh, ninja, ooh, kunai, ooh, Naruto. Like, no, like people were willing to get their heads also chopped off over there for that. So, if that ain't enough to give you faith, what will, right?
Yeah. The Japanese characters also have the gospel in them, I believe, and the Chinese.
Well, I've heard it. They'll just say it's a white man's religion. That's why, because the friars went over there and spread the gospel. So
the Chinese language is certainly one of the most ancient, going back around 4,500 years, and is probably the world's most ancient language in continuous use. So, if the Bible is truly the Word of God and expresses the plan and purpose of God for all mankind, where do the Chinese people fit into this great plan? There are many Chinese who simply regard the Bible as a Western book, written for a Western people with their Western religion. But as we shall see, nothing could be further from the truth. Indeed, the Bible is a book with a message that is universal. It contains God's plan for people of all nations. God has a plan for the people of China as well as all other nations on earth. This presentation shows that there is a strong connection between the Bible message and the development of the Chinese language, that God's message of salvation for all mankind is embedded into the characters used to develop the written language of the Chinese people, which reaches back to the greatest antiquity. Contrary to the belief that the Bible is a Western book written for a Western religion, the Old Testament was mostly written in the Hebrew language, with the New Testament written in Greek. Ancient Hebrew was written in pictographic form, which means that picture symbols were used to convey the thoughts and ideas being expressed, similar to the use of pictographic symbols in the Chinese language today. According to the first book of the Bible, the book of Genesis, that is, the book of origins or beginnings, chapter 10, God divided the nations after the flood at the time of Noah. In Genesis 10, verse 32, we read, "These are the families of the sons of Noah after their generations in their nations, and by these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood." In chapter 11 of Genesis, the Bible describes the Tower of Babel, where the early world united to build a tower that would reach heaven. The Bible states that the world was all of one language at that stage. However, God was not impressed with their motives. He confounded their languages, and the people were scattered abroad from that point. It was during this time frame that the first instances of written languages emerged. Archaeological discoveries place the earliest culture in China between 5000 and 3000 BC. This was the primitive Yangshao culture. However, the invention of writing using pictographic characters is attributed to the Longshan culture, which followed the Yangshao period between 3000 and 2000 BC. The beginning of their writings is dated around the middle of the period, which places the invention of the Chinese characters in the same time frame as the scattering from the Tower of Babel. That is between 2300 and 2200 BC. Could it be that the peoples who would populate China migrated from the Mesopotamian area in the second millennium BC, bringing the development of writing with them, and along with the writing, the knowledge of the Almighty God, who divided the nations and scattered them abroad? The ancient Chinese character for the word migrate provides us with interesting evidence. Of course, the word migrate means to move residence from one place to another. The Chinese character is composed of 4 basic pictograms: great, division, west, and walk. This character and what it is represented by matches fully with the Bible book of Genesis. The Great Division refers to the Tower of Babel event that led to the scattering of the nations as recorded in Genesis 11. This event took place in Mesopotamia, which is west of China, and this event triggered the Great Walk or Trek from west to east to populate what we now know today as the land of China. Although the composition of the word migrate would seem to indicate a connection with the Bible account in Genesis, if we consider the people of China migrated eastward from Mesopotamia in the west, one piece of character evidence is hardly conclusive alone. Nevertheless, as we shall see, there is a wealth of evidence that points to such an extraordinary conclusion. For example, if we follow the theme of Genesis and consider the ancient Chinese character for west, we discover another amazing link. The character for west is composed of 3 basic pictograms: 1, person, and enclosed or walled garden. When we compare this with the Bible narrative, we have a remarkable correspondence with the Bible account of Adam. The Bible declares that God formed Adam, one person, and placed him in a special enclosed garden called the Garden of Eden. The Garden of Eden lies west of China. Why have these symbols been chosen to represent west? How did they originate? Who chose them? What was the purpose? These are intriguing and vital questions. There appears to be no logical reason to associate these terms, one, person, and enclosed garden, with the word west, apart from the Bible account. Now, if the book of Genesis truly provided the basis of the development of the ancient Chinese characters, what can we find about the question of creation? When we examine the ancient Chinese character for create, we find it is composed of the pictograms for talk and walk. We are given an ability to communicate through language. We talk. In fact, our ability to communicate through intelligent speech at the highest level in the natural realm enables us to be successful. We also have the fundamental ability to move through walking. The ancient Chinese character for talk explains this in itself, being made up of 3 pictograms: dust, breath or mouth, and alive. This corresponds 100% with the Bible account. The Bible states that God breathed into man the breath of life and he became a living soul, as recorded in Genesis 2 verse 7. The Hebrew word for soul is nephesh, literally one that breathes. We live and breathe. Nevertheless, the Bible also explains that inherently we are made of the dust of the earth. The Bible declares that the first type of man is made of the dust, that is a carnal, temporal, mortal nature. When we examine the ancient Chinese character for first, we find it is made up of 3 separate pictograms: dust, man, and alive. So let's recap on what we've seen so far in the ancient Chinese characters. Firstly, God created man out of the dust. Number 2, God breathed into man the breath of life. Number 3, man became a living soul. Number 4, God put the first type of man, that is Adam, in a special enclosed garden. Number 5, the garden was situated in the west. This is an accurate parallel description of Genesis 2 verses 7 through to 8. Now, what about the rest of the Bible account concerning the Garden of Eden? Why did God create man? What was God's purpose? How did things develop between God and man in the garden? The Bible teaches that God created man in his image, that is, to reveal his nature through man. The ancient Chinese pictograms for reveal and man and garden make up the character for God. Thus we see God's purpose is to reveal himself to the man whom he formed and placed in the garden. Combining the pictograms for God and one and man and garden forms the character for happiness or blessing. God set up a special relationship with the man Adam to bring happiness and blessing. We read in Genesis 2 verse 20, "And Adam gave names to all cattle and to the fowl of the air and to every beast of the field. But for Adam it was not found an help meet for him." In verse 21, "And the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh instead thereof." And in verse 22, "And the rib which the Lord God had taken from man made he a woman, and brought her unto the man." When the Chinese pictograms for West and woman are combined, they form the word for want, desire, or necessity. God provided for Adam's desire to share with the woman as a compatible partner in the garden, what the Bible calls an help meet. Recall that the ancient Chinese character for West is formed by the pictograms for one, person, and enclosed garden. The garden refers to the Garden of Eden, within which one man, Adam, appointed by God, resided. The composition of one, person, and enclosed garden, represented by West, with the addition of the woman, fulfills the want, desire, necessity of Adam. God established a simple covenant with Adam in the garden. We read in Genesis 2 verse 9, "And out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food, the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil." Verse 16, And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, Of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat. Verse 17. But of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it, for in the day that thou eatest thereof thou shalt surely die. Combining the pictograms for two trees and command forms the character for the word forbidden. This provides a summary of the conditions of the Edenic covenant. Of the two principal trees in the garden, God commanded that Adam did not touch the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. This simple covenant was based on obedience to the word of God. God endowed man with a free will, but he forewarned of the consequences of disobeying his command. How extraordinary that the Chinese pictograms for two trees and command should be used to compose the word forbidden. There is no logic in this apart from the Bible narrative in Genesis. As the narrative of Adam and the woman, whom he called Eve, continues, a very significant development took place. In Genesis chapter 3, another party entered the scene. Reading from Genesis chapter 3 and starting in verse 1. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath God said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die. For God doth know that in the day you eat thereof, then your eyes shall be open, and you shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. And the eyes of them both were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together, and made themselves aprons. As a consequence, God judged the serpent, Adam, and Eve. He declared that the serpent, also known as Satan, the enemy, the deceiver, would be cursed forever, and that the seed of the woman would be eventually raised up to destroy him. Death passed to Adam and Eve, as God had previously declared, and sorrows were to follow. The earth would no longer yield its fruit to Adam and his descendants. Instead would come up thorns and thistles. Eventually man would turn back to the dust from which he was created. Yet God instituted a redemptive plan, a way back through the seed of the woman. This would form the great unfolding of God's purpose to reconcile his creation back to himself. This is the whole purpose of the gospel message through Jesus Christ, the Savior of mankind. Amazingly and wholly consistent with the message of the Bible, the following ancient Chinese pictographic characters tell the continuing story. The ancient Chinese pictograms for life or motion, and secret or private, and garden, and man form the character for devil or Satan. This is an appropriate description of how Satan entered into the garden by stealth and subtlety. The pictograms for cover and two trees and devil form the character for tempter, an accurate description of what Satan did in the garden by tempting Eve. The pictograms for two trees and woman form the character to covet or desire. The woman was tempted by Satan, and she coveted or desired the forbidden fruit. The pictograms for man and fruit form the character naked. Having partaken of the forbidden fruit, Adam and Eve realized their nakedness before God. The pictograms for peace and two trees form the character for pain. Partaking of the forbidden fruit, Adam and Eve would experience pain as a consequence. The pictograms for ancient and weeds form the character sorrow. Thorns and thistles would come up instead of productive fruit. Man's disobedience to God's command brought sorrow into the world. Adam and Eve were expelled from the garden, but God showed them that the way back, to be reconciled to God, a perfect sacrifice was required, a sacrifice that God would provide. The pictograms for hand and spear or lance forms the character for me. This illustrates that death is a consequence of disobedience, that is, sin against God's command. This is for every person, for you and for me, for all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. The pictograms for sheep and me form the character righteousness. This is exactly what the Bible teaches, that God would send his Son, Jesus Christ, as the perfect Lamb of God without spot, to give his body and shed his blood on our behalf, to secure a reconciliation back to God. We read in John chapter 1 and verse 29, The next day John seeth Jesus coming unto him, and saith, Behold, the Lamb of God, which taketh away the sin of the world. The people of China knew of the one true and almighty God from ancient times, from the second millennium BC, and they knew that the sacrifice was required to be reconciled to him. During the first three dynasties of China, the Xia, Shang, and Zhou, the Chinese people worshipped the supreme god Shangdi. A yearly sacrifice was made called the sacrifice at the border. Perhaps this sacrifice looked back at the expulsion from Eden and later the scattering from Babel. Interestingly, in Beijing there is a special temple called the Temple of Heaven. It is arranged with three separate parts on a similar basis to the design of the tabernacle. Inside there are no idols. This is dedicated to the supreme God. To the majority of people today, this supreme God remains an unknown God. Yet the Bible reveals the true God through Jesus Christ, God in the flesh, Emmanuel, God with us. He invites us to come to know him. Clearly, the inventors of the ancient Chinese characters had an intimate knowledge of the story recorded in the early chapters of Genesis. The pictograms forming the Chinese writings tell the story of God's creation of man, the fall, and the promise of eventual redemption. It seems that the progenitors of the Chinese people came from the Mesopotamian region, bringing with them the spoken traditions and the acquaintance with the one true Almighty God. In the process of time, monotheism, or the worship of one God, gave way to polytheism, or the worship of many gods. But in these latter days, the time of the gospel of Jesus Christ, the truth of the Almighty God is being revealed to the people of China, as well as all other nations on earth. Truly, this is an amazing story of the providence of the true and Almighty God, the God of the Bible, the God who created mankind for a great and a mighty purpose, that we might discover the true reason for our lives, to come to know him through his Son Jesus Christ, and to eventually bear his image. God spoke the worlds into being through his word. The examples we have seen in the writings of ancient China bear witness to the power of God's word in the greatest story ever told. There is an old saying that every picture tells a story. The gospel message preserved in the Chinese characters after some 4,500 years continues to bear witness to this greatest of stories.
Yeah, thank you for that, Rocky. Very sleep-inducing music, though. I'll let you know. It's very late at night. I mean, but yeah, blessings to you, sir. Thank you for that. Definitely stuff that we've covered on the show before, in terms of unseen warfare and also Shang-Di from the ancient Chinese legends. Oh, whoops!
I I just ran into that not too long ago. I thought it was interesting, very interesting.
We all just trying to figure out who they is.
Yeah, we're gonna switch to the Tao Te Ching here, and I'm gonna play some music, and yeah, we'll move right along. I think a lot of the introduction segment is gonna be expanded on in the next show. You know, we're looking at more of Kant and the French Revolution and all of those ideas. I mean, of course, we'll be looking at Skolimowski and ellul, right? So you know, I think we'll have time to get all that. But also, the reason I'm gonna just kind of keep it moving along here is because actually on Friday, okay, we're gonna do a special show. I'll announce it again at the end. I should have announced it at the beginning of the show, but kind of fucked that up. But yeah, we'll do a show on Friday night, July 4th. We got a little July 4th show, right? So we'll figure that one out as it goes. We'll figure that out. But yeah, here's a little musical break for you guys. Blessings. And yeah, we'll be back in a little bit.
All right. Music time.
You see, the deep space beam is useless. All channels. All I can get is static or variations on the central musical rhythm. We're cut off. I'm still keeping several channels open for incoming calls, however. Maybe someone will listen in and be able to tell we're in trouble.
That leaves us with only one choice. Somehow we're going to have to make contact with this thing. Tell it what it's doing. Make it understand. Do you think it's capable of communicating?
If so, Captain. Several attempts I've made. If it does comprehend, it is choosing to ignore our voices and codes and screen signs that displayed throughout the ship. Can't we fight back somehow, Spock? Fight with your sound. How? We can overpower it with more sound. That might drive us insane or deaf. It might also anger. It might find the blast of artificial sound challenging by the power of its own mind. I can't imagine what its religious response is.
Everyone okay? That one hurt. Half the transparent facings on my instruments are gone.
Damage reports coming in from all over the ship.
The danger is no longer theoretical. The creature appears able to reproduce any frequency it desires. Human beings are potentially capable of astronomical
We've got to make contact somehow. There's got to be a way. Is there a way?
a few minutes ago, considering that
Yeah, 420. Shout out to Scrapes. Walter Gross, what's up? Big up Kuma, Mission G.
Don't give up on me, baby. I know sometimes you wonder if I'm dead or alive. I wish that I could send you my love with letters in the sky to let you know that I'm alright. You always on my mind, even though I'm out of sight. Real love never dies. Every day I exercise my memory and put you next to me. We can't fight destiny. Play your hand, whatever it be. Commit the felonies, trying to feed the family. Everybody hating me. It's love, actually.
Honey, we was walking down the Champs-Élysées, sipping on Vino, you was all in your Burberry's Vuitton couture. Want my future with you now, want you on my futon. I mean, wait till they do you self, you know I'm on my God. She don't be no, I'll be on train like the Jaco. Let's make up, breakfast in bed, you wake up, no makeup necessary, keep it raw, rough and rugged, make you quake up, yeah.
I'm speaking honestly. I do what I gotta do just to be who I gotta be. Make a mockery, deep in the debauchery. But I'm rich, cause I got the penny every time you thought of me. Fuck a bitch, that's how they taught a G. But you got me talking awkwardly and walking next to you. Sometimes it's hard for me. But you my guardian angel, you always follow me. And I'll die for you, death before dishonor, G.
naysayers. I pray for paradox. Anti, commit time to one rise, no flaws, rebel applause and high five. High five, it's no job, it's all good vibes. Riding on the baseline, define when I break bonds. You can't hold me, hoax. I'm too holy smokes, let go of me. I'm one of the only hopes that bonafide lonely ghost coat was phony. They really like me, should've won a Tony. Could've would've, but that ball trick skipped across the field, hit the goalie. Best loss I ever suffered. Nice, fickle and flustered. Psychology, psych myself out of many mental disorders. Novus autocyclorum, they can't avoid us. Voices swear, poor boys, not a void of hell. Clairvoyance, delusion, more so than sales. Focus, screw intrusion, all that bogus
Taste the love, prime minister to the wet sinister misses. Develop the plot to bust tops at these visitors. Chemistry set underneath the jail premises. She lit a pest, they get excited about flexing theirs. Missing the point, speeding down, holding pitchforks. Unlock the fort by force, call force a leg by. Energies of the lost, peacekeeper charm. Beast ether calm, then flex to ether bone. Tinker free a song. Beaker measure pure MTC. Device we on or off. Spit through contact, enter the body at 100 degrees. Crack Celsius, flood of the streets. Remain humble as we unearth trees.
Fake juggles, black juggles, squeeze through the ozone.
Yeah, blessings. Let's move to the Tao Te Ching. Now, obviously, as we talked about before, space is infinitely full. Okay. Any finite division is infinite. I mean, any finite boundary is infinite divisions. Okay. So what you can take out of it is more than what you can put in, right? What you can take out of nothingness is more than what you can put into it. Okay, so nothingness is what you use, right? So here we move to looking at this phenomenon. Okay, that was predicted that basically physics and all this stuff, they would come to the same conclusion, right? Oh, whoops. I gotta scroll up here. So it says here. Oh yeah, we got the well here. Jesus at the well here. Okay. And it says, the ancient sage, follower of the way, said, the way is like an empty vessel that may be drawn from without ever needing to be filled. Right? Great emptiness seems full without ever needing to be filled, right? It is like deep pool that never dies. Oh, I'm sorry, dries. Excuse me. And the way, when he became flesh, said to the woman at the well, I believe this is in John, whoever drinks of the water that I shall give him shall never thirst, but the water that I shall give him shall become in him a well of water springing up into unending life. Before you can drink of a still pool concealed under the ground of sorrow, you must become like the pool. Become like the water, which you can flow down. The water the water has one law to follow, and it never fails to follow it. People too have laws to follow, laws of the universe not invented by man. Simple laws, yet unchanging, inexorable. There can be no others. There can be none better. Not even the maker of the universe will change you unless you change your mind, unless you abandon the path of avarice, sensual pleasure, and self-exaltation. Unless you collapse, fold in on yourself, and open out of yourself. Unless you release everything, redirect all of your energy, despoil yourself of all that is not of the way, strip your heart of all created things, Renounce your will, inclinations, whims, fancies, and allow yourself to be carried by him downstream. Down to the still pool, drinking of which you will never thirst again. So by emptying, you become full. Right? By dying to this world, you become eternally reborn. Right? So, Jesus, like when he's walking on the water, right? He's mastered the forces of nature. Right? So everybody is still using the man-made structures to, go against the forces of nature. Right? Whereas he becomes still as the water is and just walks on the water. He tells the storm to stop, Aaron. So let me go to Crowley. Okay, establishing the law of freedom. One man daring is executed. Another not daring liveth. It will seem as if one course were profitable and the other detrimental, yet when heaven smiteth a man, who shall assign the cause thereof? Therefore the sage is diffident. The Tao of heaven contendeth not, yet it overcometh. It is silent, yet its needs is answered. It summoneth none, but all men come to it of their own free will. Its method is quietness, yet its will is efficient. Large are the meshes of heaven's net, wide open, yet letting none escape. Okay, let's go to 74. And of course, he's using freedom and restraint in very interesting ways, right? Right. Think about how the word freedom applies to this. It's about self-mastery. Obviously, one may say that freedom is following God's will, right? Because that's when you attune to your highest nature, right? But then there's people who, have freedom and abuse it, right? And then there's people who can't master their, themselves. They're enslaved by their own desires, right? So to them, they either don't have free will or, free will is not good for them. Right. So how does freedom relate to, your potential? And as he says here, contending not, but overcoming. Because the essence of freedom isn't not contending, right? But also in mastering yourself. Was I reading the next chapter? Where am I here? Oh yeah, restraint. I was just commenting on this term restraint because this term restraint has a lot to do with the idea of freedom within the Tao. Restraint, and this is Aleister Crowley, him translating Lao Tzu. So it's mostly Lao Tzu, but it's the words and interpretation of those word selections, obviously. You know, lexicon is an extremely interesting device. You know, two words don't exactly have to match up. But yeah, restraint of misunderstanding. The people have no fear of death. Why then seek to awe them with the threat of death? So basically here the rulers failed, right? He's given the people knowledge, they've become clever, they're all trying to outdo each other. Right? He's promised them fortunes. He's overplayed his hand. He's guiding their efforts. Right? Obviously, they now understand that they could use his own tools against him. Or they're no longer in awe of life or death. Yeah. What are you going to do now, ruler? You've totally fudged up. What you going to do now? You try to enforce order? But the people have no fear of death. Why then seek to awe them with the threat of death? If the people fear death, and I could put to death evildoers, who would dare defend? There's one appointed to inflict death, he who would usurp that position. Resembleth the hewer of wood doing the work of a carpenter. Such a one presumptuous will be sure to cut his own hands. Okay, so somebody who's trying to use power without control is going to hurt themselves. Now, in such a state, okay, as I just previously just said, right? Trying to preserve and enforce order and try to give more knowledge, more exert more power and force. You know, in that state of insecurity, Right, it's better to ignore the question of living than to set store by it. Right? If you use up life for life, that's the way of death. But the only way to preserve life is to not tamper with it. It's a guide, but not own. And that's the importance of restraint. And basically, suppleness. As it gives the example, right? The uncarved block, water can be used for 10,000 things. You know, it gives life to 10,000 things. Yet it does not strive. Okay, a female creates life. Right, but she has no ownership over it. And we don't mean that in we're talking about working without taking credit, producing without taking ownership. We all create things. Okay, and the fruits of our labor. Okay, some of it does. Okay, a lot of it doesn't go to sustain ourselves. Like, for example, I wrote a book, right? Do I get to decide what people take the ideas in my book and go do whatever they want with those ideas? No. Too late. I should have wrote that into the book.
I mean, you could try, but it wouldn't get very
Yeah, exactly.
far.
Yeah, I could try. I mean, let's say, oh, you swear
There's
by you
the
swear
free.
by an oath, you know, by reading this book. But nope, not
You
possible.
gotta sign the waiver to read the book.
Yeah, some of those scientists do that. They have that luxury. They say, well, if anybody wants to take these ideas and use it for anything other than what this is described, then you know, they have no right to do that. But in vain, they say that. Really, as we've seen. Futile attempts to control what you do not own. Okay, so where were we here? Okay, we read a few chapters there. Let's read a couple here. And our friend Eugene Rose, Hieromonk, Seraphim Rose. And of course, we're getting down to the nitty gritty here, folks. You know, we're almost making it to the Shang Zhu. I read a piece of the Shang Zhu for our friends at Twilight Son of Lilith's channel. They were very intrigued, enthralled even. One of our friends said, actually, it would be best to sit down and study and analyze those words. And I said, oh, yes. Shang-Tzu is deep. It's a Taoist
Shang-Tzu?
master.
Yes, sir.
Who they is?
Someone
Shang
showing.
who? Shang-Tzu.
That's who they be.
'74. At the birth of love, there is no decision to be made. Going at what I was just saying before. No decision to be made. Spontaneously it arises. As if it had always been there. But for love to endure, a decision must be made. The decision to sacrifice oneself for one's beloved. So it is with the one who follows the way out of love. Who seeks to become one with him. The decision is not to love, but to sacrifice. And sacrifice is the evidence and confirmation of love.
Are they talking about Jesus is the way?
Yeah, this is a Christian. When he says ancient sage, he's talking about Lao Tzu's teaching. When he refers to the way, he's talking about Jesus.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
Yeah. Yeah, he's interpreting this is Christ the eternal Tao. So he's interpreting, reinterpreting. Therefore, right. So he says, there are those, said the ancient sage, who would conquer the world and make of it what they desire. Right? They gain the world and lose their soul. And he says, I see they will not succeed, right? Okay, echoing what? We read that earlier. 29, trying to change the world. Right? Marx said the point of the world is not to understand it, but to change it. Right? And Lao Tzu says you can't change the world. You can't improve it. Trying to improve it is a disaster. Trying to change is pretty bad. But yeah, he said, he straight up says he doesn't think that they'll actually be able to do this. Okay, we're likely to agree with that, right? Nature is intelligent. Simply just won't allow it to happen. There's a built-in switch there. You just go, nope. Just stop producing like one of the key natural resources. It's just done. That's it. That's all you get. You think you can use it forever? No, you can't. That's why we were called to stewardship. The world is like a hollow utensil and cannot be manipulated. Nope. That which is not the way soon fades away. Hence the sage assists the natural development of all things, even though he does not venture to interfere. When something accords with the way, all creation aids it. But when the way rejects something, creation too opposes it. The stream flows gently, but its course is inexorable. There are many directions. There's only one way which the stream flows. The way has given to the soul freedom of movement and power over herself. Exercising this freedom and this power, She may think she is fulfilling her true nature, not knowing that her nature was made, not merely to move, but to move in the right direction. And here's this thing. About being free and being a slave. As free of the way, one can go in many directions, but then one becomes a slave of those directions. As a slave of the way, one can follow not but one course, but then one is free. Universal freedom is a lie. That's beautiful. That's beautifully said. Because there is only one course in the universe, not many. Yet universal freedom is true. I gotta disagree with him. I don't know. But yeah. Because in the one universal course, one encompasses the cosmos. Oh, there I gotta agree with him. I just don't like the word freedom, guys. It's been maxed out. One encompasses the cosmos, having freedom of choice. One chooses freedom from choice. So this goes exactly with what I was saying before.
Embrace freedom, brother.
You know, about free will, so it kind of went directly into what I was saying earlier.
You know, when we talked about this,
Go ahead, Twilight.
Pretty nuancedly, we basically came to the conclusion that we're saying the same thing with different words, different terminology. You know, we might not really understand everything that's going on in this realm, you know, but we do have the ability to make choices. You know, we can reflect on those choices. You know, so
you agree with Seraphim Rose? Damn. We got him. Or did they get me? I don't even know anymore. I'm on the hook.
Trombone.
Exactly. We got sad tromboned. We'll put Lilith on top with the scorpion thing. Or is it a frog?
Not sure.
Satanya.
Maybe it's a giant smiley face.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, Lilith. Your audio got cut off, so if you're trying to speak, we're not hearing you. But yeah, blessings. What do you say, folks? Another chapter? We'll begin this again on Saturday. We'll do a whole nother chapter on Saturday. Yeah, he's not coming through here. Yes, you're not coming through. So,
barely,
tiny bit better.
Here, hold on. Say a full sentence there.
So odd. I don't even know what you heard and what you didn't hear.
I hear you now.
Yeah. Now we can hear you. But yeah, now we can hear you. So you got to say everything you said again after I stop reading it down.
All right. Yeah. So that's a good start. All right. Yeah. So I was saying basically, man, like we talked about this a little before, and though we do have all, in totality different views, like when we were talking about it, we're basically saying the same thing with different terminology, because like in the ultimate sense, I mean, there are decisions that are made that are kind of beyond our understanding. Though I would say that it's not necessarily because it's not like our free. You have to like define us first off, like in my perspective, we're not like this identity, so it goes further than that. And then also like you get into like mental determinism and physical determinism, and compatibilism and incompatibilism and all that. So what some people would see as a lack of free will or determinism is not necessarily that. So these are kind of nuanced topics. And then I was also saying that, like, if you do believe in God and you do have a religious perspective, if there is no free will, then, I mean, that really does kind of make everything a setup, if that really is true. That's like what the Calvinists believe. You know, like that's essentially what you know, that everything is preordained. And if that's the case, then I mean, what's the point? What's the point of prayer? What's the point of anything? Like, what's the point of converting? What's the point? Because it's already determined. So no matter how hard you try or don't try, like it's going to be decided either way. So unless there's like some way to change fate, which that would be Heraclitus, that means there's no, like I said, there's no point because it's already decided. There's no way for there to be variables within the system. It's just already done. So that's what I'm saying. Now I don't have a religious perspective like that, but if I still did, like that sounds like crazy to me. Like how the hell do you like make a choice to serve God or not serve God or whatever it is if it's already all predetermined? And there's nothing you can do to change that.
Well, freedom from what?
Well, just freedom to make choices. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, to do what?
You know, but like we've talked about also that, you know, the idea of free will is kind of a misnomer because all there is will. So really, like, it's kind of like an ego trip to say free will because it's like, well, the will is always free. The will can never not be free, truthfully speaking. But it's more the concept. It's not like the actual words. The concept of free will, meaning you have agency. You can make mistakes and you can learn from those mistakes and you can make changes and you can reflect upon what you've learned and choose differently. You know, like I don't have to become a drug dealer or an assassin or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? Like I can make choices to change my trajectory. You know, like there's nothing
Incoming Hank.
going to make me, you know. So that's what I'm saying. So free will is kind of a misnomer, and it's not actually technically accurate because, like I said, the will can never not be free. Because that's what is. You know, so will, capital W. You know, getting into the more esoteric, like, understanding of what that is, which is like the impetus for things to exist at all. You know, like that's will. The desire for something to be here rather than nothing. That's before any creation even takes place. Because before any creation, there has to be a reason for creation. And for there to be a reason for creation, there has to be a desire for there to be a creation in the first place. So that's will.
So I don't understand how anything that is not omnipotent can possibly have free will. It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So a lot of times when people make arguments for free will, what they really do is just trying to do blame shifting. To say, well, this entity has control, but it's not their fault or anything happens because we want to blame you instead. It's just people who don't want who want to have authority responsibility, giving a reason why they should have authority responsibility, and yet so it's just fallacious every time I hear a free will debate. It just doesn't make sense. It's just a justification of bad behavior as far as I could tell.
That goes plenty for the religionists and as anyone else saying.
No, see, if you don't have free will, then everything you do is not your fault. It's actually the opposite. If you don't have free will, then everything's already determined. Then there's no way that you can change what you do in your life. That's what no free will means. It means you
Yeah,
have no freedom to make decisions. That's
that's
the definition of not having will. Will is the ability to make decisions, to decide and choose, reflect upon past experiences, and that's what that is.
it's Calvinism is that
Yes.
people are elected and they have no choice, that God selects who's going to be saved and who's not going to be saved. You have
Right.
no free will, that it's determined. You're determined.
Okay, so do I have the free will to like replace God with some other God of my choosing?
No.
There you go. There's no free will. There you go.
Yeah, you do, but that just means that you're not following
That actually
his
gives you
will.
a free will.
You
You do
have
have the
you
free
have
will to do
the
that.
you have the freedom to not choose the one and only God, and that therefore you're going against his will. And
That's
your will.
actually a really good example for free will. The very fact that you can reject shows not only that there is free will, but there is a just God.
Exactly.
Because it gives you the ability to reject it. That's actually the
No,
perfect
no, it's not
example
that.
of.
No, no.
Oh,
My
it's
point is,
true.
my point
It's
is that you
true.
can't replace it. I mean, if
What?
if you can
Well,
replace the
first
God
off,
governing us
we need
with
to
a more
define what
favorable
man has
God,
said about
then
God and
free
what
will
God actually
preserved.
is.
But if you're
First off,
oppressed by God that
don't
doesn't agree
impose
with you, then
man's
you don't
ideas onto
have free
God.
will. It's just their will.
Don't
Man,
impose. Go ahead, Rocky.
you can't just just because you have free will don't mean you could make your own fucking God. Say, well, I want to worship this God, and therefore, because I will to worship this God is real. Because I
Well,
say
it sounds more like you want to be God than have free will. There's a difference.
you
I
can't
don't
just
understand how anything that's not God can possibly have free will if their will is
Why?
going to be dominated by the will of something more powerful.
Why do you have to be the only one with free will? I think that's your hang up.
I'm not
Why
saying
can't
that. You
others
had to
have
be,
free
it
will?
just literally had to be omnipotent to
Why
actually
can't the
have free
whole
will,
universe be based in
assuming
free
there's
will?
something that's omnipotent exists in your universe. Or
Why can't everything be like it? Wouldn't that make sense?
well,
Why
everything
is
would have
that
to
so
be
hard to
omnipotent.
understand?
God made us in his image. God has free
Exactly,
will.
Rocky.
We have free will. God has free will.
Exactly. Exactly.
So how's
Yeah,
my
but
will free if I have no choices? Because something omnipotent chooses for me.
You have a
What's
choice
choosing
to
for you?
accept God or reject God.
That's
yeah,
not
but
a
hold on,
choice.
but hold on, but hold on. God created nature, right? And we have to like work and in the dirt and like grow wheat to like make like bread with like fire and shit, right? So there's all of these components, right, to life. And so nature's not always going to be nice, right? And the fact is that what it seems like is that for most people, right, if you give them nature on a silver platter, and then if you even and then you tell them, oh well, you have the ability to accept or reject God, they would say, so what?
Well,
Right? Because is that all the freedom you get? Is like you just accept or reject? And you can't control anything else in nature?
well, before the fall, nature was before the fall, before Adam and Eve went against God's will, nature was different. It was the pre-fall nature. The garden was different. You got your thistles and your weeds because Adam and Eve rejected the will, went against God's will, because they had free will. They chose to go against it. Therefore,
Yeah, but
God.
this is the Calvinist thing where they say we're being blamed for Adam and Eve, right?
Exactly.
No, we're born in sin.
I didn't get to choose to condition my birth. I didn't get the character select screen.
Yeah,
So
but God
how is it my responsibility what entity I appear as?
Yeah, but God gives you the way out, and
You're
it's
going
your
to
will.
extremes now.
Your will to reject the way.
Your ancestors made choices. You're forgetting that.
I didn't get to consult my ancestors before they made their choices.
And they didn't either.
Where's the freedom at?
Christ will make you free.
Where's the cream filling? You know what I mean?
Where's the beef?
You're confusing fair with free. Life isn't fair. It's free. There's a difference.
What's that line from the Joker in Dark Knight?
No one said it was fair.
One bad day.
You know, the thing about chaos, it's fair.
It is.
I don't know if
Exactly.
that's verbatim quote, but
Yeah.
when he has
Chaos,
the
no,
gun to his, the pew pew to his head with Harvey Dent in the hospital. But he's controlling the trigger though, so.
Yeah, it's chaos.
If you look
It's chaos
closely.
for the chaos for the chaos for the chaos. Order for the spider is chaos for the fly, or fight something like that, basically. Because that's how nature works. You know. So for the spider, it's perfectly fine. It's exactly what it needs. Not so much for the fly, like. That's just how it goes. Is it fair? No. Is it free? Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes life's not fair. My children, I would always say, "That's not fair, Dad. I didn't do it." Well, life's not always fair. It's just the way it is.
You need to find your term fair. What do you mean?
That's just the way it is.
Well, when I
Things never be the same.
Yeah, define your term fair so we can understand what you mean.
Oh shit, we got to define words now.
But you're saying not this, it's this. I don't even know what you mean. Know what you mean.
You can't
so
always get what you want. Try sometime. Just my
Hank is the token Discordian here.
Yeah.
I am.
The great I am. Hank.
Well, if he's a Discordian, then definitions don't even matter.
You're a Discordian?
Because he only sometimes believes. I know Robert Anton Wilson quite well.
Well, you're a Discordian then.
Look, are you a Pope?
Yes. Are you going to answer questions for me? Yes or no?
No, but see, you're not a Discordian, because if you were a Discordian, you wouldn't take this that seriously.
All right. So you don't have to define your terms because of my religion. That's okay. There you go. That's ridiculous.
That's how I know you're not a Discordian.
Yeah, because my religion, you don't have to define your terms anymore, which is why the free will debate's garbage.
What? Because I'm supposed to. Like, just because there's chaos and that you can't be whatever you want to be and you can't control every aspect of your life, that doesn't mean you're not free. It just means
that exactly means we're not free. That exactly means we're not free.
How does it mean you're not free?
Because I can't choose the situations I want.
Every aspect of every circumstance of every no.
Yes, that's one degree. There's a degree of freedom removed. Every choice I can't make. Period.
That's just being childish at that point. No.
Okay. I agree. It's being childish, but at being adult, it means you're just a slave.
No.
Yeah.
No. How are you a slave? No.
I can't. I don't have. I don't really have freedom to do much at all. I could be a wild animal and be killed in the woods, or I could just choose, guess whatever place my favorite form of oppression, and that's not
So
really.
are animals
It's not really
free?
free. It's just what you got.
So are animals free?
Yeah, they're free.
Why
But
aren't
they
they
don't
free?
have any. They don't really have much leverage. They're just trying to survive day to
weird.
day.
Why are animals any freer than we are? They're not chosen. They don't choose where they're born. They don't choose how they look. They don't choose the environments they're born in. Sometimes they're born in environments where they die almost immediately.
Yeah,
How are they free?
they have to pay taxes. It's separate their lives.
Don't have to pay taxes.
You just nullified your argument. How the hell are they free?
They don't have to pay taxes.
Right. So far.
They don't have to
Sounds like
pay
a personal problem.
taxes. That's because they're free.
Categorical error.
Yeah, but they could
I
just be
believe.
killed like their birthday because some predator was right nearby. So, some freedom.
Right. Right. So, like, if you came back as like a wild animal, then you would consider yourself free?
Probably not because it would be a shitty situation. But at least when
But you
people
would have
use
to
the
pay
term, when
taxes.
libertarians use the term free, well, that's what we mean wild animal.
You
Well, you
wouldn't
wouldn't have
have
to pay
much
taxes.
responsibilities.
Are cows free?
You wouldn't have to pay taxes.
Cows don't pay taxes.
Except with their lives.
Or
You wouldn't
insurance.
have to pay taxes. You wouldn't have to pay rent. You don't have to
Nope.
go to school.
Money.
Eat gra-
You don't even have the money at all.
Just eat grass all day.
Yep. Free.
Free ranged,
In
free
fact, you
range
wouldn't even be
beef.
able to think about free will. So what about that?
Yeah, the best chickens are
Would you be free?
free range chickens.
And if there is no free will, then what does that say about God? If that's your God.
He likes to have authority without responsibility.
So you're saying that God is not fully good.
Yes, and we can cite the Bible to figure that out.
So
In fact,
do you
let's go for
believe in a demiurge, or do you believe that God is all good, or do you believe that maybe the God that people are told is God is not really God? Which one are we going with?
I wouldn't even say demiurge theory because even if we go by Bible strictly, there's more gods than the God of the Bible. So I don't think demiurge theory is even all that valid.
I find it funny that I talk to people that aren't Gnostic, that are like more like hardcore like Gnostic, like not my type of Gnostic, but like the more traditional Gnostic than I am. And it's always really entertaining to me.
In fact, I can prove that.
But yet they completely deny the possibility that there could be like another energy that exists in this world that is leading people astray.
No,
Did
that's
Gnostics
possible.
actually believe that? Yeah, they did. It's a parasitic entity. It's not really a god at all. And yes, it actually exists. And it's the god that everyone worships, everyone thinks is the devil. But anyways,
Let me read my favorite Bible verse, Isaiah 45:7. I form the light and create darkness. I
That's
make
right.
peace and create evil.
That's right.
the Lord, do all these things. So
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. And Jesus said that his father, there was no darkness within him. None. He says, my father dwells in inapproachable light. No eye has seen him, nor no ear heard his voice. But, you know, I'm crazy.
Yeah, so I used the Bible to prove the evil of at least one God, and there's even more than one God mentioned in the Bible. So we're already at polytheism just from using the Bible.
I'm not convinced that that God is
Sheesh.
actually the God that Jesus was talking about. And I think it's actually quite the contraire. And I think that Jesus was pointing out that that was the case. And it's really crazy that, that this was made a heresy and that people were literally massacred from the earth, and everyone still thinks that that's just for nothing. Like, it's just mind blowing to me. Like, like they were wiped from the earth, you know. But no, they were just the bad guys. It's like no one even thinks to like look at their side of the story. Does it mean they were absolutely right? No, but you just gotta kind of wonder why, like why. And when you ask me like why do you trust them? Well, nothing says undisputable truth like bodies. Like
that's freedom to be killed.
the real
right?
the real truth. The fact of the matter is this: anything that stood like the test of time, okay, and anything that has been, in my life that has stood as like really like reliable and true and just good has been self-evident. It doesn't need to be like explained. It doesn't need to. It doesn't. It's self-evident. Like it's really that simple. Like there's a feeling to it. There's a spirit to it, as they say. And not everything that looks bright is necessarily good. And vice versa. Sometimes what looks dark is like it's just a reality. And I know that's really hard for people to wrap their heads around sometimes, but it really is true. So I have my own beliefs on things. I didn't come to them overnight. I personally think that Jesus did exist. As I've said, I think his teachings were distorted, and people in power used it for power. And I really think that's the history of mankind. You look at the world and you look at the priests of all these religions, you'll see, not just the Abrahamic ones, all of them. You'll see that. I mean, that's pretty much how it's worked throughout all time. So it's like, to me, it's kind of like, yeah, this is kind of obvious. This is what happened, Like, let's put more. It's kind of like what they do with the Christian Zionism. Like they always like are encouraging people to support the government, not just Zionists, but the American government and all this, and go and vote, and it turns into this like whole social political thing,
Yep.
Like they talk more about the pastor than they do the word. People ask me like, how did I end up out of Christianity? That's how it happened. I'm asking about what the hell the Bible is actually saying. I want the word, as they say. I want the meat. I want the juice. And they're giving me all this hollow shit and talking about they want their fucking their donations and all this. And I just saw how hollow it was. And I saw people being manipulated. People I personally knew, and being hurt and being like, and I just got tired of it. And I realized that the more I studied it, the more I got out of it myself without needing authority. And I just started realizing that this is really like, just like people are pretending, like quite literally. And I'm reading through these verses where Jesus is saying exactly that. And I'm looking around and I'm talking to people. I'm like, why does nobody see this? Like, that's what nobody understands. Is this did not come from like some bitter, like, oh, I hate God. No, quite the opposite, actually.
Eyes to see and ears to hear, perhaps.
It came from searching and being like, yo, like nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about. But it wasn't from some like, oh, no one knows what they're talking about. It's like, no, they're not gonna say what they know if they do know, because they're making too much fucking money.
Yeah.
Like they don't want you to know anything of substance. They want to make sure you obey. They want to make sure you pay their 10%, which has nothing to do with money. That's another thing that they twisted. They make it look like
I know.
Talking about give your money. That's not what it meant at all.
Yeah, tithing is tied to the community, not tied to their freaking operation.
Yeah, yeah. They're more worried about your attendance and you signing their little book than anything to do with your spiritual welfare.
Those first fruits, it wasn't your income.
I had right. It plus it had like other like esoteric meanings, but I'm not gonna get into it. You know, Jesus spoke in parables and riddles and ciphers, and it's just I don't understand why this is
Tithing
like
was
hard
10%.
to digest for people. Like it just went over people's heads. I think. Like
Yeah,
honestly,
that's what makes him annoying. That's why I like. Yeah, but sometimes prefer science like Aristotle or something rather than Jesus. But Jesus is cool too. But riddles, I may just call him the Riddler now. That'd be hilarious. Jesus the Riddler.
well, I'm just saying, man. Like Jesus was against all authority. Like period. He really was. Like he really was. He's like, be not like the hypocrites who praise my Father's name aloud, but go into your secret closet in the upper rooms. It's like, wait, what? He's like, don't be like them. They mumble. They want to be seen. They want to be heard. He says, their glory, their reward, they'll get theirs. You know, and that was basically the vibe I got from it. Like they'll get theirs. Don't worry. You'll get yours.
Your
I'll
righteousness
take
needs
care
to
of you.
exceed that of the Pharisees.
Dude. And then it's like, who are the Pharisees? And I read this book from like the 1850s, and it was talking about how Judaism, they were bragging about this shit. This was talking about televised. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, in this book, they're talking about how after Jesus died, and they're saying they killed him, and they were laughing about it. Okay, after he died, or after they killed him, okay, the only thing that existed were the Pharisees. That's it.
Right.
So that means the Judaism that existed after that was no longer, in my eyes, trustable. So how the hell do you even know what was really? I'm just saying, I think there's a lot to this. And I think that, like I tried to tell Neurojack, okay, we've had so many good conversations about all this. I don't know what happened to him recently. These people are Edom. They are not even the. You had the fight with Judah and Israel, and it's funny because the modern day Edom, because that's what they are, reject the other 10 tribes. And I always wondered why this is. Well, what's interesting is they say that Edom is their enemy, but then if you go to like the highest levels of the Kabbalah, okay, they admit that their whole story is like in reverse, and they know they're Edom, and they're like jealous of us, and they hate us, and whatever else, you know. And it's like, okay, and then you go read the Jewish Encyclopedia, and it's like modern day Jewry is rooted in Edom, you know, and it's like there's all these sources for this, and you know they hate Jesus for whatever reason. You know, and they have like the Toledet Yeshu, and you know his name shall be blotted out, and they say that he came from the impregnation of Lilith into Mary Magdalene. This is their interpretation. Okay, first he didn't exist, then they say that Lilith impregnated him through Mary Magdalene, and that was the Immaculate Conception. That's what they claim. That he was actually a reincarnation of Cain and Esau. So he's actually part of the Sitra Achra. The knowledge. They call him Armilus, and they say that at the end of time he comes back to get in the way of their true Mashiach. But he's from the seed of Samael, which is Satan for them. So I'm just like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, it's the first time I heard that one. I need to go research
Oh yeah,
that.
you can look all this up, man. I'm telling you, like I really looked into this shit from all different angles.
Yeah,
You
hold
know?
on. Rocky, I think you were trying to come in there, sir, but we didn't quite hear you.
I was saying the Pharisees were the descendants of the pharaohs. They got their
Yes,
religion
that's
from the
right.
pharaohs.
That's right.
That's
And
why
and
they're
I
the
and I agree with you.
Pharisees.
And I'm the one person that agrees with you on the little season. I don't see it from a religious perspective, but they've blocked out these 700 years, and there's a lot of stuff that happened in that time, and they made it look like the Roman Empire was, the destruction of it was like all this time, and really it was like all at once, and there was like all these crazy sightings that happened, and people were like having miracles, and like there was a lot of wild shit that happened in that time. Like I saw it myself.
Yeah, they stretched out the first century
did.
over 700 years.
Yeah.
They tried to make it look like everything that happened during the tribulation happened over 700 years when it really happened all in the first century.
Yep.
And then
It's
they
true.
added 700 years.
There's so much history that's been written down talking about all this, and all these like plasmic like chariots in the sky, and like all this wild shit that was going on, floods and
Yeah.
just really wild stuff. Yeah. And I keep trying to tell people, everyone thinks I'm crazy too, so don't feel bad.
So, Rocky, when you make grand sweeping claims about history, I like to just ask like a question about right now, just to verify that you are actually paying attention, and to just take. So, what operating system is the device you're using to connect to this conversation? What is the operating system you're running to connect into here?
Hold on, I'm over here. Where am I?
Because right now I'm using Fedora 41, but if you make a grand sweeping claims about history, I'd like to know if you know anything about the present.
Can you choose to put the music on, or are you predetermined whether or not to turn the music on?
No, Hank, you're always wearing your fedora hats.
Oh, are you Italian now?
Sorry, Hank. I was out.
No, he ain't. He ain't Italian.
What did you ask me, Hank? Because I was gone for a minute.
Yeah, what operating system is the device you're using to connect to this conversation? It's for you, Rocky.
God.
I'm
God's
using
the operating system.
I'm using a
What are you
laptop.
talking about?
I'm talking about the device you're using to connect to this conversation. What operating system
Connect
is it
to
running?
everything is God. What do you mean?
Windows XP. No, Windows 10. No, I got a Windows 11 operating system.
I was gonna say, sure ain't using the XP. That's not even supported anymore for years.
We in the before time.
But there's a guy named Gunter. He was He was an archaeologist who discovered that they added 700 years to our history line.
Yes.
And there's another famous archaeologist that thought that it was more, maybe like 1,000 years, but I'm kind of going with the 700.
Yeah, there's a couple of them.
What was the name of the second guy?
Yeah, I think 700 too, Rocky.
I don't remember the second guy, but they were anyway.
Would be nice.
Look, it's real simple.
You
The
can
ones you gave us.
You can research it on, just punch in conspiracy. What's the name of it? Anyway, there's a channel. It's called Understanding Conspiracies, and then punch in.
Yeah.
Then punch in. It's a little season channel, and this guy died recently. This Gunter guy was a professor, and he said that Rome collapsed all at once. It was like, but they spread it over a 700-year period to add 700 years to confuse us on what timeline we're living in.
Well,
they
my
got-
history says there's like multiple versions of Rome, so maybe he
no,
misinterpreted.
Rome was worldwide. I mean,
It
you
still
have
is.
like
Yes.
Washington D.C.
Look at
is Rome. It's got Roman architecture.
all the right,
They
exactly.
got it in Japan. They got it in China. They got it in South
Yes.
America. It's all over, and it fell. It was there was a great
Mutataria, bro.
Yes.
Mud flood was Armageddon.
My mud floods.
So if Rome
Mud
collapsed
flood.
all at once, why is it still here as the Roman Catholic Church?
We unburied it, and that now we're in. Okay, Satan likes
because
kind of likes the republic, the Roman type republic of government, because that's who's crucified Christ. The Roman Republic is liberty to sin against God. The Statue of Liberty is a statue of the light bearer, and its chain has been broken around its ankle, and Satan was loosed. He was loosed from his chain. It says in Revelations 27-9, it says Satan will be loosed, and they're celebrating the loosening of Satan with the Statue of Liberty. Its chain has been broken.
So who's responsible for Satan existing in the first place?
Satan was our test.
Yes.
He was our test.
Who made the
in
test?
order to have free will, you have to have a test.
Yes.
Yes, but but God, unless you knew the results of the test before you made the test. So where's the freedom at?
So
But the test is
God knew
necessary.
that Eve would fall, and because Eve would fall, there would be babies made, because that would be a part of her curse. And if it wasn't for the fall of Eve in the garden, you wouldn't exist. You wouldn't exist, Hank.
Yes.
Therefore, God did it so that you could exist.
Yes.
If God was omnipotent, he could make me exist whether or not he introduced sin in the world.
God's plan is marvelous. It's marvelous. God gives
When you
you a
really
free gift.
understand what God is and not what everyone tells you it is, then you really know, and then you really don't have to think or ask anybody or have authorities anymore, because you know.
I do know, but people make ridiculous
When people
claims.
say God's ways are above our ways, they're right. They just repeat what others tell them. They don't really understand what that means.
Yeah, I realize that.
God is diabolically genius. That's why. Because, okay, the fact of the matter is the fall had to happen in that respect. Like, when you look at it, I look at it from an esoteric perspective, but I
I
understand
wouldn't
what it
say
means.
God is a diabolical genius, but
Well, I would. What I mean by that, what I mean in some ways, what I mean by that is it has one hell of a sense of humor.
who can know God? I mean, anybody who thinks they know the mind of God completely is absolutely insane.
Right.
I mean,
exactly.
He's beyond our comprehension.
Right. Exactly.
You can't comprehend God completely.
Right. Yes. No, I 1,000% agree. You only get little glimpses when you least expect it. Usually when you least expect it, in the most unexpected ways too.
And like maybe 20 years ago.
I've had little glimpses just throughout my life, different events that have shown me that it's way beyond what God can utilize good and evil, but doesn't use it in a way that is malicious. Look, when it says God creates good and creates evil, okay, but God is beyond evil, though. Do you understand? You can be you can have the potential for something without exercising it. Do you understand what I mean?
Not at all. I don't understand what you mean at all.
Because he has the reevaluation of values.
Just think of it. Okay, Adam and Eve were in the garden, and if they had not fell, Eve would not have had children, because that was a part of her curse, that she would bear children.
Now, hold on a second. He said be fruitful and multiply before they fell.
No.
Yep.
The curse of Eve was that she would bear children.
No, it was to have pain and labor
when
having children.
No. There was no reproduction by sex at all. Rocky's right.
Sex was invented by God for pleasure. Its original design was for Adam and Eve to have pleasure in the garden. And then
You just proved my point then.
Because of the fall, Eve had children, and in her having those children, we were born. And if they hadn't have fell, none of us would be here. And that's the plan of God. That's how
You know what? I think you're right, Rocky.
And then he gave us a free gift of eternal life. And we have to choose. We have to use our free will, just like Adam and Eve had to choose. We have to choose.
I certainly wouldn't be here.
It's all about free will. And there's a free gift. And that's Jesus. He gave us a free gift of eternal life. But it's a matter of your free will. And so God wanted more creatures that would be with him. He didn't want robots. So he gave us a test, and you have to pass it. And that's all there is to it.
So here's the other contradiction. So if we already initially we agreed that God's utterly incomprehensible to us, then someone like Rocky says, "Well, I know the mind of God." That's a contradiction.
No, it says in the scriptures to study the Word of God. The Word of God is alive and powerful, sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing and dividing asunder, and the soul and the spirit, and is a critic of the thoughts and intents of the heart. All scriptures God breathes is profitable for reproof, for instruction in righteousness. We're supposed to, the mind of Christ. That's how we gain knowledge. We learn about Jesus, and that gives us knowledge. Anyway,
look, God knew from this perspective, okay, from my perspective at least, and inserting myself into I see it as allegory, okay. Like, God knew that Adam would fall, that Eve would fall, and I would go so far as to say that he also knew that Satan would fall. So what I am saying is, there's a reason for all of it, regardless of how much, how confusing that is to us. It all has a purpose, and ultimately, God is in control. That doesn't mean that God is evil, and that doesn't mean that God is like playing a game with everybody. It just means that God has control, even though everyone has free will, including Satan. I mean, Satan couldn't fall if he didn't have free will. How does that work? Again, so this is what I'm trying to say. How can you say there's no free will? There's literally nothing but free will.
Oh,
okay.
So pretty much the reason I say there's no free will is because if God knows you're gonna do bad things and you can't really choose otherwise, then I don't know where the freedom is. I don't know what the freedom is.
Do you know the parable of the prodigal son?
I think I do. Let's go over it real quick. Let me look it up.
Jesus, Hank. Jesus.
I think that's a good
I don't know what that
example.
even means, because it's other people choosing Jesus that are using it as an excuse to do
not an excuse.
harmful things to other people. There's people on it that we personally know that allegedly choose Jesus for they have an excuse to bully other people. So I don't even know what that means. Choose Jesus, so what?
All right. Well, Adam and Eve had to choose to be obedient. And then before Christ, people had to choose to believe that there would eventually be a savior. And that's how people were saved back then. We believe that God sent a savior. It's past. Before Christ, you had to believe that God would send the Redeemer, the Lamb without spot. He was identified as Jesus, the Lamb without spot. In the garden, God clothed Adam and Eve with the skin of a spotless lamb who did nothing wrong at the time. He was just skinned so that Adam and Eve could be covered. Jesus covers us with his righteousness he was without sin, therefore he was the lamb without spot, who was foreshadowed in Genesis with God covering Adam and Eve with the skin of a lamb instead of fig tree leaves.
So theoretically, assuming God's omnipotent, couldn't he use like a clothes beam like Piccolo could? And then he wouldn't have to kill the lamb?
The wages of sin, the wages of sin is death, and life is through the blood.
Oh man, you're
Now,
killing
I
me,
don't
Hank.
know what that entails. All I know is, that the wages of sin is death. The free gift of God is eternal life, and the gift came through the blood sacrifice or the death of Jesus on the cross. Which,
Blood for the blood god.
Exactly.
Anyway,
Remington.
yeah. Well,
Remington, yeah.
it sucks, but we have to die. That's all there's. Everybody dies once, but do you want to die the second death? That's the.
Oh, I think we've probably died many times, Rocky.
Well, there is a theory that evolution is because the scripture says that all will confess that Christ is Lord, and that hell was only made for death. That death and Satan will be thrown into the pit. So evolution could be that we're given more than one.
That would contradict Hebrews, though.
Some people never had a chance, so they never had a chance to believe in Jesus because they never heard of him. So they're reincarnated to have.
Yes.
So maybe there is reincarnation. I don't know. It could be.
That would go against Hebrews, though.
I think so. No.
What does Hebrews say? What's
It is
that again?
appointed once for man to die, and then the judgment.
But here's the thing. Even in Eastern traditions, there's this idea that you're judged. Did you know that? It doesn't mean you don't come back. Yeah, it is. So that's not exclusive to Christian. This is what I'm saying. This is why I study comparative mythology and religion, because when I see things like that, it makes me think, okay, if there are differences, but there's also similarities, especially when you look at it from a more esoteric perspective. Like, how is that so? To me, that shows that there's a deeper tradition that's woven on, through all this, that that maybe even goes beyond what the human followers understand. And then that's where you get into like my definition of what God actually is.
I'm not saying I believe in evolution. I'm just saying there's a theory that it says that all will confess that Christ is Lord. How does that happen if everyone is
right? No, I don't believe in evolution at all. At least not in like a Darwinian sense. I believe that consciousness is absolute. I believe it's immortal. So I mean, even from a Christian perspective, I mean, I know the body dies. I agree with that too. But the spirit doesn't, correct? I mean, or do you believe do you believe that you go like immediately to heaven or hell, or like what? Because like there's different. Some people believe that you die and then you like sleep for you sleep for a while and then you're brought to judgment, or I know there's like different. There's different ways to look at it, but like even if you're like in heaven or hell, like your spirit is immortal, correct?
It says the absence from the
Spirit
body
is immortal, yeah.
face to face with the Lord.
So that's what we're saying.
But the Bible says, "Fear not those who can kill the body, but fear God who can send the soul to death."
Yeah.
So
So
I don't
this
believe
body
if God
dies.
wants to. I believe hell is death. If the second death does exist, it's just a matter that you're no longer anywhere. Your soul is, you don't know anything, you're dead. It says in the scriptures that that the wicked will be ashes under the feet. that they will be all burned up, that you can't put out the fire until they're all burned. People think hell is eternal torment somewhere, but that's
That
not
was
what the
added
Bible
later
says.
on.
The Bible says that hell, the wages of sin is death. It doesn't say the wages of sin is eternal life in the pit of hell somewhere. It doesn't say the wages of sin is eternal life in hell. I mean, in a burning torment somewhere. It says the wages of sin is death. The free gift of God is eternal life.
Clearly, it's a way different quality of life.
There's 4 interpretations of hell.
Yeah.
There's, or I think 3.
It was Sheol, is really what it was, and the idea of this eternal torment was added much later, and these are the type of things that like really made it simultaneously gave Christianity more followers and also like completely distorted it and scared the hell out of people for life. So
It's very strange when you think about it. Yeah.
No, because it's really not as bad.
Just think about it. Just think about it for a minute. That a loving God that would torment people for eternity,
right? Exactly.
For 50 years of life, not finding Jesus and being saved. That's not God's character. It says the wages of sin.
I'm glad you say that, Baraki. I'm glad you say that. So that's a step above.
It says the
total
wages
insanity.
of sin. It says the wages of sin is death. It doesn't say the wages of sin is eternal life in torment somewhere. God is not wicked. He's not going to torment people. So death just means. So the Bible says that fear not man who can kill the body, but fear God who can
kill the soul and body. I mean,
get rid of the soul and death. He can give you death.
Yeah, I got a counter example Lot, where God did torment the guy that proved a point.
So when you die, it just means
Lot. You mean Job?
So if you choose not to be with God, that's your choice, and you're not going to be tormented. You're just going to die. That's all. You just will be no more.
Why kill people for a choice then?
And that's what they want. That's what people that don't want to be with God. They want.
I can choose. I can choose cookies and cream, or I can choose mint chocolate chip. Do I have to die because I don't choose the right flavor?
Death is just sleep. It's just sleep. Death is just you're no more. You don't think you're not.
Like, why does the choice have such a consequence?
Because you chose not to be with God. You didn't want to live with God, so therefore God gave you.
But if He's omnipresent, then I can't be anywhere away from Him. So, I mean, how does that work?
No, that's not what that means.
What does the word mean then?
What does omnipresent have to do with whether you, when you die, you are no more? You're just gone. You're gone.
So cessation of spirit.
Yes, you're gone. You're dead. The wages of sin is death. It says the wages of sin is death.
Yes, Rock, you said it like a million times.
It doesn't say the wages of sin is eternal life in the pit of a fire somewhere in the middle of the universe. While everybody's celebrating living with Jesus, there's these people living in a torment somewhere, and we're supposed to be happy. Oh, my brother, he didn't accept Christ. He's out there living in torment for eternity. That's not the character of God. The wages of sin is death. And if you don't want to live with God, then He doesn't force you to live with Him. You will die and you will just be no more. That's your choice.
He sounds a lot like a dictator.
It still kind of begs the question, Rocky. I'm not gonna belabor the point. So
yeah, really, he sounds a lot like a dictator.
Probably
do what I tell you, or I will kill you. Sounds like a dictator.
Kill you? What does that mean? It means you go to sleep.
You die. Yeah, it means you die.
It means you go to sleep, and you don't have no.
When you go to sleep, you can wake back up.
Your feelings won't get hurt no more. You won't have no pain. Because you're just gone.
Time's up, bitch. Close your
So what's the
eyes.
difference between death and heaven then?
What?
What's the difference?
The difference between eternal life with God and eternal separation from God.
Yeah, it sounds like there's no difference now.
Well, okay, say you had the chance to be with God, and you're at the second judgment, and God's.
I want to be with
and
Lewis.
everybody that accepted Christ is going to live eternally with the loving God,
Hell
and
yeah.
you're gnashing your teeth knowing that you're going to not exist.
Yeah,
in
but
about
can
10
everybody
minutes.
be with Lilith?
In 10 minutes, you're not going to exist.
I mean, I can introduce you to her.
She has multiform, so probably. But yeah, there's really no difference because it's no pain after you're dead either way.
I have friends of who know Lilith too. So I mean, like, I'm not the only one.
No, right.
Some that have had experiences with me. Like we had the same experience. Paranormal experiences.
Ruh-roh.
Like, throughout the day. Like, so this is what I'm trying to tell you. Like, this is like testimony type shit. And I've also had experiences that were like religious, like you could call religious experience. So this is what I'm trying to tell you. Like, I have friends that are Hindu. I believe that God is beyond any of that. But so when someone tells me they had an experience with Muhammad, or they had an experience with Krishna, or they had an experience with Jesus, I don't discount their experience at all, because I believe it. I've seen enough to know that it's real. But yeah, hell is not eternal torment. There is free life. There is free choice and free will, because this would all be a fucking sick joke if it wasn't, and you would have no responsibility or accountability. So to me, it's just an escape from that, really. Because if you don't have free will, you're not accountable for your actions, which means you can pretty much do anything and just blame God or the devil or whatever the fuck.
Well, God,
like, the
my
entire
point
world
is
is
basically
based
what
on
religionists do.
Yeah, my point is God could
which
do
is
anything
funny
and blame you
because us
for it.
Luciferians do the opposite. Like, we take everything into account. Like,
Yeah.
we actually have our own sins. Did you know that? Luciferians have
Yes.
sins.
Right.
Number one is ignorance. Did you know that?
Yeah, so my point is that assuming a knowledge upon God, they could do anything and blame you for it and punish you for it any way they want.
But see, I don't. Our religion, my religion, my philosophy, our
Freudian slip.
sin, our number one sin is ignorance. One of the other ones is false judgment. I can read from the Infernal Gospel.
I think we got the picture.
Well, you know, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Super Saiyan.
We don't judge people either. Did you know that? It's pretty amazing. You know, this is the philosophy, though.
Should be a stress reducer at the very least.
Make that clear. You know, no, I mean, like I said, I respect people, whatever, you know, path they're walking, because I've probably been there at one point or another. Because I, like I said, I've had a lot of experiences, and I spent a lot of time studying the Bible, like, and different perspectives of it, and you know, from different denominations, different, you know. Then I got into the esoterica of it, and you know, then I got into like shamanism and the Mahavidyas, and
We're never getting to the transhumanism section, are we?
down with the machine, man. Who they is?
Wow.
Sad jambone.
Do you want to call
give me
Lilith
like,
Red?
give me like 4 minutes. Give me like 4 minutes. We'll move on here.
What was that, Twilight?
Yeah, because it's actually
I guarantee you she'll come.
it's actually getting pretty late here, so we're gonna move to the transhumanism in a little bit. I'm just making coffee here, so blessings.
Oh, okay.
You actually have the free will
there's
to
your
call.
problem.
You have the free will to call her or not. Just so you know.
Making coffee at 3 o'clock in the morning, 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I should do that too. I mean,
Team Sky.
I got up at 2 a.m. So I deserve coffee.
Mutan, Team Skynet, I'm with you. If nobody listens, like, yes, Team Skynet. I'm all about it.
Ruh-roh.
I'm all by it. I'm
No
all about
coffee
it.
for me. I'm going to bed pretty soon.
It's like what, 12:30 for you, Rocky, over there on the West
Yeah,
Coast.
yeah. I'm doing a Cecil.
I think
Shout out to Cecil.
I think Lucy and Jesus are probably friends. And everybody's like tripping. Like, I think there's probably a lot deeper set of chess going on, and everything is going exactly as it's supposed to. Like, that's what I think. That's when I say that whatever God is, it's diabolically genius. Like, I don't really think that it's like this. Like,
It's ineffable.
I just don't think that like like it never once says that Satan or Lucifer is an adversary of God. It says it's an adversary of us. Like, there's a difference between the two.
Oh yeah,
Like,
well, Satan means adversary.
Satan is like the one that checks you at the door to make sure that you're like loyal. You understand?
Need the passcodes.
Like, what are you made of? Are you like worthy of entering the Father's kingdom? Like, quite literally.
Worthy
Like,
of entering
who
Valhalla.
are you? Like, if I put the screws to you, or if I put you in a situation where you're out of control, or you're tempted, or you're whatever, you know, like, what are you? How are you going to react? Really? Who are you? Really?
Everybody has a breaking
That's
point.
how I see Satan, for real. And from my own like experiences with like the paranormal aspects of the occult and with adversarial energies, that's legitimately that's really how I see it, and that's really how I've experienced it. It shows you the light by making you face what you don't want to face in yourself and in those around you.
It is
I
interesting.
just gave you some real shit right now. You don't have to believe me now. That's how it works.
That's interesting.
The crucible.
Satan wasn't allowed to do anything to Job without God's permission.
Right.
That's
right. Exactly. Now, I'm not saying everyone should go worship Satan, because Satan doesn't want worship. But what I'm saying is, like, there's a much deeper relationship, I think, with all, like, you know, like, that's just, I didn't get into all this because I chose to. Like, like, I guess that wasn't my will.
No, it wasn't your free will.
Sad
trombone.
Because it goes back to like another life or whatever the fuck. Because Lilith just kind of like injected herself. I mean, ultimately, I made the choice, but there were a lot of things that led to it that were kind of like just
contextual will.
Well, yeah, it was just a lot of influence. That's the best way I could put it. And then once I actually did have my first contact with her, it was so over the top that it was just like, is this even fucking happening? You know. And what's crazy is like she didn't try to like deceive me and get in my head and make me like think like all kinds of weird, crazy shit. Like, you know, and in fact, she actually was the one who inspired me to actually take a second look at the Bible, if you can believe that shit. So, you know, I could tell you all kinds of weird shit. You'd be like, what the fuck? That's crazy, but it's true. Like, so I don't know. I don't know. If you look at the Hebrew of Lilith, what she actually means, it means to bring together atonement with God or something like that. Like if you look at her name, like broken up or something like that,
Maybe we need some Chinese characters for it.
It's something like that. No,
Yeah.
I'm serious. In Hebrew, that's what it means. So there's a lot of weird stuff, but it'd take way too long to get into that. But I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't pretend to.
I thought Lilith was the mother of all
Yeah,
mankind,
she's the
which would be a form of like Eve, like
well, she was the first wife of Eve, or she was the first wife of Eve. She was the first wife of Adam. And then they wrote like all of these diatribes as like
the first what? What did you say? The first what?
She was the first wife of Adam, supposedly.
Lilith.
But it was written as a almost like a satire, and a lot of people don't know that. The story that shows up in the what is it? The alphabet of Ben Sirach or whatever. It was a satire. So
So Lilith came from Greek mythology or what?
yeah, she actually goes back to Samaria.
Samaria.
Yes.
So they could just be recounting Eve in a
She was a
cultic
mother
way.
goddess. She was a mother goddess.
The mother of all mankind.
Basically, yes.
So
And
she
in
was,
Judaism and in the Judaism and in the Kabbalah, she actually becomes the exiled Shekinah. So, like in Judaism, they believe in the Shekinah, which they talk about in Proverbs. It talks about she is precious above all jewels and all that. They've kind of like removed her. She was Sophia in the early Christian and Gnostic belief, but they removed her. And you know you had Asherah in the beginning, but then they made her, heresy, and they said that that was when Israel fell into idol worship and all this and that and the other. But the point, the
to me,
fact of the
it
matter is
sounds
that
like
Asherah was actually older. So in fact, like Asherah and Yahweh were actually together before they were apart. So they tell the story backwards. And then like Hosea and Hezekiah came in and they brought it back to a strictly Yahwist perspective. So you had like Judaism was like 400 BC, and then like 1,000 years before that, you had the Hyksos and the Shasu of like you were talking about the pharaohs. That's exactly what they were. And then you had the Yahwists in Canaan, and that's where they came out of. And it's like 1,000 years older, and that's where you have like Baal and Hadad and what is it? Heliel, which is Venus and Asherah, and they're all sons of El. And El
yeah.
and
To
Baal were
me, it
kind of like
sounds like
brought together. Right,
to
they
me
were
it
kind of
sounds
merged.
like to
Go
me it
ahead.
sounds like it's an esoteric like interpretation of the Garden of Eden. Like it's a different. Like everyone knew, like the Chinese characters speak of the flood, but they lost the meaning, and they call him Lilith, but it's really just Eve. It's just an understanding, and
No, yeah,
so
you're right.
it's just they lost. They kind of lost some of the meaning of Eve, and they just call her Lilith. Just like the Chinese characters, they lost the meaning. It tells you right there, but they
Yes,
don't
there's a
comprehend.
universal story that's been
Yeah, it's a
told from the
universal
beginning.
story. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah. Everybody knows the story, but their name.
yes.
They just name them different characters, but they're the
Wait,
same.
hold on. Marcus, can you wave to us, please?
And they
Let's see.
started demonizing all the other stories. The church
Yeah.
started doing that, but
Here, hold
really,
on. Here, hold on, guys. Here, hold
go
on a
ahead.
second, guys. Marcus in the back, in the backstage. Can you wave to us so I can let you on the stage? Yeah, that's definitely some type of foreign bomb thing, man. This person's like not understanding. The person that's in the backstage.
Marcus Aurelius.
Marcus Aurelius.
Yeah, that's funny because it says Marcus.
Mark Antony.
Benson Watterson.
Hey, yo, man.
Do you know who this person is?
No, I know the character, but it's not. No, it's not. No, the character's not even valid. So no, you better show yourself.
Hey, Marcus, what's up, buddy?
Who they is, man?
Fuck nigga, it's fuck nigga.
Wow.
Oh,
thank you very much.
Right,
man. Like, seriously?
Let's not be racist now. Come on now.
Like, fucking get smarter.
I hate fucking small
that was pretty dumb, folks.
brains, low consciousness.
Fucking dumpster fire shit. Like, fuck out of here.
Yes, sir.
It was an obvious,
grow some
it was an
brains.
obvious recording of a video playing.
Big
dumb fuckers.
Of like a guy, like where they're trying to enter the stage so they can porn bomb. It is what it is.
Dumb fuckers. Goddamn, there's some dumbass motherfuckers.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while since somebody tried something like that. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I figure out how to edit those out. So if I ever get the Zoom bombs, I'll just put a what's it called? I'll drop a bar with a censor bar that distorts the thing, and I'll leave the video up, so they don't get anywhere, and we'll know who you are.
That's some kind of wizardry, Hank.
Yep.
Yeah, so whoever that person was, I guess it was either a racial attack on me and Hank. So that's what happened. I don't know why it happened, but
I'll take it as a compliment.
Yeah, I'll take it as a compliment. I mean, but yeah, so yeah, we'll move on to the little part here. Now it's not a big deal, but we're doing a little Derrick Jensen. He wrote a book called Endgame. We've been looking at it. Some of his axioms or principles, key points that he makes are shockingly similar to Uncle Teddy, right? So but he's coming at it from a almost an extreme leftist sort of liberal focus, in my opinion. Right. And we've looked at some of his sort of ramblings here, right? So we're going to engage with that. But yeah, here is a song, and then we'll be back, folks. Blessings. Back in like a little bit.
Whereas breakbeats have been the missing link connecting the diaspora community to its drum-woven past. Whereas the quantized drum has allowed the whirling mathematicians to calculate the ever-changing distance between rock and stardom. Whereas the velocity of spinning vinyl cross-faded, spun backwards and re-released at the same given moment of recorded history, yet at a different moment in time's continuum, has allowed history to catch up with the present. We do hereby declare reality unkept by the changing standards of dialogue. Statements such as, keep it real, especially when punctuating or anticipating modes of ultra-violence inflicted psychologically or physically, or depicting an unchanging rule of events, will henceforth be seen as retroactive and not representative of the individually determined is. Furthermore, as determined by the collective consciousness of this state of being and the lessened distance between thought patterns and their secular manifestations, the role of men as listening receptacles is to be increased by a number no less than 70% of the current enlisted as vocal aggressors. Motherfuckers better realize, now is the time to self-actualize. We have found evidence that hip-hop stand at 85 RPM when increased by a number of
at least half the rate of its standard, or decrease to 3/4 of its speed, may be a determining factor in heightening consciousness. Studies show that when a given norm is changed in the face of the unchanging, the remaining contradictions will parallel the truth. Equate rhyme with reason, sun with season. Our cyclical relationship to phenomenon has encouraged scholars to erase the sentence of periods, thus symbolizing the nonlinear character of cause and effect. Reject mediocrity. Your current frequencies of understanding outweigh that which has been given for you to understand. The current standard is the equivalent of an adolescent restricted to the diet of an infant. The rapidly changing body would acquire dysfunctional and deformative symptoms and could not properly mature on a diet of applesauce and crushed pears. Like years are interchangeable with years of living in darkness. The role of darkness is not to be seen as or equated with ignorance, but with the unknown and the mysteries of the unseen. Thus, in the name of Robeson, Godson, Hurston, Akhenaten, Hatshepsut, Blackfoot, Helen, Lennon, Kalo, Kali, the three Marias, Tara, Lilith, Lord, Whitman, Baldwin, Ginsburg, Corbin, Lumumba, Gandhi, Gibran, Shabazz, Siddhartha, Medusa, Rivera, Turgid, Brand, Wright, Banneker, Tubman, Hamer, Holiday, Davis, Coltrane, Morrison, Joplin, Du Bois, Clark, Shakespeare, Rachmaninoff, Ellington, Carter, Gay, Hathaway, Hendricks, Cooley, Dickerson, Pemberton, Mary, Isis, Teresa, Hansberry, Tesla, Plath, Rumi, Fellini, Michaud, Nostradamus, Nefertiti, Laroque, Shiva, Ganesha, Yemaya, Oshun, Obatala, Ogun, Kennedy, King, Four Little Girls, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, Kala, Biko, Perón, Marley, Magdalene, Cosby, Shakur, those who burned, those still aflame, and the countless unnamed. We claim the present as the present, as the hereafter. We are unraveling our navel so that we may ingest the sun. We are not afraid of the darkness. We trust that the moon shall guide us. We are determining the future at this very moment. We know that the heart is a philosopher's stone. Our music is our alchemy. We stand as the manifested equivalent of 3 buckets of water and a handful of minerals, thus realizing that those very buckets turned upside down supply the percussive factor of forever. If you must count to keep the beat, then count. Find your mantra and awaken your subconscious. Carve your circles counterclockwise. Use your cipher to decipher coded language, man-made laws. Climb waterfalls and trees. Commune with nature, snakes and bees. Let your children name themselves and claim themselves as the new day. For today, we are determined to be the channelers of these changing frequencies into songs, paintings, writings, dance, drama, photography, carpentry, craft, love, and love. We enlist every instrument, acoustic, electronic, every so-called gender, race, sexual preference, every person as beings of sound, to acknowledge their responsibility to uplift the consciousness of the entire fucking world. Any utterance unaimed will be disclaimed, will be maimed, to rappers slain. Any utterance unaimed will be disclaimed, will be maimed, to rappers slain.
I'll wait for Rocky to say it.
Say what?
So I don't know. And then there's also the urban rich, but fuck them, they're the problem in the first place.
Oh, wait.
Okay. Here's another part, is that I can guarantee, this is actually more important, I can guarantee that 100% of the problems as this culture collapses are going to be because those in power, those who are already destroying the world, attempt to maintain that lifestyle as the world collapses. At any moment, those in power.
I think this is part of the I mean, as we saw before, it's part of the liberal spectrum, right? The same people that say you can change the world and take control of it are the same people who are going to think that I mean, a man is going to destroy the world. Obviously, I think man has no such power. I mean, but yeah, he's using this basically apocalyptic terminology. I mean, you know, which is pretty interesting because it's like, you know, what perspective is he coming with that with? You know what I mean? Yeah, Michael didn't like the music. What is that? Like a oh, okay. It's a Jesus. Okay. For some reason I saw something else like maybe with the green, I thought that was like snake arms or something like that. But yeah, I was like, whoa. Yeah, but blessings, right? Yeah, sorry about the music if you didn't like it. Right? You know, there's a bunch of different types of music I play on the show. You know, sometimes people like different selections. I have I mean a pretty eclectic taste. That was Saul Williams. He's a world-renowned poet. You know, if you don't like it, there's many people that disagree with you about that will be contentious about Saul Williams. You know, he's a highly prized poet. He's not really that well known for his music. His music is more
collab with Bresner, I believe.
Yeah, the collab with Resner is huge, right? If you guys like, yeah, exactly, industrial music. Yeah, so yeah, so if you guys didn't like it, you know, there's lots of different types of music that we play. It is what it is.
Whatever that means, could choose to have a soft landing. I mean, that's one of my secret fantasies is that suddenly we start using all of this cleverness that we think we have to actually solve problems instead of make new ones. And that, you know, the feds start paying Weyerhaeuser not to deforest, but to reforest. I mean, I don't fucking care if Weyerhaeuser still gets the money. I don't care about justice in that sense. I just want forests. And so it's like they can even give the same goddamn subsidies, the same goddamn companies. And if it was moving the right direction, I wouldn't complain. It's like we always hear that the world's running out of water. We hear that all the time. You know, people are dying of thirst because we're running out of water. Bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Goddamn fucking George Bush goddamn fucking bullshit.
Bullshit.
The world is not running out of water. Water is being stolen. 90% of the water that's used by human beings is used for industry and agriculture. It's like they always say, take shorter showers. Fuck. You know?
Yeah, fuck that.
All it does is annoy people close to you.
It's just a lie.
The same amount of water is used by municipal human beings
Straight up lie.
as is used for municipal golf courses.
Yep.
Once again, 90% of the water is used for agriculture and industry. So people are not running out of water.
No.
Water is being stolen from them. And so it's like if somebody were to take out the Glen Canyon Dam, or if it were just to collapse on its own, if the point is,
Yep.
He's fed posting.
that I mean, we all know the numbers, you know, from Francis Moore.
Now, back then, I think people had back then people had more freedom to say those types of things. Now, I think they put the hammer down on somebody who's going around public videos and announcing that type of stuff. You know, highly subversive. And really, you could only get away with it if you were a liberal. You know, no Muslims and Christians that are, are running around going, "You want to take down the system?" You know, they're going to be scooped up or honeypotted or, you know, something, or they're going to go on their stream and call them an N-word or something like that.
Yeah, that's going to be liberal then. That's what I do. How are you going to disprove it?
I mean, I'm sure the witch burnings are coming back.
No, they're not.
You don't need that much. I mean, you don't need that much water to drink and bathe in, but you gotta you know, you got to water your plants and water your animals. What's his point?
How much water to put out the witch fire?
If we
know,
did
Water
man.
for allegedly 8 billion people.
Send me blessings, man. They try to burn me down.
God bless you with water.
I know
Holy
the
water.
people who want to do witch burns, they lose their failures. As long as we keep them there, they ain't gonna be able to afford a fire to keep themselves warm in the winter.
Yeah, but he's making a key point is that you know, so-called public resources are not public. They're being sold by the government to private enterprise, right? So they're being stolen from I mean ostensibly stolen from the people. And this is
yeah. That's
the
like
main point. That's
our
facts.
dam, our hydraulic dam is the river goes through our country, our county, but yet we still have to pay for the power. It's like,
right.
Damn, it's our water. Why do we have to pay for power? You're using it to
Exactly.
It's all about money.
Yeah.
It's control.
Pay and everything about how there is enough food to feed everyone, and we could have that soft landing. Those in power could choose at any moment. It's like, that's nice, Derek, but that doesn't alter the fact that wanting to bring down civilization is going to kill a lot of people. Even if those decisions are made by those in power, it's still going to kill a lot of people. And I finally came up with an answer that I'm really happy with, and I want to share that with you now. You know, what do you do with the fact that no matter what you do, you're involved in mass murder? You know, because if you're civilized, if you're part of this system already, your hands are blood red. It's just you don't notice it usually.
Yeah. I mean, if you take the water in the oceans and they start drinking it, you know, it's extremely expensive to take the salt out of it. Like extremely expensive. I mean, yeah, they could build desalinization plants like they have in Israel, and basically drink the oceans. But yeah, I mean, it's an extremely costly process. You know,
yeah.
so
And let's use water cycle. The sun does it for free.
yeah, I mean, the freshwater resources on the planet. I mean, there's like aquifers underground or something like that. There's untapped resources, perhaps. I mean, but yeah, he's not saying we're basically running out of water. He's saying that people are saying that they're running out of water to people to lie to them, right? When they're stealing the water away from them to use it for other things. So ostensibly, that's what he's saying. He's not saying that we're I'm running out of water. He's just saying that it's being misused and that it should belong to the people. So you know, we could agree or disagree with that major point that he's making. I mean, which is an interesting point. Rocky's made a point in agreement with what he's saying. And yet and still there is with ingenuity, you know, a way that that it's possible. Exactly, Moontan, you know, could happen that we could do it. Right? So yeah.
You know, and every action within the industrial economy is harmful, which is really fucked up too. I mean, that's another thing that we have been, that's been stolen from us, is the ability to have a fine meal without it being destructive. The ability to simply live without knowing that you're destroying things by your actions. Anyway, what do you do with the fact that no matter what you do, you're involved in mass murder? And for now, I've got an answer. If you've gotten this far in this book, if you're simply anything other than entirely insensate, we probably agree that civilization is going to crash, whether or not we help bring it about. If you don't agree with this, we probably have nothing to say to each other. Hey, Lou Piniella got picked up by the Cubs. That's pretty cool. We probably also agree that the crash will be messy. We agree further that since industrial civilization is systematically dismantling the ecological infrastructure of the planet, the sooner civilization comes down, whether or not we help it crash, the more life will remain afterwards to support both humans and non-humans. If you agree with all this, and if you don't want to dirty your spirituality and conscience with the physical work of helping to bring down civilization, and if your primary concern really is for the well-being of those humans who will be alive during and immediately after the crash, then given, and I repeat this point to emphasize it, the civilization is going to come down anyway, you need to start preparing people for the crash. Instead of coming to my talks and attacking me for stating the obvious, go rip up asphalt and vacant parking lots to convert them to neighborhood gardens. Go teach people how to identify local edible plants, even in the city, especially in the city, so these people won't starve when the proverbial shit hits the fan. They can no longer head off to Albertsons for groceries. Set up committees to eliminate or, if appropriate, channel the additional violence that might break out. We need it all. We need people to take out dams. We need people to knock out electrical infrastructures. We need people to protest and to chain themselves to trees. We also need people working to ensure that as many people as possible are equipped to deal with the fallout when the collapse comes. We need people working to teach others what wild plants to eat, what plants are natural antibiotics. We need people teaching others how to purify water, how to build shelters. All this can look like supporting traditional local knowledge. It can look like starting rooftop gardens. It can look like planting local varieties of medicinal herbs. And it can look like teaching people how to sing. The truth is that although I do not believe that designing groovy eco-villages will help bring down civilization, when the crash comes, I'm sure to be first in line knocking on their doors asking for food. People taking out dams do not have a responsibility to ensure that people in homes previously powered by hydro know how to cook over a fire. They do, however, have a responsibility to support the people doing that work. Similarly, the people growing medicinal plants in preparation for the end of civilization do not have a responsibility to take out dams. They do, however, have a responsibility at the very least to not condemn those people who've chosen that work. In fact, they have a responsibility to support them. They especially have a responsibility to not report them to the cops. It's the same old story. The good thing about everything being so fucked up is that no matter where you look, there's great work to be done. Do what you love, do what you can, do what best serves your land base. We need it all. That doesn't mean that everybody taking out dams and everybody working to cultivate medicinal plants are working toward the same goals. It does mean that if they are, each should see the importance of the other's work. Further, resistance needs to be global. Acts of resistance are more effective when they're large-scale and coordinated. The infrastructure is monolithic and centralized, so common tools and techniques can be used to dismantle it in many different places, simultaneously if possible. By contrast, the work of renewal must be local. I have a new catchphrase, which is dismantle globally, renew locally. To be truly effective, another catchphrase I have is protect your land base. You can't.
That's a twist on ellul's phrase.
Yeah, he flipped ellul's phrase in a sinister, subversive way. So he's, you know, so he's definitely familiar with that phraseology. I mean, but he's redirecting it. Because obviously ellul did not advocate for any of these things, but some may say that, ellul actually lived in a time where, they didn't have the internet. And some of these huge changes that we're going through now, so yeah.
My biggest issue with this is figure out what are we allowed to dismantle, or we just is a free fall. We dismantle anything we want.
Yeah, I think he said at first, dams and power lines is something that he mentioned quite explicitly, and
but I don't know. Does he mean we could just go find a power plant and say cut all the lines, or what does he mean? Is the ones we're not using?
Well, that's kind of like what Lenin did in Russia. They did like industrial scale like sabotage, right, until they like dried out the resources, right? So it's a method of urban warfare, but in this sense, right, he's saying that you actually build community, you actually do it as a community project so that you can anticipate the blowback and actually mitigate the negative results that ensue unless people are actually organized. Then they could plan together. I mean, right, so to speak. But of course, we don't give any revolutionary maxims here. We're just trying to study what Derrick Jensen has been saying openly, right, for several years. I mean,
Oh, so do it as a private-public partnership and just make sure you get approval from the local government. Okay, that makes sense.
yeah. Yeah, and as we said, Ellul didn't. He was totally against all of that. I mean, right? He suggested we set up parallel institutions, in which we could live with technology but mitigate the effects of it, so we could create like sort of mutants. He called them mutants. People who live in the technological world but are not affected by it. Or the third solution is creative reconstruction, which is we all decide together to draw back certain types of technology and certain types of knowledge, right? And totally rescale civilization, right, to a human scale instead of a technological scale, right? And so yeah, so there's different ideas at play. Not everyone's on board with the revolutionary tactics that he's espousing here, right? And not everybody's into the revolutionary method. Some people think that falls short of certain ethical goals, certainly, right? In certain moral outlooks. I mean, but yeah, so there's a lot there to discuss, anyways. But yeah, we got to move on here.
To be truly effective, another catchphrase I have is protect your land base. You can't have sex without it. Anyway, to be truly effective, acts of survival and livelihood need to grow from particular land bases where they'll thrive. People need to enter into conversation with each piece of Earth and all its human and non-human inhabitants. That doesn't mean, of course, that we can't share ideas, that one water purification technique won't be useful in many different locations. It does mean that people in those places need to decide for themselves what'll work. Most important of all, the water in each place needs to be asked and allowed to decide for itself. I've been thinking a lot again about the cell phone tower behind Safeway, and I see now how these different approaches manifest in this one small place. The cell phone tower needs to come down. It's contiguous on two sides with abandoned parking lots. Those lots need to come up. Gardens can bloom in their place. We can even do our work side by side. Okay, no segue at all. The next premise is the culture as a whole and most of its members are insane. I don't need to talk about that, do I? The culture is driven by a death urge, an urge to destroy life. Speaking of genitals, did you know that Nicole Kidman does not like to wear underwear? I read that in the newspaper, so it must be true. The point is that it is literally insane that.
Has anybody ever seen Eyes Wide Shut? And seen Nicole Kidman's flat booty?
Nicole is a dude.
Yeah, definitely built like one. But
Nicholas? Yeah.
Nicholas.
Yeah, good thing they got some like black and Hispanic women and some Indian women in there. Good Lord. But yeah, some of these white women, that are in these movies now that are coming out, they're bodacious. I mean, right? So they have newly bodacious white women as well. So, yeah, but Nicole Kidman in Eyes Wide Shut, obviously I watched a lot of the Kubrick movies. I'm a fan of that particular director. But yeah.
Her name says it all. Her name says it all. It's Nicole Kidman. Nicole Kidman.
There's so many levels and layers of meaning in that movie. I mean, Stanley Kubrick was known for that in pretty much all his movies, really. There was always like 2 movies going on at once.
Space Odyssey.
Yeah.
Well, I really like Clockwork Orange. That's one of my favorite
Yeah.
movies of all time.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
he
in
was
the
a good director.
movie Doctor Strangelove, he was showing that nukes are fake. That was the whole purpose of that movie. Nukes were fake. It was called Doctor Strangelove: How I Learned to Love the Bomb.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy about that movie is still funny as fuck if you watch it today. It's crazy, man. You know, it's like one of the top comedy movies ever made. I mean, like when that guy like rides the bomb like he's like a cowboy, dude, I was laughing my fucking ass off. That was like the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. I mean, but yeah, man. You know, like what a genius comedy film. But yeah, his like versatility as like a director, like wow, man. But yeah,
They
he
say
yeah.
the movie The Shining was
Yes.
him telling everybody that the moon landing was faked and that he faked it. He faked the moon landing. He was the director. He was the director for NASA. He met with NASA because he made such a good movie in 2001 Odyssey that they wanted him to fake the moon landing. And he, in the movie The Shining, he told everybody that he faked the moon landing. That's what the whole movie was about. They had the Tang, they had Tang in the thing. They had that little guy. It was his alter ego. The little boy stand up with Apollo 13 and look at room 247.
237.
Did you see the documentary, Rocky?
237. Yeah,
Yeah.
I saw a documentary on The Shining about how it was all. He was telling everybody that, and I can't find that video no more. It's gone. You can't find it no more.
They scraped it.
Yeah.
Even from other like BitChute or Odyssey or.
Yeah, the whole moon landing was definitely fake. It was obvious. I mean, they had like shadows on the moon, which makes no fucking sense.
Unless you knew physics. But why not go further than to say the moon's fake? The moon doesn't exist, even though we could just go outside and look at it. Just go. The moon's fake. The Earth's fake. The sun's fake.
Oh yeah, watch me and London Man stream.
Well, no, I never
Yeah, I
said
think
that.
it's totally fake.
The moon landing is fake.
You could see through the fucking moon in the middle of the day. You could see right through it.
The moon is a light.
I'm not fucking serious.
The moon is a light.
That's one thing that I won't forget. I was like, I saw right through this motherfucker. Like I saw blue sky behind, like through the moon. Is this motherfucker a hologram? What is going on?
This is motherfucking
It's probably an
TV
optical
show.
illusion, and by it I mean the whole sky.
Yeah, it could be.
It's holographic meat, son.
It's
Yeah,
holographic meat.
And it's just just because he sent rockets into space, maybe the sky's just bigger than you think it is.
Mo said, "Fuck this shit." Is the Truman Show.
I'm not ready to believe all of it.
The sun and the moon are lights for times and for seasons. We tell the time of day. We tell the time of day by the sun. We tell the time of the month by the moon. The moon is the clock. It tells us what month it is, or the days. Like there's 28 days in a moon cycle, and there's seven days in a week, 4 weeks in a month, 28 days in a month, 13 months in a year. They got it so we got 12 months in a year.
Yeah, like they used to pay attention to bigger cycles of time, but now it's like, like weekly. I mean, so there's less like, yearly, and like seasonal celebrations. I mean, and that's because we don't go by nature anymore. We go by human society and by technology. So yeah, I mean, if we had more natural, you know, if we were like on, nature's clock, like if you go to a village, it's kind of weird how it affects your understanding of time. And then when you go to a city, how that affects your understanding of time. It's totally different. I mean,
If you use, if you use the sun and the moon for your timepieces, you can tell what time it is without a piece of paper. You can look up at the moon, tell what week it is. You can look at the sundial, tell what time it is on the sundial, and you don't need a piece of paper or a watch.
You know, Rocky, the Earth's a light too. The power companies just sap the light away from you so they can charge it back to you. There's been stories that there was no night, so the power companies just take the light from the Earth away from you.
Yes.
Anyway.
Let's check this out.
I know what is on Angelina Jolie's genitals and what is not on Nicole Kidman's.
Oh, man.
But it took me about 3 or 4 years of living where I do to learn that there was a massacre of about 250 Indians about 2 miles from where I live at a place called Yantakit. Another massacre of another 100 Indians or so at a place called Hawanket right over here. And then right over here there was another massacre at a place called Achalet. And anyway, it's insane that I know that the Mets would have had a better chance if Pedro weren't hurting, but I can't name 10 species of edible plants and fungi who live within 100 yards of my home. Part of the reason that we don't defend the places we live is because we don't live there. We live with Brad and Angelina, and we live with Pedro and his hurt hip and his hurt toe, and we live with Kenny Rogers and the smudges on his hands. And okay, so like I said, I don't think I can name 10 species of edible plants and fungi within 100 yards of my home. There's blackberries, huckleberries, salal, thimbleberry, salmonberry,
Dandelions.
blackberry. Oh, and there's those big red mushrooms with the white dots. The 11th premise of the book is, from the beginning, this culture, civilization, has been a culture of occupation, and the government is a government of occupation. What does a government of occupation do? It moves in, it facilitates resource extraction and maximizes production. That's what they do. That's their job. What does U.S. government do? Moves in, facilitates resource extraction, and maximizes production. You know, and all my American Indian friends are saying, so what the hell took you so long to figure this one out?
Well, it's exactly what we're getting into with the ellul, that the state is actually identical to technology. And so is the economic system, right? So it seems like technology, the state, and the economic system become one uniform entity. That basically replaces, in a most thorough form, basically replaces nature, A, and B uses nature as a standing reserve.
Yeah, it's uniform but modular, yes.
Oh, yeah.
I can read something about that. Okay, if Nazis or other fascists took over North America, what would we all do? Oh, we'd watch television, by gum. What would we do if they implemented Mussolini's definition of fascism? Fascism should more appropriately be called corporatism because it's a merger of state and corporate power. And what would we do if they then instituted laws allowing them to put a significant portion, say 1/3, of all Jewish males from the ages of 18 and 35 into concentration camps? What if this occupied country called itself a democracy, but most everybody understood elections to be shams, with citizens allowed to choose between different wings of the same fascist or following Mussolini corporate party? It's like, the capitalist press used to just laugh and laugh and laugh that the Soviet Politburo was made up of like 99% members of the Communist Party. It's like, okay, so the U.S. Congress and House of Representatives is made up of what percent of members of the Capitalist Party? I think it's about 99%, with 1% absent. What if anti-government activity was opposed by stormtroopers and secret police? Oh, that's one of my secret fantasies, is the next time there's one of those like big WTO meetings or something, that the cops will turn around and they'll start shooting at the WTO representatives. We all have our fantasies. Because of course they have much more in common with us as in terms of class interest than they do with their masters. But the reason, of course, that can't happen is because the violence is only allowed to flow down the hierarchy, and for them to shoot at their masters would be violence flowing up the hierarchy. Anyway, what if anti-government activity was opposed by stormtroopers and secret police? Would you fight back? If there already existed a resistance movement, would you join it? Substitute the word African American for Jewish and ask yourself the same question, because of course about a third of all African American males in the ages of 18 and 35 are under so-called criminal justice supervision. Anyway, would you resist if the fascists irradiated the countryside and poisoned food supplies, made rivers unfit for swimming and so filthy you wouldn't even dream of drinking from them anymore? What if they did that because, hell, I can't finish that sentence, because no matter how I try, I can't come up with a motivation good enough even for fascists to irradiate and toxify the landscape and water supplies. If fascists systematically deforested the continent, would you join an underground army of resistance, head to the forest, and from there to boardrooms and the halls of the Reichstag to pick off the occupying deforesters, and most especially those who get them their marching orders? I mean, what would we all do if space aliens came down, that's where they come from, if aliens came down from outer space and they started to vacuum the oceans, and they were putting dioxin in every mother's breast milk, and they were just, you know, clear-cutting the planet, they were changing the climate, and they were giving us like cool computer games and stuff. You know, what would we do? You know, I mean, we would grab our camo outfits, we would grab our AK-47s, and wrong audience. So am I like the only person here with an AK-47? I shared the stage with Ward Churchill a while ago, and I said the same thing. Am I the only person here with an AK-47? He was out in the audience when I was doing my talk. I said, am I the only person here with an AK-47? Just silence from the audience. And I hear this voice go, nope. I mean, seriously, what would we do
Nice.
if instead of it being, you know, the U.S. government, the corporations run by the U.S. government, what if instead of the Iraqis had invaded? You know, the Iraqis were so close to invading. You know, what if they were Iraqis who were doing all this? You know, we would fight back. Okay. So maybe your sense of kin, your sense of skin doesn't extend to the natural world. Maybe you don't yet love the land where you live enough that you'll fight for it. But what if the fascists toxify not only the landscape, but the bodies of those you love? What if their actions put dozens of carcinogens into the flesh of your lover, children, mother, brother, sister, father? How many people in here have had someone you love die of cancer? It's about 80%, 70%. Would you fight back? What if the fascists toxify your own body? Would you still cling to the illusion that their edicts carry more weight than that brought to bear by their secret and not so secret police? Would you work for this regime? Would you teach others its virtues? Or would you fight back? If you won't fight back when they toxify your own body, when precisely will you fight back? Give me, and more importantly yourself, a threshold at which you finally take a stand. If you can or won't give the threshold, why not? None of these questions are rhetorical. The questions are real. They are, at this point, some of the most important questions there are. So what I'd like to do is, I've got 1, 2, 3 more premises I want to talk about. Well, I want to do 2 premises. I want to bash pacifism, and then I want to bash hope, and then read 2 things real fast, and then we're done. Okay.
Yeah, let me read a little bit of what he's got to say here. He says, now they're doing the same thing with forest fires, inflaming public fears as they did with forest health, using partial truths and often outright lies to turn some very real concerns to their own destructive ends. Fires are a normal part of the forest ecology, especially for many of the forests of the arid West. In fact, many species are fire dependent. Lodgepole pines, for example, are shade intolerant and need openings in the forest canopy, such as those caused by fire, to send up the new generation. To this end, lodgepole pine cones, are tightly closed by resin that only fire can melt. and seeds can only germinate on exposed soil where fire has removed leaf litter. Three-toed woodpeckers are called black-backed woodpeckers, are colored to be camouflage against the charred background of burnt trunks. They exist only precariously where there is no fire, but arrive in droves to burned areas to eat bugs feeding inside of blackened trunks. Fires are a forest's way of renewing itself. In arid forests, fire, not bacteria or fungi, is the main agent for breaking down nutrients. Without fire, dead litter in these forests does not decay or rot, but simply piles up on the forest floor. Fires also redistribute these nutrients across space in the form of windborne ash, such as salmon carry nutrients from ocean to forest. Fires mix things up. They're a tremendously creative force. And for the most part, fires aren't all that dangerous. Now, yeah, I'll say a little note about this soon, because the fires that are caused today are a little different, and that's because of them cutting down the larger trees, right? So you create really small, thin trees, right? So that causes the forest fire to spread very quickly, right? And because there's not a lot of brush, right? Basically you hunt the wolves, right? The wolves cause the deer population to go up, right? The deers populate the forest. They eat up all the brush. The forest fire that's supported by the brush, right? Actually, spreads too far because there's no brush, right? Because the deers ate it all, right? So you need so there's a delicate system in the forest, anyways, right, between the wolves and the deer and the brush and the foliage and the forest fire, right? But yeah.
Yeah, living in the forest, and they're logging about half a mile from here. They're if you don't log, then it's worse for the it's you have to be a steward of the forest. You have to thin it once in a while and use it up. If you just let it overgrow, it's more of a danger of getting out of control. And then when they spread aluminum in the chemtrails, it makes the forest even burn hotter because it's got aluminum on the leaves and stuff. And so LA fires were caused by a lack of what I would call stewardship. They just let it get overgrown and never did any thinning, and it just caused we had a fire up here, and basically I went up after the fire, and it was just all the underbrush was burned away. It really wasn't that dangerous. It just, people think it's dangerous, but it's really not that dangerous. Fires are a normal thing, and when you don't allow forests to have fires once in a while, it's bad. The forests need to have fires. Some of the plants, some of the trees won't grow unless they were in a fire first, and that's what makes the seed bud open, is because it was in a fire.
Right. That's what he just explained with the lodgepole pines. But he explains, he actually explains in painstaking detail. He says most natural fires are pretty small, far less than 100 acres, even including larger fires. The average is about 240 acres, and they don't burn up quickly or all that hot. They don't jump to tops of big trees, but kill only smaller cousins beneath. And there are a lot of small fires. The Blue Mountains of Oregon got their name from the smoky haze of so many small wildfires. In their natural cycle, most western forests burned every 3 to 20 years, with long cycles in more moist forests. This means big trees in dry forests would experience perhaps 50 or 100 fires in their lives. These small fires aren't terribly dangerous, he says, because the fires burn in patches. Animals easily move to protected swales until the fire passes, or they climb trees and wait for the mother to return and hope she gets there before the people in the green polyester pants. The front usually advances at only a couple of miles per hour, meaning large animals can easily amble in front of the flames and birds can fly away.
Yeah.
And he says most birds raise young early in the year, which means fledglings are ready to fly before the fire season.
We're in fire season up here, and the logging they're doing is pretty good logging. They're taking away, and they're leaving the big trees and taking the small ones out, which is really good. They're kind of cleaning it up, and some say that it's because Trump's letting them do it. Before they weren't allowed. It was like they don't allow you to do what needs to be done. You know, we need to clean up some of these forests, and now they're doing it. It's like, wow, I'm so grateful. It looks so much better driving down my road now. You can see through the trees. They got big trees, and it's really nice. It's really, really nice that they're finally getting around to doing something.
You think it's because of Trump?
That's what they say. They say they finally were given permission to do it. It's because Trump said, "Make America great again."
Yeah, these people are dumb as rocks. Yeah, but
but not as smart as Rocky.
Oh yeah, Rocky Shepherd. But yeah, check this out. He says even small creatures are fairly safe from fires. Mammals head into their burrows, and insects just dig themselves into the soil. Where a few inches below the surface, the temperature remains remarkably constant. The nature and danger of forest fires change with the arrival of extractive forestry. Peshtigo, Washington, October 8th, 1871. Only 20 years earlier, the area had been part of a 200,000 square mile unbroken native forest that covered much of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Minnesota. But the trees were cut for lumber, for railroad ties, to clear land for agriculture. Fire escaped from logging slash piles. You okay there, sir? And exploded into... Yeah, blessings. And exploded into the logged over forest, burning 1.25 million acres of pine trees and killing 1,500 people. Hinckley, Minnesota, 1894. Metz, Michigan, 1908. Cloquet, Minnesota, 1918. These huge fires raged in the aftermath and as a result of extractive forestry and he says as extractive forestry moved west, so did catastrophic fires. The Yakult fire of 1902, actually a series of 110 fires started by logger and settler fires, burned 1 million acres in Washington and Oregon and killed 30 people. Then came the Wallace Fire of 1910 in Idaho, sometimes called the Big Blow Up. As usual, logging created conditions ripe for catastrophic fire. Lots of slash piles, lots of trees killed by logging, lots of weak dog hair trees coming up in dense, even age stands. By July of that year, 3,000 fires. Many started in slash piles. Were burning in the forest of North Idaho on August 20. All hell broke loose, quote unquote. According to District Forester, hot hurricane force winds blew up from the southwest. They were strong enough to blow riders from their saddles and strong enough to bring together the small fires into a conflagration that took 3 million acres of white pine. Headlines from the region: Wallace fire loss, $1 million, 50 dead, 180 missing in St. Joe zone. Quote, 5 known dead near Newport, unquote. Quote, terror-stricken 2,000 refugees dashed through flames to safety, unquote. Quote, in forest fires, 142 dead, 185 missing, property loss, $20 million, unquote. Fire victims, 185. And another one.
The Idaho blow up is really near here. There's evidence of it still on my property, where there's these great big cedars that were burned up, but cedar doesn't rot. So even though they got charred, they're still around. You can see the evidence of the great blow up of Idaho, which is right next to where I live in Washington. Yeah, it was a big deal. And it's probably caused by the loggers somehow. Yeah, I'm just confirming.
Wallace Fire, 1910 of Idaho. The big blow up.
Yep, that's the
Crazy
one. I got
stuff, folks.
I got evidence of it on my property still.
The big bazooka.
The big one. And fire season is people fear it around here. It's like, and then it's right during the 4th of July, fire season. People are lighting off fireworks. Great.
What the hell is even that? Satchel bomb.
Yeah, so basically, what do they do in response? Well, they created Smokey the Bear.
Smokey the Bear. Yeah, that's right.
So he's laughing at that. So I'm going to skip the next paragraph where he basically sighs about this whole process because he's like, this is the stupidest fucking thing.
Rasta Bear.
Yeah, because this is literally the response, right? So he said, So he says, did they halt all industrial forestry, right? He said, well, no, not exactly. Instead, administrators decided to eradicate not the disease, but the symptom, and assumed what was called a 10 a.m. fire policy. Every fire must be out by 10 o'clock next morning. And they got Smokey the Bear. So then he says the net effect of this policy has been a further weakening of already stressed forests, as well as dangerous buildup of those even age stands so beloved of both foresters and fires. In other words, industrial forestry has combined with misguided fire suppression policy to create conditions ripe for disaster. The federal government has unsurprisingly used this fear of conflagration to promote deforestation by greatly increasing logging and suspending environmental laws and public participation on timber sales determined to be necessary to reduce the fuel load. The Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management have already put their old rubber stamps bearing, quote, necessary for forest health, unquote, into the storage and replace them with stamps bearing, quote, necessary to reduce fuel load, unquote. Expect another massacre. It doesn't really matter to the outcome that time after time, the trees that are cut are big, old, commercially valuable trees, not the dog-hair trees more prone to fire. In 1999, Government Accounting Office report stated that Forest Service managers tend to focus on areas with high-value commercial timber rather than areas with high fire hazard, or include more large commercially valuable trees in timber sales that are necessary to reduce the accumulated fuels. Nor does it matter that a September 2000 report by Department of the Interior and Department of Agriculture stated, quote, the removal of large merchantable trees from forests does not reduce fire risk and may in fact increase such risk. Nor does it matter that the Forest Service fire specialist Denny Truesdale says, quote, the majority of the material that we need to take out is not commercial timber. It is up to 3 or 4 inches in diameter. We can't sell it. Science doesn't matter. Logic doesn't matter. Public participation and democracy doesn't matter. Justice doesn't matter. Forests don't matter. Life doesn't matter. Commercial logging removes large fire-resistant trees and leaves behind flammable needles, limbs, and brush. What's more, there's some type of
Like static?
yeah, static, but it kind of sounds cool, so I'll just leave it. Yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, what's more, removing the overstory reduces shade, drying and heating the materials below. Tree plantations are far more valuable to fire than natural forests. And there's a direct correlation between roads and fires. Add to this the fact that overwhelming majority of forest fires, 88%, are caused by humans. And that up to half of these are arson.
Yeah, arson.
There have already been many cases of people lighting fires specifically so they can benefit financially, whether through gaining employment as firefighters or through giving Forest Service an excuse to offer up dead trees as timber sale, quite possibly to the arsonists themselves. The Forest Service own fire laboratory found that the main factors determining whether buildings ignite.
Firefighters.
Yeah,
Firefighters
go ahead, Rocky.
Firefighters will start fires so they can get paid to put them out.
Right.
It's verified. I know it's
crazy.
True. We have old growth up on.
Talk about a false flag.
Oh yeah.
It's wild.
And then they like use these water pumps, and they'll end up stealing them. They'll end up stealing the water pumps they use. They put in the creek to pump water out to fight the fire, and then the firefighters stole my neighbor's water pump out of the creek where he had it. They're a bunch of thieves. They bust them in. I see them. They bust them in, and they're just fucking degenerates, and they're fucking scumbags coming here to fight. And they tried to park on my property once and said, "Get off my fucking property." The feds were parking their firefighters on my property. Get the fuck off my property, goddamn motherfuckers.
That's right. Tell him, Rocky.
Yeah, I brought my gun out and started shooting on my property. And
oh dang! What? They didn't go after you?
No, they were on my property because it leads up to Baldy Mountain, but they were parking on my property waiting for the next truck to go up in a group or something. And I told them to get off, and I shot I didn't shoot at them. I shot because my property is 48. I can just shoot at a mountain and know that I'm not going to hurt nobody. It's like my own range. I got my own firing range in my backyard. Shoot wherever I want to. And I just making the point that this is my property. You're feds, and you don't have a right to get on my property without my permission. Just because and they're all criminals. They were just a bunch of fucking. They were shipped in from like New York or something. I don't know. Not that everyone from New York's criminal, but they were. That's what I'm saying. They start fires so they can make money, and the loggers know that. And some of the people, I don't think the loggers are in. Maybe they are. I don't know, because the loggers, they will get paid like $250 an hour for a machine that they're not even using. It just parked there in case they need it, like so.
Yeah, he's saying here that that they gave basically the same year where all this is happening, they gave that he's saying all this, 1999, 2000. He's saying they gave bunch of like millions of dollars to President Bush. So he's like, the loggers basically got the president elected, right? So how the fuck are you gonna stop them from doing anything? I mean, so so that's kind of the point that he's making here, and he says that's how the U.S. political system works. And then he says this is why the system must go. In his characteristic rhetoric that we've seen him, he very explosive rhetoric in that video that he has. But yeah, end game. It's like there's a lot of military manuals with that. But yeah, that's all I have here. Blessings, guys.
They also will clear, like, if they want a military operation in a certain area, they'll start a forest fire to clear the area so the troops can move in, and it'll be in a place where nobody can even reach. It's like you have to have a four-wheeler and drive for 20 hours to get there. They'll start a fire so that if they want to bivouac, it's already, taken care of. And that's what the place I live is, the northernest part of America. And so US 1, sometimes when they fly to Seattle, they'll fly over my area, and so it's kind of like it's a top secret area around here. They got US Force, the United States Air Force has a survival camp up here in the woods, and they sneak around and spy on us all the time. Yeah, the Air Force survival camp is right behind my mountain, and sometimes they'll fly drones over my house and spy on me because I have this green light that I shine up.
Shit, son.
Those green laser lights, Once I was shining one up in the sky, and it got the attention of, I think, the Air Force survivalists or something. I remember these Air Force survivalists, they had like a computer in front of them. They had like 40 Air Force survivalists out on the street with this kind of computer type thing in front of them. And like the next day they had this local whirlwind or tornado like thing that just wiped a bunch of trees out in Deer Park, Washington. And I think they can control like short burst of wind with this I don't know, the technology is weird. And the Air Force survivalists they're just crazy. So they in the winter they have these cats that they're on tracks that they can go around the woods. They're grooming. They're used for grooming snow, and they sneak around in the backwoods all the time. And there's this one. Anyway, when you go to their base, they have a small base. You drive up the road, and like one block before you get there, like there's this. It's a fenced off house, and it says Area 53, and then it has a Sasquatch carved out of wood, and it says freaky, man. It's like, what the fuck? Right next to the Air Force survival base. They got a Area 53, and they got a Sasquatch, full size Sasquatch, like 8 foot tall Sasquatch carved out of wood. It's trying to scare people away from the place or something. I don't know what the fuck. Goddamn fucking Air Force, fucking spying on me all the time. Fucking bastards. It's fucked up.
Bunch of goddamn motherfuckers. I made a video. We're gonna do July 4th stream. We're gonna read Mein Kampf and Julius Evola. The audiobook. We're gonna play some of that, and I'm gonna read some of Nietzsche. And I have this Evola on America. So I made this video. I'll play it now. I'll play it then. So yeah, maybe I'll open the show with it, but that's only if like a lot of people are watching. If not, I'll like play it later in the show, get more people in there, But check this out.
What's
This
a
is
lot? What's a lot? What's a lot of people? What is a lot of people for you? 20, 25, 30?
No,
50?
No, 7 or so. We'll be good. Yeah, 7 or so. I'll be good. I'll be good to go.
You heard him,
if it's
Rocky.
like-
70.
Yeah, if it's like 20, that's like really a lot. But yeah,
What's the schedule again? What is it?
Wednesday, Saturday, Tuesday,
Wednesday, Saturday,
Tuesday night, 9:15. So far, we're doing 9:15 p.m. Eastern. So I'll stay at that time. I don't know. For now, I'll wait till like
6:15 for you, Rocky.
Yeah, I'll wait till like sundown time changes. To switch my day around. So yeah.
And then they go for like hours, right?
Usually the aim is 6 hours, and unless things get hairy.
Yeah, like today got a little
Which
crazy.
they did.
Yeah, today got a little crazy. On the Saturday streams, it got crazy. We did extended streams on the last 2 Saturdays. We did a wild stream. We entertained tons of people on the panel. So that really didn't happen today. Today we had, usual suspects.
Yeah, usual tactics too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, people are coming back with the old tactics that are way
People
played
are
out.
They attack you.
No, not really TML, but Twilight here got the Inquisition
Twilight.
put on them.
Yeah, Twilight. There's a witch hunt for Twilight going down.
Well,
in a sense,
when you come about and you say that you're gonna, like, if you're gonna say that you're gonna try to explain Satan in a positive way, it's kind of hard for some people to fucking say that about.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, I remember when they did the Inquisition on me. I have so much attack potency that I took them all out. That was just funny.
You never took nobody.
Yeah, well, you came later into the discussion, so.
Yeah, for most of my Inquisitions, I usually come later because I like having the advantage.
Right.
I'm kind of new at philosophy and Greek mythology
and history.
No, history. I'm good with history. But I never studied any of the Plato. And I hear that people say that Plato and Christianity have a similarity in some way, and that Paul stole it from the Greeks or something, maybe, or maybe Paul recognized the God the Greeks were talking about. They didn't know who he was, and Paul explained it to him or something, and somehow it's I don't know. So there's different views on that. I don't know. So I'm not, I get stoned, I don't drink. People call me a drunk, but I guess you could call me not sober, but I'm not drunk. I might be stoned. People call me drunk, but I'm not drunk. I'm stoned, which is probably maybe
tipsy, perhaps.
Not sober, not being sober. It says be sober. Maybe I'm not sober. Maybe I should stop smoking weed, but I don't know.
Be sober or get pulled over, Rocky.
Oh shit, son. Click it or ticket.
Yeah. I got out of a ticket. They tried to give me a DWI, but I got out of it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was the night after. It was the 4th of July weekend. It's really fucked up. Trying to get me for DWI on the 4th of July weekend. Goddamn motherfucker. I'm a driver. I drive better than you drunk, even if I was drunk. Stupid fucking copper. But that's when I was still drinking. I don't drink no more. I stopped drinking. Now I just smoke a little weed. I was kind of tipsy that night, but there's a way to get some. But I still beat the rap. I can tell you how to do it. There's one way to do it. To beat it is to, you postpone taking the breathalyzer or whatever. Don't take the breathalyzer. Make them take you to get a blood test, and by then your blood toxicity is lowered. That's that's one way to do it.
I'll have to make a note of that.
When I was growing up in the 60s, a DWI was a $140 ticket. And then you had the Mothers Against Drunk Driver, who started the all drunk drivers are going to kill somebody. It was like the free precog. If you're drinking and driving, you're going to kill somebody. That was the Mothers Against Drunk Drivers. Most drunk drivers just wind up in the ditch. But, if you do happen to kill someone drunk, that's manslaughter, and you should be convicted for manslaughter. But to say that every person that has an alcohol level above certain level is going to kill someone if they get on the road, that's precog crime. You're already convicted of being a murderer or a manslaughter because you're driving drunk. That was started by Mothers Against Drunk Drivers. They started that we just got to go after you. Them Mothers Against Drunk Drivers are stupid. I remember driving with my dad. He'd have beers and we go light off fireworks in the car, and then he wasn't drunk. He was just having a couple beers. But everybody has a couple beers is now a drunk driver, and therefore you're going to end up killing somebody. That's their thinking. And it's just not true.
You don't even need to have any alcohol. You can, if you're sleep deprived, that's good enough to put people in danger.
Oh yeah. when I was a truck driver, of course I didn't drink, but falling asleep at the wheel, man. Wow, that's the deal. You got to be able to stay awake. And then when I was in the service, I was a driver, and that's what my they liked me because I never did fall asleep at the wheel. And when I did fall asleep at the wheel, I could still drive down the road. That's how good a driver I was.
Oh shit.
Shit. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I remember waking up at the gate, at the main gate, Marine Corps, waking up at the gate. And I made it to the gate, but I was asleep. No, maybe I fell asleep right when I got to the gate or something.
That's most likely.
Probably. And then the guard woke me back up when he finally got to me or something. I don't know. It's fucking weird. Well, when I was in South Korea, there was a guy who died, who killed a Korean walking along the rice paddy because he fell asleep at the wheel.
Sad.
Right behind. Anyway.
Yeah, blessings.
Yeah, I'm stuck talking.
Yeah, I mean, I think these guys are asleep or Twilight. I think he's gone. Yeah, he's usually on his phone, so either he shut his app or he's like elsewhere at the moment. He'll chime in if he's there. But yeah, blessings to Twilight. Thank you so much for your participation. Hank, are you there?
He's on cloud 9 with Lilith.
Right. Yeah, Hank, Rocky, you guys want to, say anything to these people? You're more than welcome. Blessings.
Yeah, cite your sources and check your facts, or you'll believe anything.
Truth is a feeling.
Yeah, exactly. Truth is a feeling. Yeah, we might have another debate that we got to moderate, Hank, between a sedevacantist and Orthodox. So we'll see what happens there.
Let me know.
Yeah, another mental combat. We did the first one on free will. So we might do a second one and look at Catholicism versus Orthodoxy and see if they're both down. Then me and Hank will moderate it. If you want to, but
yeah. I was hoping to see like an Orthodoxy versus Judaism because the Orthodox says that they came before the Jews, which is it's not even possible.
Which is wild.
Yeah. I want to do debates, but I don't want like just two people to debate because it gets people to watch this stupid shit. Non-intellectual contest. I want to get actual people who know their subject matter, all right, so that they can have an intelligent conversation on issues that, So we'll see when we can organize that, and if we can, we will bring it forward. So I'm planning on trying to establish more of those. But yeah, we have plenty of people in this that come around, that talk to me, that are knowledgeable on a range of issues. I think they wouldn't mind debating each other, and we'll figure something out. But yeah, so that's just a small idea that we're having, in the works, but not really. And I'm just mentioning it first time now, but yeah, we did one debate. And yeah, we may do a second one. So we'll see what happens. But yeah. So that's that. Obviously, we got lots of stuff. Skolomowski, ellul, my own writings. We're gonna be getting into Kant and Hegel and all that type of stuff. I have more explanations on utopian thought. Okay, and transhumanism and its links to transhumanism in the upcoming videos that I'll be showing. Okay, conversations with Neurojack and others. Right, as we've said. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And of course, we're doing a series on Eastern philosophy, in which we'll finish reading 2 translations of the Tao Te Ching on Saturday. right? So we got Spooky Saturday there, right? So we'll be doing that. So yeah. So anything else, guys?
Do not seek the treasure.
Exactly.
Water and light.
Exactly.
Thanks for
Well,
letting me ramble and rant.
Yeah, of course, Rocky. You're always welcome. And yeah, I greatly appreciate your time, sir.
Well, thank you.
Of course, anytime, and of course, especially last time, how you showed us the mountain. Yeah, man. You know, it's a beautiful sight.
I don't know who Boughton is. Or what happened. I just speak my mind. People don't like it. I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
I know. I said you
might be at the top of it.
Yeah, I said you showed us your mountain last time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the mountain. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thanks a lot.
Yeah, blessings.
Are you quitting for the night? You're gonna play music or what?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. We're shutting it down here.
Good night. You doing okay and everything?
Yeah, I'm kind of having a struggle here, you know, emotionally, and you know, I'm thinking about moving to Ohio, but I don't know if that's actually going to work out. So yeah, I'm going through kind of emotional trouble, financial trouble, but yeah, other than that, it's just normal stuff. But yeah, blessings, sir. Thanks for asking, sir.
Yeah, I'll pray for you.
Yeah,
God
thank you so
bless
much. Yeah,
God
that
bless
means a
you.
lot. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, so you guys want to watch this video? Julius Evola on America. Let's check this out, man. Yeah, maybe Lilith will wake up. Who knows? I don't know while we're
Yeah,
watching it.
well, I'll probably be crashing.
Yeah.
So, take it easy.
Yeah, blessings, Red. Thank you so much for being here with me.
Yep.
Yeah, peace, brother. Peace be with you. Reddington. And yeah, let me know what you guys think. Julius Evola on America. Some captivating lines. You know, here, hold on. Where did I actually give me a second. Let me actually try to locate where I put this video here. Oh yeah, here it is. Julius Evola. America. Use the video game.
Julius Evola. American Civilization. The recently deceased John Dewey was applauded by the American press as the most representative figure of American civilization. This is quite right. His theories are entirely representative of the vision of man and life, which is the premise of Americanism and its democracy. The essence of such theories is this, that everyone can become what he wants to, within the limits of the technological means at his disposal. Equally, a person is not what he is from his true nature, and there is no real difference between people, only differences in qualifications. According to this theory, anyone can be anyone he wants to be if he knows how to train himself. This is obviously the case with the self-made man. In a society which has lost all sense of tradition, the notion of personal aggrandizement will extend into every aspect of human existence, reinforcing the egalitarian doctrine of pure democracy. If the basis of such ideas is accepted, then all natural diversity has to be abandoned. Each person can presume to possess the potential of everyone else, and the terms superior and inferior lose their meaning. Every notion of distance and respect loses meaning. All lifestyles are open to all. To all organic conceptions of life, Americans oppose a mechanistic conception. In a society which has started from scratch, everything has the characteristic of being fabricated. In American society, appearances are masks and not faces. At the same time, proponents of the American way of life are hostile to personality. The Americans' open-mindedness, which is sometimes cited in their favor, is the other side of their interior formlessness. The same goes for their individualism. Individualism and personality are not the same. The one belongs to the formless world of quantity, the other to the world of quality and hierarchy. The Americans are the living refutation of the Cartesian axiom, I think, therefore I am. Americans do not think, yet they are. The American mind, puerile and primitive, lacks characteristic form and is therefore open to every kind of standardization. In a superior civilization, as, for example, that of the Indo-Aryans, the being who is without a characteristic form or caste, in the original meaning of the word, not even that of servant or shudra, would emerge as a pariah. In this respect, America is a society of pariahs. There is a role for pariahs. It is to be subjected to beings whose form and internal laws are precisely defined. Instead, the modern pariahs seek to become dominant themselves and to exercise their dominion over all the world. There is a popular notion about the United States that it is a young nation with a great future before it. Apparent American defects are then described as the faults of youth or growing pains. It is not difficult to see that the myth of progress plays a large part in this judgment. According to the idea that everything new is good, America has a privileged role to play among civilized nations. In the First World War, the United States intervened in the role of the civilized world par excellence. The most evolved nation had not only a right but a duty to interfere in the destinies of other peoples. The structure of history is, however, cyclical, not evolutionary. It is far from being the case that the most recent civilizations are necessarily superior. They may be, in fact, senile and decadent. There is a necessary correspondence between the most advanced stages of a historical cycle and the most primitive. America is the final stage of modern Europe. Fanon called the United States the Far West, in the novel sense that the United States represents the reductio ad absurdum of the negative and the most senile aspects of Western civilization. What in Europe exist in diluted form are magnified and concentrated in the United States, whereby they are revealed as the symptoms of disintegration and cultural and human regression. The American mentality can only be interpreted as an example of regression, which shows itself in the mental atrophy towards all higher interests and incomprehension of higher sensibility. The American mind has limited horizons. One can strive to everything which is immediate and simplistic, with the inevitable consequence that everything is made banal, basic, and leveled down until it is deprived of all spiritual life. Life itself in American terms is entirely mechanistic. The sense of I in America belongs entirely to the physical level of existence. The typical American neither has spiritual dilemmas nor complications. He is a natural joiner and conformist. The primitive American mind can only superficially be compared to a young mind. The American mind is a feature of the regressive society to which I have already referred. American morality. The much vaunted sex appeal of American women is drawn from films, reviews and pin-ups, and is in large print fictitious. A recent medical survey in the United States showed that 75% of young American women are without strong sexual feeling, and instead of satisfying their libido, they seek pleasure narcissistically in exhibitionism, vanity, and the cult of fitness and health in a sterile sense. American girls have no hang-ups about sex. They are easygoing, for the man who sees the whole sexual process as something in isolation, thereby making it uninteresting and matter-of-fact, which, at such a level, it is meant to be. Thus, after she has been taken to the cinema or a dance, it is something like American good manners for the girl to let herself be kissed. This doesn't mean anything. American women are characteristically frigid and materialistic. The man who has his way with an American girl is under a material obligation to her. The woman has granted a material favor. In cases of divorce, American law overwhelmingly favors the woman. American women will divorce readily enough when they see a better bargain. It is frequently the case in America that a woman will be married to one man but already engaged to a future husband, the man she plans to marry after a profitable divorce. Our American media. Americanization in Europe is widespread and evident. In Italy it is a phenomenon which is rapidly developing in these post-war years and is considered by most people, if not enthusiastically, at least as something natural. Some time ago I wrote that of the two great dangers confronting Europe, Americanism and communism, the first is the more insidious. Communism cannot be a danger other than in the brutal and catastrophic form of a direct seizure of power by communists. On the other hand, Americanization gains ground by a process of gradual infiltration, affecting modifications of mentalities and customs which seem inoffensive in themselves but which end in a fundamental perversion and degradation against which it is impossible to fight other than within oneself. It is precisely with respect to such internal opposition that most Italians seem weak. Forgetting their own cultural inheritance, they readily turn to the United States as something akin to the parent guide of the world. Whoever wants to be modern has to measure himself according to the American standard. It is pitiable to witness a European country so debase itself. Veneration for America has nothing to do with a cultured interest in the way other people live. On the contrary, servility towards the United States leads one to think that there is no other way of life worth considering on the same level as the American one. Our radio service is Americanized. Without any criterion of superior and inferior, it just follows the fashionable themes of the moment and markets what is considered acceptable, that is, to the most Americanized section of the public, which is to say the most degenerate. The rest of us are dragged along in its wake. Even the style of presentation on radio has become Americanized.
Who, after listening to an American radio program, can suppress a shudder when he considers that the only way of escaping communism is by becoming Americanized?
Those are not the words of an outsider but of an American sociologist, James Burnham, professor at the University of Princeton. Such a judgment from an American should make Italian radio programmers blush for shame. The consequence of the do-your-own-thing democracy is the intoxication of the greater part of the population which is not capable of discriminating for itself, which, when not guided by a power and an ideal, all too easily loses sense of its own identity. The industrial order in America. In his classic study of capitalism, Werner Sombart summarized the late capitalist phase in the adage fiat producto, parit homo. In its extreme form, capitalism is a system in which a man's value is estimated solely in terms of the production of merchandise and the invention of the means of production. Socialist doctrines grew out of a reaction to the lack of human consideration in this system. A new phase has begun in the United States where there has been an upsurge of interest in so-called labor relations. In appearance it would seem to signify an improvement. In reality this is a deleterious phenomenon. The entrepreneurs and employers have come to realize the importance of the human factor in a productive economy, and that it is a mistake to ignore the individual involved in industry, his motives, his feelings, his working day life. Thus, a whole school of study of human relations in industry has grown up, based on behaviorism. Studies like Human Relations in Industry by B. Gardner and G. Moore have supplied a minute analysis of the behavior of employees and their motivations with the precise aim of defining the best means to obviate all factors that can hinder the maximization of production. Some studies certainly don't come from the shop floor but from the management, abetted by specialists from various colleges. The sociological investigations go as far as analyzing the employee's social ambience. This kind of study has a practical purpose. The maintenance of the psychological contentment of the employee is as important as the physical. In cases in which a worker is tied to a monotonous job which doesn't demand a great deal of concentration, the studies will draw attention to the danger that his mind may tend to wander in a way that may eventually reflect badly on his attitude towards the job. The private lives of employees are not forgotten, hence the increase in so-called personnel counseling. Specialists are called in to dispel anxiety, psychological disturbances, and non-adaptation complexes, even to the point of giving advice in relation to the most personal matters. A frankly psychoanalytic technique and one much used is to make the subject talk freely and put the results obtainable by this catharsis into relief. None of this is concerned with the spiritual betterment of human beings or any real human problems, such as a European would understand them in this age of economics. On the other side of the Iron Curtain, man is treated as a beast of burden and his obedience is maintained by terror and famine. In the United States, man is also seen as just a factor of labor and consumption, and no aspect of his interior life is neglected and every factor of his existence is drawn to the same end. In the land of the free, through every medium, man is told he has reached a degree of happiness hitherto undreamed of. He forgets who he is, where he came from, and basks in the present.
American democracy in industry.
There is a significant and growing discrepancy in the United States between the shibboleths of the prevailing political ideology and the effective economic structures of the nation. A large part of studies of the subject is played by the morphology of business. Studies corroborate the impression that American business is a long way from the type of organization which corresponds to the democratic ideal of U.S. propaganda. American businesses have a pyramid structure. They constitute at the top an articulate hierarchy. The big businesses are run in the same way as government ministries and are organized along similar lines. They have coordinating and controlling bodies which separate the business leaders from the mass of employees. Rather than becoming more flexible in a social sense, the managerial elite, Burnham, is becoming more autocratic than ever, something not unrelated to American foreign policy. This is the end of yet another American illusion. America, the land of opportunity, where every possibility is there for the person who can grasp it, a land where anyone can rise from rags to riches. At first there was the open frontier for all to ride out across. That closed, and the new open frontier was the sky.
At 16, child prodigy, math was specializing in complex analysis geometry. Earned a PhD in mathematics early, youngest professor ever hired by UC in Berkeley. A short-lived position. He resigned in 69 with no apologies, without an explanation given. Social anxiety multiplied silently, disconnected entirely from society. Built a cabin, became a survivalist. Rejected electricity and modern scientists. He cooked his dinner in the fire pit and watched the stars from afar where Orion sits. The wilderness where the lions live, primitive like the times of the giant pyramids the Mayans built. Then something causes mine to tilt. A course solidified successfully the very first time he killed. What would you do? How far would you go? If you thought that you could change the world for the greater good, how would you know what's right or wrong? Try to play God, mail a bomb to the CEO of a school or an airline. Do you justify murder for peace? Do you believe that technology is the beast? Imagine if your iPhone disappeared, that would be weird. Could you function in the world without technology, or would you be scared? What would you do? How far would you go? If you thought that you could change the world for the greater good, how would you know what's right or wrong? Try to play God, mail a bomb to the CEO of a school or an airline. Do you justify murder for peace? Do you believe that technology is the beast? Imagine if your iPhone disappeared, that would be weird. Could you function in the world without technology, or would you be scared? Exploding octopus, blockbuster in the six-finger hand. We'll be dropping boxes, shock the populace with wishful plans, initially ignored. Industrial society and its future, the manifesto of Kaczynski's war. Life is seclusion, Bibles and bruises, rifles and Uzis, devices reclusive, designed to confuse the FBI, throw them off plan, blowing off hands, blinding people first. Soon the results were even worse, became obsessed with teaching society a lesson, with homemade weapons to reach society's perception. The Washington Post and the Times finally printed his manuscript. That was the tipping point that notified his family with suspicion leading to his arrest. His brother recognized his writing style of mission and death. Ran up in his cabin and discovered undeniable proof of his guilt. 16 bombs, 23 injured and 3 killed. What would you do? How far would you go? If you thought that you could change the world for the greater good, how would you know what's right or wrong? Try to play God, mail a bomb to the CEO of a school or an airline. Do you justify murder for peace? Do you believe that technology is the beast? Imagine if your iPhone disappeared, that would be weird. Could you function in the world without technology, or would you be scared? motherfucking chainsaw. See everything, it remain raw. Why you think we brought Q unique and slain for? The same reason that Henry VIII was king for. The same reason Kaczynski was in the Bing for. The thoughts going through Tyson mind in his ring walk. If it's beef, I suggest to you that you bring chalk. Everything is more merciless than a Ming thought. You in county and thought that you speaking Bing talk.
I feel how I feel cause I was born and killed. Ain't no love it seems the devil done stole my soul. I feel how I feel cause I was born and killed. Put the metal in your mouth like you was rocking braces.
After the game ends, I'm blasted from Gravesend. You rapping for gay men, I'm a master of mayhem. The city's a pool of devils and sin. I give you the tools that'll sever your skin. Slice the hands of a track assassin, choking the victim, keeping the gap from blasting. I'm hoping and wishing the streets let me stack from rapping. I'm speaking the crack, holding a magnum cannon. You slamming.
I feel how I feel cause I was born and killed. Ain't no love it seems the devil done stole my soul. Cause I was born and killed. Metal in your mouth like you was rocking.
I'm ghetto like strawberry in a limo, copping rocks in Queensbridge. Real shit, keep your weapons concealed, kid. This is for soldiers that chose to ride. Those that died, logo made of skulls and knives. Murderers multiply, souls survive. Those that know the road survive. Scope the sky, vultures fly. Desert eagle, chrome collide. Close your eyes, it's the hellion. My rebellion, retaliate. I have the whole New York State aiming at your face.
I feel how I feel cause I was born and killed. Ain't no love it seems the devil done stole my soul. I feel how I feel cause I was born and killed.
I was on a crash course with the cemetery or the task force. Shooting for the skies, I'd do anything to blast off. Rewinding 99, fucking now fast forward. If I could see today, this is everything I asked for. Back then I had nothing, I could rap my ass off. I'm on the corner spitting raps, twisting caps off. Now here I am today, people. See, this is what you asked for. Not the man, not the myth, I'm the superhero with this mask off.
catching feelings. Everybody swear they dealing and selling vinyl. Acting like you Richie but you Lionel. Style primal, so you study mine like a final and still fail. Lost the battle, now you leave a blood trail. Like a snail, you just a shell, just as well. You can't come where I dwell, I rebel. Battling forever and a day, never win away. I bring it to you on a tray. With a glass of ice, I'll make you call me master twice. I'm too nice, kid, I'm just too nice. Don't you get it? I wouldn't have said it the first time. I don't curse rhyme, I curse swine. The original, like before you when you blind. Why you still looking for a sign? original rap. Everybody stealing, catching feelings. Everybody's with it dealing and selling vinyl. Acting like you Richie, but you Lionel. Style primal, so you study mine like a final and still fail. Lost the battle, now you leave a blood trail. Like a snail, you just a shell, just as well. You can't come with a well. I'm a bell, never end the day, never win away. I bring it to you on a tray. With a glass of ice, I make you call me master twice. I'm too nice, kid, I'm just too nice. Don't you get it? I wouldn't have said it the first time. I don't curse rhyme, I curse swine. The original, like before you went blind. Why you still looking for a sign?
Yeah, I guess like the like Jordan Peterson and James Lindsay, they went on all these crazy rants where they're like, you should like support the Jews, I mean, because you know, and then they're like, you know, also talking about how the right has been infiltrated, but they're openly liberal, and they're like trying to talk about how you should be like a conservative or whatever. So so yeah. So there's all these fucking weirdos, you know, libertarians, you know, and you know, all these weird dudes who promote leftist ideology, right? They're basically promoting like classical liberalism and also like a lot of you know, like a lot of them, they want to overthrow the state and have like a sort of like Marxist government or whatever, like monarchical government or whatever, like dictatorship. Like they're fine with dictatorships, you know, or whatever. You know, so it's like basically these guys who said you could basically, you know, infiltrate the system, you know, by becoming a conservative, right? And trying to say that you want to break down the system, right? As a communist pretending to be a conservative. And basically like there's a lot of basically they agree with communists and libertarians, right? Like communists, libertarians, accelerationists, and Christian Zionists, like they all want to break down the system. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, and they get really good.
So it's like the basically they're uniting with like a revolutionary methodology, basically.
Yeah, and they have ideological affinity, so they don't exactly have to rub shoulders. You're right. Like they just, you know what I mean?
Well, it's kind of like this. Like, remember all the woke people on the left who are like cutting their dick off and they want to, burn the Starbucks and all this. Like, they're like, oh yeah, that's great because it just accelerates everything and we'll just let everything fall apart. But really, what they're doing is like, so like they have like Stalinist communism. Well, they're like the Trotskyist style. So they're just like same shit, different side of the coin, essentially. You know. So they're just like a different. They're what Orwell wrote 1984 about. It's like fascists who are actually Trotskyist, essentially. That's the way I would describe it. Wolf in sheep's clothing, Fabian, Frankfurt School, all that shit. That's how I would characterize it. I could be wrong, but I'm not really a scholar on it. That's just my rough opinion. Yeah. And most of them are unaware, by the way. I don't think most of them are like aware of what's going on. I think most of them are just kind of like confused. Yeah.
Yeah, what would you think? Like, what would be the differentiating factor between like the Stalinist versus the Trotsky? Is it more like implementation, or is it like a different? Is it significantly different, or is it more just like how they, accomplish it?
I mean, probably Machine's a better person to ask, and I know for sure Pill Eater is too. But I would say for me, I think it's like Stalinist is just like general communism. Like, we want good thing, we do good thing. These people bad, kill them. Trotskyists are more like, no, you have to believe in what we're telling you, and we have to make you like stop struggling against us, and in fact work against your own interests towards our ends. Does that make sense? That's the way that's how I would describe it. I don't know if Machine agrees with that or not, but I think Trotskyists are infinitely more dangerous because they're more concerned that of like mind control and shit like that. That's how I would say. Like Stalinism, I think
so
is
it's more like it's more covert, maybe.
That's how I would describe it, but I don't know.
In comparison.
Yeah, basically Trotsky was like the propagandist for Lenin, and then he started the.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they started the Bolshevik Revolution, right? And then Stalin basically murdered them. Right? And he was like, yeah, so he kind of like stabbed them in the back, right? And then he put a lot of emphasis on using the church, right? So you guys know about that, right? So he kind of because the policy that the Bolsheviks had, as you might know, was like, let's just murder a lot of Christians, right? And then Stalin came about, right? And then he said, well, let's just take over the hierarchy, right? And then murder the ones that don't agree with us, right?
Yeah. Well, and I think that like the neo-Trotskyists, they just figure like, well, let's just pick up where Stalin left off and stop making ourselves obvious. It's like that's my personal opinion. I can't prove that, but I mean, there's a good reason to believe that McCarthy was right about communism in America, but he was looking for a Stalinist when he should have been thinking about Trotskyist or something. I mean, again, I'm a dumbass. I'm not an academic, but that's my general understanding of the situation. Like, there's a strong argument that America was run by Trotskyists in like 1925, 1930.
Yeah, Lenin was from like Lenin and Trotsky were from the like they were educated in the United States, like even in New York, so they were not from Russia, right? But then Stalin was I believe he was like from like Ukraine or something like that, right?
Yeah, he's from Georgia, and he was like basically like honestly, he was kind of a badass. He went around like robbing banks and stuff like that, and he was going to be a priest, and then everybody told, he's like, I have to feed my family, and I don't like these people or whatever, so he just went around like bank robbing people and stuff like that, and eventually through prison he met, I guess, what became the communist, whatever, That's what I heard. Again, I don't know much about it. Like, I studied a lot of history, but for whatever reason, they didn't. I didn't get too deep into it, but I've picked up secondhand a little bit of the details.
I think I have a copy of his manifesto or whatever. It's pretty long. Or
Which
one of them.
Stalin or
Trotsky.
Yeah, with Trotsky, I mean, again, it's just funny. It's like I always heard about him, but I didn't really grasp how deep it goes, but I was listening to some Caleb Maupin this morning too, and he was kind of just talking about like how, you know, I mean, really, it's like you have these kind of occultists and all this stuff, and you know, I'm not saying that the Stalinists are not a problem. I mean, I think all communism is bad, but I think it's like, you think of it like this, like I would say it's like the capitalists are Trotskyists and the OG communists are Stalinists, if that makes any sense, right? And so like you see like these Antifa people, they're like, they don't know really what's going on at the lower levels, right? But probably as you get higher and higher up to like, you know, whoever's running the, you know, American government and the British government and stuff like this, and probably, you know, Russia and Israel and all these people, I would say they're more like Trotskyists. Is like they really actually, you know, don't value people very much. You know what I'm saying? Like they're more, I would say this more like, they're more like the Marcus Sangers of the world, right? Does that make sense? Like they just really hate people, essentially. And there seems to be some internal struggles about this, but I don't know exactly how deep that really goes. But, you know, I think, again, I'm just trying to draw it all the way back to these older heresies, because I get the sense it's like, you know, this whole Malthusian hating, you know, hating life, hating humans, you know, seems like it's a pretty old thing. It's just taking this one.
I found the book. It's called it's just called The History of the Russian Revolution by Leon Trotsky. So I got, it's like,
yeah, you should look up this guy named I can't remember his name, but he wrote a book called The Managerial Class, and he wrote it. Shit, let me look that up. Hold on. And also Caleb Maupin, because he talks about this stuff too in depth, and I'll put those names in the back. Hold on one second. Yeah, there's a guy named Burnham. He was basically like the predecessor of like what became like CIA or FBI or some shit like that. But you know, he wrote a book called The Managerial Class about basically how the people, you know, really running the United States are basically Trotskyists, and we're trying to like make everybody in the managerial class like understand that Trotskyism is actually how you manage people in this technological situation that we're in, and all this. You know, again, I don't know exactly how that fits into this paragraph we're looking at, but that's how I would say that, like, if you understand, like, between Trotsky and America's, and also the fact that, again, Orwell wrote 1984 about the American and British system, not about Russia or Germany or something like that, right? So I think that gives you a lot more clear understanding, you know.
let me look at the table of contents on this book here.
And Machine, what is the definition of millenarianism again?
It's as like basically Unseen said, like like it's basically like 1,000-year reign, right? So millenarian, that's why it's called millenarian. And there's also dispensationalism, which is a little bit different, but that means that there's different ages where there's different dispensations, right?
So it's like basically like different enlightenments for different ages, right? So you have like, yeah, that makes, okay, got it.
Yeah, there's like a new covenant for different ages, right?
So so it's basically like this. Again, I think that's Trotskyism right there. It's like just an infinite revolution. You have this revolution, then another one, but you know, we'll call it something different. They'll say it's enlightenment. I think enlightenment and revolution is essentially,
Yeah, because the goal is
interchangeable terms,
world.
you know?
Yeah, because the goal is world revolution.
Exactly. Yep. And I mean, if you look at all the economics and all the stuff going on, like all these things about politics, economics, they're all merging into one thing, technology, all this. Why? Because they want the whole world to be in perpetual revolution, which basically means whoever understands the secret knowledge or whatever, they can engineer whatever revolution or depopulation or whatever they want, because most people won't have a comprehension of what's going on. You know, that's how I would characterize it. So I think you answered the question I wanted to get into, which is that, so it's basically like millenarian dispensationalism converging with like modern, postmodern Trotskyism or something like that. Which again, it's not even the right term, but you get what I'm trying to like show how all these things are basically interlaced together. The Enlightenment is an ongoing process, essentially. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Freud.
yeah.
Yeah, and Freud literally wrote in like Civilization and its discontents that the state is basically where human beings exercise their psychotic urges, right? So they have this psychotic urge for like sterile like violence, right? And they have to like have this because they have all this guilt, right? And they have these violent tendencies that are suppressed, so they have to channel their violent tendencies somehow, so the state basically manifests itself, right? Out of the subconscious urges, the subconscious violent urges, right? And then basically that's what Thomas Paine said, right? He said the state is a necessary evil, right? So it represents like a subconscious like evil urge to like have power and dominate people.
Well, in a sense, like I can understand and even agree to some degree, but also I see it's like, well, if you're someone who has that knowledge and the ability to kind of like manipulate that situation, then of course you're going to justify it because or because you're going to have control, so at least some sort of control over it, right? And so, I mean, and I guess if technology is your end goal for whatever reason, right, then you just mix in a little bit in dispensational enlightenment process theology or something, right? And then there you go. I mean, you got like your perfect little excuse factory there.
Yeah, and that's what the Hegel and Marx, they thought that the individual was secondary to society, right? Once society gets going, then it engineers like these individuals, right? And that's because of the system, right? Because society creates a structure, right? And that structure creates like individuals, right? So they said the process is actually otherwise, right, than how people think it is, right? How people think that, it's people that are determining society, right? But they kind of said, no, it's actually society that's determining individuals. So it's kind of a different way of looking at things because they understood the notion of the collective in a totally different way because of Darwin. So it's like Darwin and Marx and well, I think Darwin and Hegel mixed is a deadly combination, right? Because you have in one this idea of evolution, and then you have in the other this notion of progress of human society, and like how humans want more and more freedom.
Well, and do you think that like that there's ever any intention on giving that to humans, or is that more like the carrot and then they have the stick in the back, essentially?
Well, it's just how they say they want to engineer society to engineer the individual.
To what end? I mean, is it to make people? I mean, it sounds like Georgianian, essentially. Like, we need to
go better, smarter, faster, whatever.
Well, that's what you know, because Marx was a futurist. He wanted to take the reins of like change and like all this stuff, and he said the point. He said up till now philosophers have tried to understand the world. What if the point was not to understand it but to change it? And he also said the root of man is man himself. So he said that man has to take essential control of his own destiny, like become his own god, and then try to change the world, try to change like society, right?
Well,
not try to like adapt himself to like nature and his country, like follow your tribe and your country. Like he didn't believe all that.
Well, to quote John Mayer, we're all waiting on the world to change. You know what I mean? So,
I want to head over to NFTU's stuff. So have a good one.
How dare you?
Yeah, blessings.
Traitor.
Let's see what he's got going on real quick. NF Twizzle, Televizzle.
Yeah, let's see. We only made like three sentences into this paragraph, so we're doing pretty good.
Oh, I don't see him right now on.
He's probably about to go live or something.
I think he jumped the gun. Get her, dude.
But so I missed a little bit of the stuff about Valentinian stuff. How would you say that Valentinian stuff overlays with this stuff that we're have on the main screen viewer?
Wait, what was the question?
How does Valentinian Gnosticism relate to what we have on the main viewer here?
Well, I think it's different scenarios, right? But yeah, I think that there's an idea where in in Gnosticism, right, and in basically in alchemy, right, and some of the alchemists, right, they were influenced by the Gnostics, right, because they thought that nature was made of this prima materia, right? So you could basically use nature, right, because it's basically made of like a different substance than spirit, right? So you could basically change, nature. And actually, the idea was to get beyond nature, right? So in the idea of going beyond nature, now they had a different idea because, the alchemists, they're trying to perfect nature from within, right? Whereas the Gnostics, they're trying to transcend nature itself, right? So it's a little bit different, right? And then with the Neoplatonists, right, they just think that nature is an emanation of the forms. They sort of all believe in this notion of like emanations, right? Whether you go to the like Kabbalah, the Gnosticism, right? Whether you go to Empedocles, whether you go to Plato, right? It's all these larger forces that then create these smaller forces or consistencies, right? Like for Newton, it's like energy, time, light, gravity, right? Those are like transcendent force, right? These ideas are transcendent in his opinion, right? But of course, he thinks like these things are like eternal, right?
Yeah, it makes sense. And so, I guess when we get to the millenarianism and all that, so what were you? I don't know if you wanted to go to something else first, but
Oh no.
So I guess let's read this next sentence here. Supposed to be as rapid as to resemble an explosion, the singularity. So it's like basically like technianity just wants the singularity to come at all costs, essentially.
Yeah, and this is the thing in in Hegel, right? In you know, in the notion of the Kabbalah, right? It's like there's going to be a world movement. It's going to go beyond nations, right? And it's going to lead to like progress, right? And basically, it's in the ideas of Teilhard de Chardin, right, where he's like saying, basically Teilhard de Chardin and Alfred North Whitehead come to like the same conclusion, right? That like once like the end of the world happens, like nature and the world is going to like transform. You call it like the Omega point. You could call it like the kingdom of God, right? That's what here he's referring to, right? Because they literally said it in the mission statement of the League of the Just, right? And in the Lindensfarne, right? In the League of the Just, it says bringing about the kingdom of God, right? Or the New Jerusalem. It even says New Jerusalem. That's another term for it. The kingdom of God is also called the New Jerusalem. It's also called the
And
Omega point, and yeah.
so the singularity is just basically like code word for like Kabbalistic fucking end times apocalyptic. What do you call it? What's that word for like your end times belief eschatology? Yeah, there you go. So singularity, aka Kabbalistic eschatology.
Yeah, then obviously the apocalypse is a huge refutation of that, right? Because in every age you could write an apocalypse, right? Because no man knows the coming of the hour of the time, right?
Right. Well, and exactly, and so they can just say like, and again, like this is not against Christianity or anything, or whatever, but it's like this is the thing is like they can just have a million different apocalypses or whatever because it's never to them. It's like we don't know when it's going to happen, so we'll just like construct our own until then, or whatever, or at least create narratives around events, or at the very bare minimum, essentially. And I mean, I have another thought that seems totally schizophrenic, but I thought it might be interesting. Is like, what would you say of like the Orphic egg and like Orphic Pythagoreanism and stuff like that? Like, doesn't that kind of apply to this kind of Kabbalistic eschatology stuff as well?
Yeah, because as I was trying to say, like, they all believe in the idea of natural laws, right? So once you have natural laws, right, like for example, right, if God does not transcend natural laws, right, like both Aristotle and the alchemists, they believe that God is on the level of natural laws, right? So that's why you can become God, right, in the system. Because if you can master nature, see, God controls nature, right? So if you control nature, then you're like a god, right? In their opinion, right? Because God's power is limited, right?
Yeah, like I'm looking at that graphic of the Orphic egg, right? And it's like you have like creation or heaven or whatever, and then you have like uh the Thanes, or what does it say? Like the union of opposites, and then you get down to the earth level, and it's like the Orphic mysteries. They kind of give you a taste of what's above, and like it's kind of it like actually reminds me of two
Look
things.
at this dude. Look at this dude in the chat.
I know that's true. Yep.
Oh, but yeah, go ahead though.
Yep. Yep, that's true. I know. I was looking at. Yeah, he was telling me what's going on with that. But yeah, I think so. What it's reminding me of with the Orphic egg stuff is like, it actually reminds me of like that model of the Earth and the universe and all that, where it's like you got like the Earth, and then you have the solar system, and then the galaxy, then you have like all 16 billion years of whatever, going up to this omega point of creation or whatever, right? And also the idea of evolution. And that scene in Jurassic Park always stood out to me, where it's like a dragon coming out of an egg, and so you have like the Velociraptor coming out of that. And they kept saying, like, earlier in the movie, and they kept making references that they're actually like kind of like birds, and then they mix birds with amphibians and stuff like that. So you have like the sea mixing with the air. You understand what I'm saying? And then on top of that, like it has like the Orphic egg, where like the dragons wrapped around the eggs, and then in some of the other movies they did this whole plots about someone stealing the baby, someone stealing the egg. And again, I know this sounds schizophrenic, but to me, it sounds like it seems that they're trying to point to like this whole evolution thing and how it kind of relates back to like Orphic Pythagoreanism or something like that. That's my take on it. You know, I know that sounds, you know, totally insane, but given what we know about how science basically takes the Kabbalah and then says, okay, what instruments or measurements do we need to make to, you know, show that we was Kabbalist or whatever, right? So I mean that's my conspiracy theory, you know. That's what I think's going on, but you know, I'm kind of curious what your take on my you know, my Arkham Asylum analysis is.
Well, the whole nation. I mean, the whole notion of the ether and the chaos relating to how you can change matter, right? And how, you know, the whole idea of reincarnation and evolution, you know, linking to the singularity. I mean, it's not a, you know, accident, I would say, right?
Yeah, and again, like I'm not saying that I'm saying that there never was any dinosaurs or not. Honestly, I'm ambivalent. I don't really care either way. But what I would say is that the way that the narrative is told to us about it is most likely encoded Kabbalistic belief systems that they feel that needs to be imparted to us for whatever reason. And I think that goes back to your theory that you were discussing at the beginning, which is that, you know, there's like a hierarchy of means, right? So you have like using nature, using people or consciousness, or using religious practices or whatever, right? Or technological practices, right? And so and again, I get this actually from Quantum of Conscious a lot too, where he keeps saying that it's like the Loosh. They want our focus on certain ideas or something. And again, I think that's why idealism is so dangerous from my perspective. It's like if everybody's focusing on this one thing, whether it actually changes reality or not, maybe it's probably something like a force that probably could be harnessed, you know, to some end. What end, I'm not sure, but to some end, I'm sure. There's a possibility that if people believe something or focus on something or belief or something, you know, does affect something. And again, I know that this is like 5 sentences into this paragraph, but that's kind of I'm trying to decode how I would interpret everything he's saying. So hopefully that makes some sense. And so I'll read the next sentence. This is analogous to the Judgment Day. Shout out John Connor of Christian mythology. Oh, and don't forget Sarah Connor, of course, and Kyle Reese. I wonder what the Kabbalah of that is, but let's see here. Christian mythology or the revolution of Marx mythology. Wow. I mean, he literally says exactly what I was thinking here. Because I didn't really read this whole thing, honestly. I only read like the last sentence last night. So, okay. So the cataclysmic event is supposed to be followed by the arrival of techno-utopia. Yep, kingdom of God or workers' paradise. Technianity has a favored minority, the elect, the Jews, yeah. Consisting of the techies or Trekkies, if you will. Equivalent to the true believers of Christianity or the proletariat of the Marxist. That's funny. The elect of technianity, like that of Christianity, is destined to eternal life. And though the element is missing from Marxism. Wait, the elect of technianity, like that of Christianity, is destined to eternal life. See, that is something that's always confused me about Marxism, because it seems to be like totally nihilistic and, you know, at the end of it. But Maybe you just got to get to the higher level. You know, you got to get to that OT5 or something, you know, to get that side of it. But let's see here.
Oh yeah, let me I forgot there's more of this. Yeah, I think also this is true, this last paragraph, that it's not only historically that they've come about in times of crisis, but they've come about at times of advancement. Right? So that's also happened. Yeah, I got another little thing I want to bring up here.
And I think I wish Unseen would come back, but I think that thing he shared in the back private chat, I want to take a look at that with you at some point too, because that looks very pertinent to what we were discovering. But
oh yeah,
exactly sure.
Let me get up in that.
Sorry, I missed what you said. I had to reload it.
Oh, okay. He's got another little thing. Oh, he's got another little against heresies. So if you want to read this. It says there these three kinds of existence, then having according to them been now formed. One from the passion, which was matter, a second from the conversation, which was animal, and a third, that which she, Akamoth, herself brought forth, which was spiritual. She next addressed herself to the task of giving these form, but she could not succeed in doing this as respected the spiritual existence, because it was of the same nature with herself. Therefore, applied herself to give form to the animal substance, which had proceeded from her own conversion. And to bring forward, yeah.
What is it? What is that you're reading?
Against heresies. The same thing I was reading before.
Oh, okay, cool.
She therefore applied herself to give form to the animal substance which had proceeded from her own conversion to bring forth to light the instruction of the Savior. And they say she first formed out of animal substance him who is Father and King of all things. So this is very similar to the Valentinus thing that I was reading, right? Because there's a female deity, right? There's also aeons. And there's also the demiurge. And it's called Formation of the Demiurge, description of him. He is a creator of everything outside of the pleroma. So yeah, it's interesting.
Right. Well, would you say there's any correlation between that and like Judaism per se, like overtly, as far as like with the demiurge and the prime mover and Aristotelianism and all that, or is that more just trying to read into it too much?
I mean, in this, I guess in Aristotle, there's a hierarchy of being, right? So you could tie it to that, but this is more like there's a whole bunch of gods here, right? So I think it might be. But see, it's its own thing because it's not really pagan. You know, because there's a sort of notion of the demiurge in Plato. So what a demiurge is a sort of a limited creator deity. I mean, like meaning that the demiurge doesn't really directly deal with the world, right? I wonder if we could get like a AI to read this here. Let me see if I could maybe rig this up here. Yeah, I thought it's possible to read this. Yeah, I don't know if you're still there, Neuro. Let me find this on a like a PDF. Then I'll get back to you guys. I don't know if
Shit, my bad.
no, it's all good.
Lost service. But I was looking at that thing that Unseen was sent over. It's formation of the demiurge, and so it's like okay, 3 kinds of existence. one from passion, a second from conversion, and which is like animal, and then Akamoth called herself fourth, which was spiritual. So, is there any correlation to any other systems that you're aware of like this kind of tripartite thingness that he's talking about?
Yeah, I mean, it's got a lot of not with specifically emanations from the demiurge, but yeah, it's not odd for the Gnostics to pair things in threes. They kind of do that a lot, right? And yeah, I don't know if the Kabbalists necessarily do that. They're more of like they kind of pair things in twos. And that's kind of how the Platonists are too. And that's kind of how the Platonists and the Jews kind of first got together. But yeah.
That's right. We talked about that before. It's like, Islam is oneness, Christianity is triple, and then they're like,
Yeah, you're kind of breaking up there if you're trying to talk.
yep, the Kabbalist shutting me down over here. Straight out of Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv. But yeah, I mean, I have more to say on it, but I guess we can just stop it here for now, and then I mean, I might start another one later, but for the moment, I'm gonna go. I guess I'll go do some other stuff because I think everybody has a lot on their mind today, and myself included. And
yeah, let me read this real quick before we end. It says here, science, according to the Promethean faith, was a new lantern of salvation that would lead men out of darkness into light. Given this Promethean reverence for science, it is interesting to recall that Engels described Marx's theory as scientific socialism. Again, Engels' selection of this appellation was predicated upon the common epistemological foundations of Marxism and modern science, radical empiricism. Saint Simon's functional class analysis, which prepared the way for Marx, stemmed from the extension of radical empiricism into the altogether new field of social relations. Herein, the epistemological foundations of all modern totalitarianism. In turn, That epistemological foundation stems from the Gnostic rejection of faith. Thus, the Gnostic occultism constitutes the epistemological heritage of almost all modern socialist totalitarian regimes. Returning to Marx's preoccupation with Prometheus, it is interesting to recall that the mythic figure's name shares the same meaning with the term Lucifer, as translated by Saint Jerome. From the original Hebrew Hallel, Lucifer, quote unquote. Marx's possible flirtation with Satanism is often overlooked yet controversial topic. It is not this researcher's contention that Marx was a Satanist in the traditional sense. In all likelihood, Marx probably denied the existence of Satan as a literal metaphysical entity. Yet it is important to remember that the Luciferian conception of Satan is premised upon the same existential contention. From Marx's neo-Gnostic vantage point, Lucifer or Prometheus was probably rendered immanent by cognitive powers of man. But yeah, then here's some of Marx's satanic poetry. He says, in Human Pride, he says, with disdain I will overthrow. With disdain I will throw my gauntlet full in the face of the world and see the collapse of this pygmy giant, whose fall will not stifle my ardor. Then I will wander godlike and victorious through the ruins of the world, and giving my words an active force, I will feel equal to the Creator. Ironically, Promethean revolutionaries, whose Weltanschauung was heavily informed by Marxism, murdered millions of the very species they sought to apotheosize. Marx's words, when given quote-unquote active force, apotheosized the state. The state, in turn, subordinated the individual to the collective. The individual could no longer lay claim to any intrinsic value. Oh, wait, did he fall out? Whoops.
Yo, it's World War, source supplies are scarce. Listen to ours, prepare hibernating cabins while terrain scorches. We think tanks in Shambhala fortress. Socialism forces to flee Holocaust agendas. Burn offerings with the flesh, frontal equinox. Evil starve bloodlines, combine and scatter minds. War crimes is nuisance stop. Fluoridate the populace. Bombs over Baghdad, Nazi and Onaki fed. Indie minds, the clock time. Out of bodily proportions. From fire to ether elements. Death ray weapons, straight as death slaves suffering. Under gold and silver tricks. Of the build the bird curves, aggression. Still a speeding time. Tap your mind, a kind of riot. They usurp the few to colonize foreign planets.
How do we stop a system of greed and corruption that condemns poor populations to slavery?
Government-issued maladies and fallacies, proprietary cures and environmental travesties, airborne inoculations, desensitized by hypnotic occupations. Join the coalesced congregations. Era of time, measure mechanical clock. Got you stuck inside a box with the predictable plot. Majority of Earth's population facing decimation. funny flavor in your water. Poison that you're tasting. Purity is hard to replenish. Once the carcinogenic has been introduced, your impulse has been seduced. Induced to spread virally. Venereal infections. Terminate the seed, breed material possessions. Seek to pacify through transgression. Subatomic body control. Submission and subliminal lessons. Through corporate talismans, you perceive the enchantress. The deed's
Yo,
been
I see
implanted.
political demons, warlocks playing with pictograms and Ouija boards. America is falling into esoteric Satanism. The magical spells of King Solomon written on my battle shield. As I walk through the battlefield, filled with landmines, wow, my mind intertwines configurations of mathematical data in a sequential order like a Fibonacci spiral. Chromatica was formed the complex forms of matter. The universe was created from dark matter. Words evolved as I carve hieroglyphics on a Egyptian skull, the materia prima in the secrets of Osiris, captured within a black mirror. Your soul swims through protoplasma, the singularity of triple stages of darkness, harnessed in your seven chakras.
The secret organizations of the world power elite are no longer secret.
It's known as the Bilderberg.
Yeah, my bad. Do you want to shut it down?
No, either way. Sorry, I just kept losing service. I couldn't hear anything you said. Sorry about that. But you can just close you can close it out after the song.
Yeah, it's the end of the song, anyways. But yeah.
Nice. But yeah, thank you for everybody for being here. And yeah, I think I got what I was looking for because
Yeah, are you busy now or?
Not busy. I just don't want to talk super loud because my kid's asleep, basically.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. No worries. But yeah, I think I'll start one up tomorrow or something.
But I mean, you're welcome to just continue on. I don't mind at all.
No, it's no worries. I'll probably just pray and go to sleep. I mean, I had a long night last night. We actually got a lot of views last night.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I think I'll just bask in the glory of last night's successes and maybe just go to sleep. And yeah, I think tomorrow when you have more time to talk, I think I'll start one up on my channel.
Yeah,
to continue the one that because I was gonna start one up and then you sent me this link, and I know you had to go soon, so I just went ahead and joined your one. But
no, I appreciate it a lot because I mean it pretty much got right to what I was wanting to talk about. I mean it covered a lot. I mean I didn't participate as much as I wanted, but
yeah, check out that last bit of reading I did, and I'll send you that one too. Read it over if you get a chance. So
yeah, I will for sure.
Yeah, it's pretty short. It's only like 2 or 3 pages. But yeah.
No, it's I have like a reading list of like.
Oh, here's this guy. Yeah, maybe I will continue with this guy if
yeah. I mean, I can be here. I'm just not going to talk a whole lot until my kid wakes up. So.
Because this guy's here.
Oh yeah, I'm glad he came back. Yeah,
I wanted to read this thing.
It's doing services.
Yeah, maybe I'll just read it.
How was your service?
It was all right.
Yeah, let me get up on this.
Yeah, I was trying to go over what you sent over unseen, and he's reading something similar to what you sent, I think. So.
What are you talking about?
Oh no, we were both reading the same thing. Yep.
My issue with that whole thing is like if I sit up here right and do that, it would just be like me and some dude arguing. You know what I mean? It wouldn't like get any point across. Like
this was what I was reading.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, hold on. No, I'm just gonna bring it up. Wait, is it on the screen right now? Oh no. Here, hold on.
No.
Here, hold on. Let me put myself. This is too crazy right now. Yes, I don't know. I have to look this up. I do have a couple Doubleday books. Aren't they like super old? You know what I'm talking about? Do you guys have those Doubleday books?
But yeah, this early Christian writing from Valentinius, this is I think that's chapter 1 in Against Heresies, right?
It says adverse heresies 1:11 1. Yeah. 1:11 So I don't know what part that your thing was from, but yeah, you probably have the entire book, so you could probably look this exact part up. But yeah, he's talking about Valentinius in this one. But yeah. But yeah, very similar to the one that was being read earlier.
Now that's like, I don't know, like that's why I have like kind of a hard time dealing with certain narratives, is because if you actually like look into it, because I had similar opinions, don't get like twisted. Like I don't think I'm like superior to anybody or anything. It's like I had similar opinions, but when you actually look at it, it's not that black and white. Like you can't just be like, oh, like Constantine, you know what I mean? It's like, come on, dude. Like it's very Dan Brownish. That's all I can say. But as far as like this type of stuff here, he like lists each and every single heresy, and like each sect was a different version of Gnosticism and had like a slight different take. You know what I mean? And most of them had some root to Christianity in some way. Like there might have been like slight Christian doctrines there. But,
well, kind of the conclusion that I came to in this conversation is that dispensationalism and millenarianism of like different ages. So you have like an enlightenment for the Jews, then an enlightenment for the Christians, an enlightenment for the Islam, and enlightenment for Hinduism, and enlightenment for secularism. And so my point is like it's like endless revolution or endless enlightenments for everybody all the time.
Yeah, what about this one?
See, initially, like you had guys that had like a millennialist view of like the 1,000-year reign or whatever, like Saint Justin Martyr. But even in his I think in one of his apologetical writings, he's like, he says like there's other people that have other opinions and they're fully a part of the church. He was like, I could be wrong about this, like he wasn't dogmatic with what he was saying. So like that's an important distinguishing factor between heresy and just like maybe a wrong opinion. But after the council, like it was decided like this no longer can be the view of the church, because they had a fuller understanding, not that the doctrine developed, but rather it was revealed in its fullness. Like, okay, like this is what is meant here, and
yeah, but check this out
about it.
I don't know if you've heard of this one, because everybody talks about the Irenaeus one, but this one, Hippolytus, 33 Gnostic Christian systems. Refutation of all
Hippolytus of Rome. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, I've read some of his work. I haven't read this, but I have read his stuff, because I got the Katina Bible app, and sometimes like his name will pop up and he'll be like talking about something,
Yeah, that seems like. I wonder if him and Irenaeus mentioned some of the same ones.
You know who else does one? Is Saint John of Damascus in the 700s. And why that one? I'm eating an apple, by the way, my bad. But in the 700s, he kind of does the same thing. But by that time, it seems that the church had a more definitive doctrine dealing with certain like understandings of these different.
Yeah, there's also new ones like the Manichaeans.
Right. I read something about, I think it was Saint Bede was writing about the Manichaean. Maybe it wasn't Saint. It was somebody. It was like they were talking about Genesis and how Moses had to write down these things because the Egyptians were misinterpreting things. That's the reason Moses was revealed Genesis. And then he talked about the Manichaeans and misinterpreting in the same way, kind of Genesis. And then you had the Origenists too, that are kind of like very similar to evolutionists today, that give like a distorted version of evolution and try to like connect it with Genesis. And the Roman Catholics have this weird doctrine of like added grace. So it's like man was put in the world and then he didn't have any grace and then God added grace to him or something and then it was taken away. I don't know. It's really weird. Whereas the Orthodox view is that when God put Adam in the garden, he was fully, grace filled. It was only after the fall that he fell from grace. It wasn't like, I don't know why they do that. I think you know what it is? It's because they're trying to connect evolutionary theory with Genesis or something like that. So it's like man was a beast and then God added grace to him and then he became like a man and then God took, grace away but somehow it didn't go back to being a beast. I don't know. Some weirdness.
Here, give me 1 second there, homie.
Someone's in the back.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Sorry about that. Yeah, because I was eating.
Allegedly.
Yeah, I was allegedly eating a mini muffin. Allegedly.
Adam Cadman. Is this Kabbalah?
See, it crosses over. I'll show
Okay.
you guys. So see, it's Lurianic Kabbalah, right?
Mm-hmm.
So see Philo, heavenly man, right?
Yeah.
Midrash.
That's like a text that accompanies the Talmud, right? I don't know.
Yeah, look at this. It says a remarkable contradiction between Genesis 1:27 and Genesis 2:7 could not escape the attention of the Pharisees. That in explaining the various views concerning Eve's creation, they taught that Adam was created as a man-woman. Woo!
What, dude?
That's that gay shit. That's gay
absurd,
shit.
dude. That's pretty absurd. Adam was created as a transsexual, and then God took his transsexuality off of him.
Heavenly transsexual, dude.
Bro,
Don't forget that. Don't forget that part.
Mm-mm.
He was a glittery. He had that glitter. Don't forget the glitter.
Bro, the Jays are tripping, dude. I don't know what they're on. I did not know that.
He had that stardust. A little bit of that stardust.
That's pretty funny though. Somebody needs to press them on that in the debate.
What about your gay ass daddy?
Divine Tranny. You're crazy.
Oh man.
Trinity.
Divine Trinity.
We got it in Philo. Okay. So the Pharisees. Oh yeah, here's this guy.
Looking like some Da Vinci-ness.
Yeah, you gotta like the like the crown and the head there. You could probably put that on a deck of cards. This seems familiar. It kind of looks like the thing on the deck of cards, for something like that. It's kind of weird looking.
Yeah, I'm convinced this aspect of the Kabbalah, it looks so similar to what like the Simonians were doing with their diagrams. But I wonder like if there were earlier diagrams, you know what I mean? Like this kind of Kabbalistic tree of life type thing where each body part has a specific meaning and all this stuff. That's some weirdness.
I think there's two of them. There's Adam Kadmon, and then there's Adam Belial.
So what's up with Belial? What's his deal?
I'm trying to see if they actually have a thing of that.
Yeah, so it's talking about the Ensolf and all that. See, I studied this stuff for a little bit, but it was just so weird. I'm not gonna lie, like it didn't stick. Like some things, like like you could study it and you can remember it, but this stuff was just kind of beyond me. I don't know.
I can't like holy smokes, folks.
Like they did stuff like Aleph separates Mem from Shin or something, and this is like, these Hebrew letters, and each letter designates a different element. So it'd be like air separates water from fire, and fire separates air from water, or something. And they had something where it was like all words connect. So Shin would be like Sheev, and like Sheev is like fire, and you cover a sword. You know what I mean? Like it's like some weird etymology thing where like words all connect, and they connect this to the divine in some way. To the 12 Hebrew letters, I guess.
Yeah, this is getting weird, man.
It's like a bad acid trip. Like that's what like the Kabbalah is like if you really like start going deep into it.
Yeah, but this is actually not even.
Yeah, what it says, it's represented by the transcendental cusp of the first letter Yod. In the system of the Sephirot, Adam Kadmon corresponds to Kepher, crown, the divine will that motivated creation. I had to explain to me, it's like God was carving something, and the pieces of the carving fell at his footstool. And that was sort of what creation was, or something in their perspective. Like those carvings are like divine sparks that come down. But then they go into some weird stuff where they say like, the fallen angels were these divine sparks that came down. So, I don't know what it is. Which one is it?
Yeah, and then I don't know why this says descending the worlds.
Oh, that's like that circular. Have you seen that thing? They have like this circular thing, right? It's like, but there's like a radius that goes down the middle, and like
Oh, check
teach.
this out.
Yeah.
According to Valentinus, Adam was created in the name of Anthropos. It overawes the demons by the fear of the pre-existent man.
So
Look at
man
that,
existed before time, like a soul, correct? Like that's the belief.
Anthropos and ecclesia.
Ecclesia. Like I know what the word ecclesiology means. I don't know what this. What Anthropos?
It's like, yeah, he's got these like syzygies, right? So syzygies are, and then this is the one that I was going to, is the Nassians, right? That was according to Hippolytus, right? Pro anthropos, fundamental being. And then here's another thing, the world soul.
Right.
That has a lot of conceptions. Whoa. Why is there a lady dancing on that thing? You see that?
Let's see. Let's see.
There's a lady twerking on that thing.
Bro. See, that represents the world.
You see that though?
Yeah.
There's a
So each section is like a deeper level of the worlds or something, and that lady represents the radius of these divine sparks coming down through these worlds, and then they hit the center piece, and then creation somehow I guess, you know, I don't know, something like that. It's weirdness. They're like really obsessed with semicircles, and they say like everything is like the whole world is in semicircles or something.
She got some semicircles right there. I'll tell you that. Oh, good Lord. What the hell?
What's coming out of her titty, bro?
She's twerking on that thing. There's literally a beam shooting out of her. What appears to be. Yeah, so this is wild because yeah, is that like Athena or something? But yeah, it says nature. So yeah, this is some wild stuff. So I'm gonna move on from that. World Soul is also in
Manichaeism, yeah.
But before that it's in Neoplatonism.
Yeah, yeah.
Zoroastrian furnished Mani with this particular doctrine of the original man. Right, but you can go to the Mandaeans, right?
No, when you go to like the Simonian ionology, like it's very similar. Like all of this kind of
Here we go. Cosmos created by the archetypal man.
Oh, there it is.
In the Jungian theory, the cosmic man is an archetypal figure. You know, but before that, it goes to this because see, this is in the year. Will they tell us?
It said something about Jesus is like a false prophet down there, and then no, it's like listing the prophets or something. What is going on?
Yeah, Mandaeans consider Jesus to be a false prophet. That's what it says here.
Yeah.
What about these other guys? Sabians. Because hold on, let me see. The term Sabians derives from. Okay, wait, hold on. But they're actually a real group. It says they're mentioned in the Quran, but they're actually a real group, aren't they? That the Mandaeans come from. Sabians. Oh, scholars have identified them as the Mandaeans. Manichaeans, Sabaeans. Okay, so they could have just been people from Yemen, or Elkasites, ancient Jewish Christian sect in Lower Mesopotamia, or Archontics. I don't even know what Archontics are. A Gnostic sect which existed in Palestine, Syria, and Armenia.
The term Sabian was applied to purported pagans of all kinds, such as the ancient Egyptians, Greeks, and the Buddhists.
In the 10th century.
Yeah. So they had some Babylonian, religion going on, it says there. Huh.
Yeah, but Mandaeans, they're pretty much deists. Zoroastrians. Let me go back to this. Where the hell is it? Am I Mandela affected? Am I being Mandela bombed? Huh. What the fuck? Where did that go, dude? Yeah, I can't find where that part about the archetypal man actually went. Oh, it's in Mandaeism. Judaism. No wonder. There's an entire 2 different articles. One for Mandaeans and one for Mandaeism. Man, Wikipedia is playing tricks. But yeah, check this out. Interesting, huh?
Yeah, it says dualism, a cosmic mother and father, light and darkness, left and right, in the cosmic, microcosmic form. As a feature of this dualism, countertypes exist in a world of ideas. The soul is portrayed as an exile, a captive, his home and origin begin in the supreme entity to which he eventually returns. Planets and stars influence fate in human beings, and are the places of detention after death. So you return as it's like sounds like some Scientology or something, doesn't it? Or like Mormonism or I don't know. A savior spirit or savior spirits that assist the soul on his journey through life and after it to the world of lights. Occult language of symbols and metaphors, ideas and qualities, and are personified. Mystery, i.e., sacraments, to and purify the soul to ensure a rebirth into a spiritual body and its ascent. So they had some similar, ideas to like almost like Christianity, but it's not, because it's dualistic for one, and that's what's so strange about these things is like once you put good and evil as kind of equal opposing forces, then it seems to me at least what happens is man begins to think that evil is just something that was created by God, so then you can give in to evil in some way, like it serves some purpose, like as in moral evil, but like natural disaster or something, that's a term that could be supplanted for like the Hebrew term ra, just natural disaster, and that would seem evil to man, but in the perspective of like God or something. But we're in a fallen world, so it would be like it's something weird like that. Like I don't know, like it's not meant to be taken literal, as in real evil.
Okay, plot twist. Mandaeism does not consider Abraham, Moses, or Jesus to be Mandaean prophets. However, it teaches the belief that Abraham and Jesus were originally Mandaean priests. So how come earlier it said that it considers Jesus to be a false prophet?
It did say that. Now, what?
You got some problems, Wikipedia,
Maybe
because you said earlier the exact opposite, bro. Hold up.
Wait. Read that though. It says occasionally Mandeans are also called Christians of Saint John.
Right.
On the belief that they were a direct survivor of the Baptist disciples. Further research, however, indicates this to be a misnomer, as Mandeans considered Jesus to be a false prophet. Then down there, it said something about, what it's saying that Jesus was
Man, oh man, bro.
But
Chief
that's what I'm
prophets.
saying, dude.
Chief prophets.
They don't even know, man.
However, it teaches the belief that Abraham and Jesus were originally Mandaean priests. So they're not. He's a false prophet, but he's a Mandaean priest.
He's a Mandaean priest that fell away from Mandeism or something. Is that what they're trying to say?
Okay. All right. Maybe.
That's maybe what they're trying to say. I don't know.
Hold up. But check this out. They recognize other prophetic figures from the Abrahamic religion, such as Adam, Abel, Seth, Enosh, Noah,
Shem,
Shem, Aram.
I guess it would be the direct ancestors. Mandeans consider Adam, Seth, Noah, Shem, and John the Baptist to be prophets, with Adam the founder and John the greatest and final prophet. Well, that's the weird thing, you know. St. John the Baptist, didn't he say, you know, one comes greater than I, you know? So what do they make out of that? I mean, they say he doesn't say that, probably. That looks crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty dope, though.
Yeah.
Let me see what this is. Oh, we can't zoom in on it. Abator.
At the scales. He's on some scales, man. What are they, weighing souls?
On some scale shit. He about to distribute.
Hustle Cup.
Oh, he got the bolts. You know he about to distribute.
Yo, look, the worlds, the semicircle worlds.
Wait, where?
On the bowl, bro.
Oh.
You see that?
Nazareans. Wait, what? Okay, they played straight up tricks. You see this?
Yeah.
You see what it's doing there, dude?
What are they saying? They were Nazarenes? I don't understand.
Yep, that is what they're saying, dude.
Okay.
How about that, Unseen?
I don't know, man.
You better write them a note, because look what it says here. It says another important text is Haran Goeta, which tells the history of Mandaeans. According to this text, a group of Nazareans, and then it says in parentheses, Mandean priests. But then when you click on the word Nazareans, oh wait, never mind. Wait, what the hell is this? Use the term Nazarene in their scroll. But look, it also says, see also Nazarene. Wait.
Oh, so a Nazarene and a Nazarene are different.
No, but
a
look,
Nazarene is like.
No, but you see what it's.
Or an early Jewish Christian sect. Yeah.
It says, see also Nazarene, and then it has a little spaghetti looking thing. And it says Nazarene Mandeans.
Huh.
Okay, so what if I click on this article? What is that going to do?
So it seems to me they were Judaizers. So they were quote Christians that stuck with some of the Jewish belief systems, which we know that was kind of overridden in Acts 15. So I would imagine they just continued doing that.
Why does, when you click on this scroll over, it says Nazarene is a title used to describe people from the city of Nazareth in the New Testament, and it's a title applied to Jesus. And then when you click on this, it goes to this, Mandaeans. And then when you click on this, it says Nazareans were the early Jewish sect, the first term used for the Acts of the Apostles. So now it's something in the New Testament. See that?
Yeah.
It says something totally different now. And then you click on that, and it goes to this, Nazarene Mandeans. And then you click on it, and it says Nazarene is a title used to describe people from the city of Nazareth in the New Testament applied to Jesus. Something weird is happening there. I don't know what to tell you.
according to the tradition, Christian narrative, Jesus Christ was baptized by John the Baptist. I'm reading something about these people, the Mandeans. It says perhaps disillusioned Jays who were looking for an improved atonement solution and found it with river baptism. Depending on how to decide to interpret it, the Spirit either entered Jesus, was activated within him, and or he manifested it. After overcoming nearly 6 weeks of tremendous temptation, Jesus proceeds to minister around the Sea of Galilee before going to Jerusalem, where he was staked to a wooden cross. This is Christian doctrine, I believe. This tradition was more puzzling when we glean from John the Baptist sect, which, believe it or not, still exists today in Iraq and Iran. This group is called the Mandeans. See, they're saying that these Mandeans came from John the Baptist, which is pretty absurd, truthfully. If we were to put our predictive modeling cap and begin with no prior knowledge about who the Mandeans are or what we believe, we would imagine they are like what we would think they believe. Before I learned anything about the Mandeans, my first assumption was that their religion should look something like how Christianity remembers John the Baptist. In other words, Mandeans ought to look Jayish and have Jayish notions on how creation occurred, and the religion should be free from Docetic and Gnostic shenanigans are prominently featured in pre-Orthodox Christianity. See Irenaeus. I was wrong. My assumption was not true. Mandeanism has a significant Gnostic underpinning. For example, Mandeans believe that there's a supreme God, and like in Zoroastrianism, there's a division between light and dark. The Mandeans also have an analog to the Gnostic demiurge. Like in Gnosticism, the Mandeans, ruler of darkness, is equivalent to the creator of this world. His name is Patahel, along with two other rulers, Yushamin and Abathor, serve as a barrier between humans and, quote, the king of light. This is comparable to the Gnostic notion of the barrier between earth and the high God, where the archons live between the earth and the highest heavens. Another swirling similarity is that the Logos, Jesus, God's Word, was said to have been emanated from the light in various Gnostic iterations. One of the emerging themes in early Docetism, the Docetic and Gnostic Christianity, was that Abraham and Moses were demoted. Since they were attached to the God of the Old Testament, the Jewish prophet served a lower God. This view was promoted by prophets remains in Mandeanism, which likewise saw them as inferior and obsolete prophets. But if John the Baptist was originally presented as a law-abiding Jay, how did his sect change from a seemingly Jayish view to one with such anti-Jayish sentiments and Gnostic Zoroastrian influences? One simple solution to the Mandean creation story is their geography. The Mandeans have been in Mesopotamia for centuries and probably took cultural and philosophical influence from local Zoroastrians. But another solution, and one that I think is quite likely in Mandean evolution, is that John the Baptist sect never really were law-abiding Jays. Rather, they were the earliest Christians, foreigners of response to an increasingly persecuted and unattractive Judaism. I have speculated in previous posts that John Baptist probably did not exist. This person's crazy, dude. The more likely solution, is like in mine, is that Mandean origins follow an abstract trajectory similar to that of the Christians, more specifically early theologians, selected a first-century anti-Roman activist described as Josephus, and transformed him into a more perfect prophet worthy of reverence. So Josephus is a prophet, by the way, okay? And a proxy between them and the imperfect material realm and the high God who was far above the visible stars.
Josephus.
It's crazy. In the case of Christianity, this first century activist was Jesus ben Ananias, who died around the year 65 after being struck in the head by a 70-pound Roman catapult stone. But in the case of John the Baptist, the activist selected was Theodus. Thetis, who was active around the Jordan River, has a small fanatical following and was beheaded. Josephus also called Theudas a magician. A cynical person might wonder if the author of Acts 5 and 35 through 36 was aware that John the Baptist sect had employed a similar Josephus borrowing strategy as an early Christians did when he wrote the following polemic. Then he addressed the Sanhedrin, men of Israel, considering carefully what you intend to do to these men. Some time ago, Theudas appeared, claiming to be somebody, and about 400 men rallied to him. He was killed. All his followers were dispersed, and all came to nothing. Sort of like the Anabaptists. That's what that sounds like to me.
Yeah. By the way, that guy Theudas.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Theudas.
He was a teacher of Valentinus, by the way.
Oh, was he? Yeah, you know what I think probably happened is that they took the story of John the Baptist getting beheaded and just like put it on Theudas, and then the Gnostics kind of ran with it, because that's the same thing Simon Magus did, and they're about to talk about Simon Magus here. So they said there are extra biblical accounts which added plausibility to my speculation. For example, consider Simon Magus. This guy's crazy. He goes, supposedly the earliest Christian heretics who were opposed by John and Peter in Samaria in Acts in the Apostles 8. Simon Magus is considered by many skeptics, myself included, to be the same historical person as the Apostle Paul. This dude, okay, I can't continue reading this. This is the absurdity, dude. Simon Magus, who tried to buy the Holy Spirit as the Apostle Paul. Now, I'll read a little more. He goes, I would go so far as to say that Simon Magus, Paul, and Marcion were roughly the same person. Dude, these people. I'll send you this article just so you see what the craziness.
Wait, who's writing this?
I don't know. I don't even know who this guy is, but I just found it, kind of looking through something. Tim stepping out. And
Yeah, I can show you. I can show you where he's getting this from.
Oh, really?
Yeah, boy. You know who I is. They made that up in Germany.
Local church in some way, in some fashion, they were a part because they were electing these bishops. I'm talking about St. Ambrose of Milan, St. Meletius of Antioch, and St. Cyril of Jerusalem. Great saints. St. Meletius was the spiritual father, ordained St. Basil the Great. He was celebrated at the Second Ecumenical Council. He was the president of the Second Ecumenical Council. He was celebrated by all the saints and the fathers there. St. John Chrysostom received the ordination in his hands, I believe. And
debate me, OE. What's up, bro?
Oh.
Did you guys see the picture with Tucker Carlson?
Yeah, I seen that.
What about Tucker Carlson?
Secret agent, man. Peter Kears has a picture with Tucker Carlson.
I'm gonna have to see that one. Yeah, I'm gonna have to see that. So
yeah, I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have that appearing in the back chat shortly.
Did you think it was Father Peter? Pretty convincing.
No, dude. I knew immediately who it was. I knew it was you.
Come on.
You know what really didn't give it away was the audio of Father Peter Ayers playing through your mind.
The quality.
Yeah.
Wait, before we get to this weird ass Simon Magus, is Paul, and is also who else?
What did he say? It was like Simon Magus. Simon Magus was Paul, and
he was triple. He was hybrid.
Yeah, he was Paul and Marcion.
Oh, Marcion too.
Yeah.
So now I found this rabbit hole because I searched it up and it sent me back to Wikipedia. And I'm like, oh my God, Wikipedia is playing games because now they have a page called Jesus in Mandaism. They have the balls to do this at this point.
Wild, man.
So check this out. He's actually mentioned in their text. It actually has Yeshu Messiah or whatever. Which is weird. And then it says that in the world of light, a Mandean book of John, Anush and Uttara from the world of light, who may be identified as Enosh, engages Jesus in dialogues. And preaching competitions in Jerusalem. Okay, so I guess that's when he's a false prophet.
Why is he a false prophet, you said?
I guess because he's debating Enosh.
Oh, okay. And I would assume Enosh is like Enoch kinda or something, like a play on that.
It's like a prophet that's mentioned in Genesis.
Right. Like I know Enoch is mentioned, and then there is a Enosh too.
Yeah, exactly.
I
It's
think
like
he's
down the
before
line.
him.
Yeah, like before. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. I'm lighting a coal right now. So. That's new incense.
But then look, it says Jesus is associated with the planet Mercury in the right Ginza. It says in right Ginza 5.3, Jesus is also portrayed as one of the Matarta guards. And he plays the role of the shepherd, leading congregation of souls resembling a flock. What the hell is a Matarta guard? Toll houses. We got toll houses on deck.
Oh,
We
what
got
does it say
toll
about
house.
toll houses?
We got toll house cookies on deck.
Now, believe it or not, like a lot of people that there's this particular priest out there, like named Laser Pahulo, who tries to claim that toll houses are a Gnostic doctrine, but they're actually in the scriptures. You can read about the toll houses in the scriptures. It doesn't say the word toll house, but it kind of depicts them. What they are, and it also does terms
Yeah,
like
this is why. Yeah, this is why they might say that. Because I guess in Mandaism, in one thing, Jesus is arguing with Enosh, which in the previous thing we saw he's one of the major prophets.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the other thing, he's basically guarding the underworld, right? But the toll house is basically the underworld. So that's not the case in Orthodox. It's a totally different thing, right?
Right. Like our toll houses are after an 8-day period, the soul kind of goes through these spiritual toll houses. That's the term we use. But they're not really, it's a spiritual reality. So we don't really know what that looks like. We've had, I think people come back and sort of explain them. But where demons accuse the soul and angels defend the soul. And we also see this kind of in the scriptures where it's like the devil and the archangel Michael fought over the body of Moses or something, right? And it's like Satan's trying to bring, take Moses because of he killed somebody, and the archangel Michael is like, basically that's not happening, So that's kind of a depiction of what the Toll House would be like.
Yeah, is that concept related to the harrowing of Hades?
You said what? Yeah, Jake, look up aerial toll houses. There's a book called The Soul After Death. I'm gonna cover that soon. I think that Seraphim guy might have covered Soul After Death. I don't know.
Yeah, do you guys have harrowing of Hades?
Herod of Hades?
No, harrowing of Hades.
Harrowing of Hades. Yeah, yeah. So what happened was after after Christ is crucified, he there's 3 days in the belly of the beast, and he pulls Adam and Eve, and some of those of the righteous that were.
Yeah, I was thinking this was like Underworld, but I may be wrong. This is something else. Toll House or Way Station, Purgatory.
Now, purgatory is a whole different doctrine. Like, the purgatory is like, okay, after death, the soul needs to be purified, right? In flames. Now,
oh look,
it's some weird,
yeah, Jesus is in there with the usurers, the sinners. So this is basically the underworld, wicked rulers.
Oh wow! They said Jesus is in there.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah, look at the Matart. Like, look at the other guards. Right? There's the usurers. There's Pilpin. There's the Virgin Petula. I don't know what the hell that is, right? But then there's a whole gang of these guys. But then if you scroll down, it says the Messiah, Jesus, and the celibates. So that's it's hard to understand what that is.
Okay, so
what
that's about
the usurers, right? And then it says here 7 of the Petahil and the sinners.
So
and then it says Petahil and the wicked rulers. So Petahil, it says, are emanations, right? They're wicked emanations, basically, I guess.
So why would the celibates be in hell to them? So this is why. Okay, because they looked at it like pleasure and like lust and all these things were divine in some sense. So that's why they were like, why can't we? They kind of were very subversive against asceticism in some sense, in that way. Mandeans are also similar to aerial toll houses. They say that, but doubt it. Now I could go to something right now that might be interesting, that gives a distinguishing, like something to distinguish this, why that's not the case.
So in the Toll House thing, it says it's inhabited by wicked spirits.
Right. So there's 3 books. Soul After Death, The Departure of the Soul, and there's another book, but I have somewhere on this. But let's see.
Basil the Younger? Is that Saint Basil? Was that the same guy?
It might be.
Let me see. 944.
No, that's not him, I don't think.
Yeah, I think that's why he's got that name where it's like. But yeah, let me see where, because Lives of Saints for 26 March. I don't know what that means.
Vigil.
Okay, here we go. So there's a lot of things that get to the 20 toll houses. The number is not dogmatic. Different sources lying on the number. Lies, slander, gluttony, laziness, theft, covetousness, usury, injustice, envy, pride, anger, remembering evil, murder, magic, lust, adultery, sodomy, heresy, unmercifulness. Origin. Hymnology of the church.
So here's something interesting about the Tibetan Book of the Dead. It says the Tibetan Book of the Dead in the 8th century, the Buddhist book, was probably hands down pre-Buddhist traditions from a much earlier period. Its Tibetan title is Liberation by Hearing on the After-Death Plane. It is described by the English editor as, quote, the mystical manual for guidance through the other world, or many illusions and realms. It is read at the body of the newly deceased for the benefit of the soul, because as the text it says, quote, during the moments of death, various misleading illusions occur. The editor notes, quote, are not visions of reality, but more than one's own intellectual impulses which have assumed personified forms. In later stages of the 49, quote, after-death experience described in the book, there are visions of both, quote, peaceful and wrathful deities, all of which is in accordance with Buddhist doctrine, are regarded as illusionary. We shall discuss below, in examining the nature of this realm, why these visions are indeed largely illusionary. The end of this whole process is the final fall of the soul into, quote, reincarnation, also to be discussed below, which Buddhist teaching regards as evil to be avoided by Buddhist training. Dr. C.G. Jung, in his psychological commentary on the book, finds these visions very similar to the description of after-death world in the spiritistic literature of the modern West, both, quote, giving one a sickening impression of the utter insanity and banality of communication from the spirit world. In two aspects, there are striking similarities between the Tibetan Book of the Dead and today's experiences. And this is the account of Dr. Moody and other researchers in this book. First, the, quote, out-of-body experience described in the first moments of death is essentially the same as described in today's experiences, as well as in Orthodox literature. The soul of the deceased person appears as a shining, illusory body, which is visible to other beings of like nature, but not to men in the flesh. At first, it does not know whether it is alive or dead. It sees the people around the body, hears the wailing of mourners and all the senses, and all sense faculties. It has unimpeded motion and can go through solid objects. Second, there is a, quote, primary clear light seen at the moment of death, which today's researchers identify with the, quote, being of light described by many people today. There is no reason to doubt that what is described in the Tibetan Book of the Dead is based on some kind of, quote, out-of-body experience. But we shall see below that the actual after-death state is only one of these experiences. And we must be aware of accepting just any, quote, out-of-body experience as a revelation of what actually is happening to the soul after death. This is pretty interesting. So experience in Western mediums can also can be genuine, but they certainly do not transmit actual messages from the dead as they pretend to do. There's some similarities between the Tibetan Book of the Dead and the much earlier Egyptian Book of the Dead. The letter describes the soul after death as ongoing many transformations, encountering, quote, many gods. There's no living tradition of interpretation of this book. However, without this, modern readers can only guess at the meaning of some of its symbolism. According to this book, the deceased takes its succession from the form of a swallow, hawk of gold, a serpent with human legs and feet, a crocodile, a heron, a lotus flower, and etc., and meets strange gods and other worldly beings, the four holy apes, the hippopotamus goddess, the various gods with heads of dogs, jackals, apes, and birds. The elaborate and confused experiences of the death realm, as described in this book, are in sharp contrast to the clarity and simplicity of Christian experience. Although also based, it may well be on some kind of actual out of body experience. This book is full of illusionatory visions, as the Tibetan Book of the Dead, and certainly cannot be taken as actual descriptions of the state of the soul after death. I read that right there because I read it before, and I think that can be like sort of like a comparison to a similarity, right, between like aerial toll houses and like maybe some Gnostic teachings that have similar teachings, but oftentimes like just like with this Tibetan Book of the Dead, it's like it's not very clear or something. Like, I don't know. That's really I'll send this book to you. I think you'll like it.
Yeah, look at this dude, David Bentley Hart.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Oh man.
Now this is a later edition. I have the 1982 edition, which is I recommend like it's a better edition, but I can't send it to you because it's a larger file.
Yeah, what do you make of this guy, David Bentley Hart? He just comes out and says it's a heresy.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's wrong, you know. Yeah.
He said, an Eastern Orthodox theologian, Adnan Trabulsi, opposes the Toll House teaching. Dr. Paul Ladausseur considers the life of Saint Basil to be a forgery.
Oh, see? So now he's questioning the lives of saints. He's questioning the Orthodox tradition. All right, just like a brief rundown of some of the saints that accept it. Saint Macarius the Great, he talks about it. Saint Paul talks about it. You know, just Saint Seraphim Rose, Saint John Maximovich, Saint Ignatius Branchaninov. You know, there's a list of saints that of the Orthodox Church that fully accept, you know, the toll houses as a traditional ascetic teaching. From what I understand, this guy's a heretic. Like the little I've heard from him, he's like a very scholastic guy. Do you know anything about him, Joel?
Scroll up to the picture. Scroll back up to the picture. Oh yeah, that's a heretic. Yep.
Yeah, because I mean I've heard about him.
The goblin smile. The goblin.
I'm pretty sure Father Joseph has talked about this guy before too.
The goblin.
Ooh, he teaches Origin.
Yeah, Originism. There you go. Was he with the OCA or something?
Apostasis. You ever heard of this?
Yeah, that's what it says. It's the restoration of creation to a good condition of perfection. Is basically, you know, theistic evolution.
Why does it say fairies? Did you guys see that? What?
What? Fairies. So he believes in fairies.
Wait,
Boy out here.
hold up. So he's a Nancy boy.
I like fairies. Toll houses are not real, but fairies are. That's the funny part. I want to know if he's got any patristic texts that talk about fairies.
Man, this kind of looks like apoptosis. What the fuck? Apoptosis. Apoptosis. Yeah.
Jake, shut your. Never mind.
Origin. Yeah, it's probably different. It's probably what these different guys teach. I mean, it's all different what they all teach about it, probably.
Yeah, the modernist. As far as I know, the OCA is like big on pushing Originism. Which, like, he was, like, I think he did give, like, one of the very early Christian theological teachings, and it was, like, true, like, it was a correct teaching. But he fell into some very strange beliefs, as far as I know. Oh, it mentioned John Meyendorff down there. So, yeah, you got these were revisionists that were very, kind of went in a scholastic route.
Luther.
Gospel filled. There is a rebirth and the image of rebirth. See that? It's certainly necessary to be born universally, reconciliation, something weird. Yeah.
Synod of whoops. It said something about Synod of Constantinople condemning it.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they did.
Yeah, it says Synod of Constantinople 543 condemned a form of apocatastasis as being anathema. The fifth ecumenical council of Constantinople. Originists. They're called Originists. Let me go to this. Yeah, give me a second. Let's look up the other thing you were asking me about. Ferdinand Christian Bauer. Holy smokes. That can't be his actual. Let's go to this. Oh yeah. Yeah, here we go. He says it is directed wholly. He said the Clementine literature had its first origin in the apostolic age and belonged to the original Jewish Petrine legal church. It is directed wholly against St. Paul and his sect. Simon Magus never existed. It is a nickname for St. Paul. The Acts of the Apostles, compiled in the 2nd century, have borrowed their mention of Simon from the earliest form of Clementines.
So their assumption is that because his name is Simon Paul, that Simon Magus is the same guy. Like, that's so stupid, man. Like,
So Simon Magus and Paul are the same guy, and also Marcion was the leader of the Pauline sect, and Peter was the leader of the Ebionites.
yeah, no, that's true.
So
Like, it's
that's
like
that's what this guy says.
Ferdinand Christian
Yeah.
Bois.
Yeah, so what that guy was saying earlier,
It comes straight from him, huh?
that Marcion and Paul and Simon Magus are the same guy, right?
Yeah.
That's exactly from this guy, right?
Yeah, who's that guy though? Right there. Is he like some Freemason or something, or what? What was he?
He's from the Tübingen school. That's the
Oh,
thing I was talking about. Is just like, you know, Tübingen school is like where all these guys come from, right? Tübingen School of Theology, University of Tübingen, right?
right. So they were like, it's like a kind of like a Jesuit college, or theology or something. Like that's what it reminds me of, at least, just looking at that. Because the Jesuits are sort of like that. Like they're very scholastic, and they don't believe actually like most of the Christian miracles or doctrines, and they question everything. They'll ask questions like that, like, I don't necessarily believe all the apostles were really there. I think Matthew was probably Mark, or, you know what I mean? It's weird stuff. Catholic school, see, yeah.
Catholic school.
They're Jesuits. That's what they are.
Wait, what are we looking at?
This guy that had a theory that Simon Magus was Simon Paul or St. Paul, It's same old, depending on your fallen human logic and not trusting the holy traditions and questioning everything, but not really, being rooted in truth.
Hegel.
What's that say? It says Hegel. It has also dealt with the issue of divine revelation and human reason. There you go. This guy, dude, Hegel pops up everywhere. Like every time we talk about anything, for the most part, he ends up he shows his weird face. Kant was mentioned. You see that? Where did I see that? I seen Kant somewhere. Kant's super materialism.
No, supernaturalism.
Oh, is always that? Supernaturalism. Entities are those beyond the laws of nature. The term is derived from the medieval Latin supernaturals. You know who had a really interesting conversation is Father Joseph with an atheist about miracles and how that, you know, the supernatural in some sense, like, and I think the atheist was arguing that nothing can like disobey the laws of nature or something, like that they're set in place. So if something goes outside of them, then that would, I don't know. It was a really dumb argument. I can't even think of what the guy was saying. It's like putting limitations on God, and but while not believing in God, but also hating him. It's funny, and like how I deal with atheists usually is I ask them, it's like, is it an absolute truth that there is no God, right? And if they say yes, then I said, well, then, you know, you believe in an absolute truth, which you say doesn't exist. You know what I'm saying? Like denying an absolute truth as absolute truth or something. It's like this weird paradox they do. I'm getting that wrong. I'm kind of saying that wrong. They have faith that God doesn't exist. It's like the absolute cannot be attained by means of the relative. That is to say, the first principle of any system of knowledge cannot be arrived at through the means of that knowledge itself, but must be given in advance. They are object not of scientific demonstration, but of faith. That's one of the quotes, but that's not the quote I'm actually looking for. There's another one.
Oh yeah, here we go. The mysticism of Paul the Apostle.
I've heard some say he was on, you know, he was probably on drugs or something. That's what happened on the road to Damascus.
Here, let me show you this. Albert Schweitzer. You ever seen this?
No, I don't think so.
Schweitzer. He received the Nobel Prize. Oh yeah, that's for a hospital though. He made a hospital. That's pretty cool though. But I don't know what he was doing at the hospital, so
Circumcision is of the heart, not the flesh.
Oh yeah, let me go to this. Paul and is there Paul and mysticism? Oh, the mysticism of Paul the Apostle, 1931. It's quite a strange work. Check this out. In the mysticism of Paul the Apostle, Schweitzer first distinguishes between two categories of mysticism. Primitive and developed. Primitive mysticism has not yet risen to a conception of the universal and is still confined to naive views of the earthly, super earthly, temporal, and eternal. Additionally, he argues that this view of a union with divinity brought about by efficacious ceremonies is found in primitive religions. Now, here's where it gets crazy. He says, on the other hand, a more developed form of mysticism can be found in the Greek mystery cults that were popular in the 1st century AD society. These included the cults of Attis, Osiris, and Mithras. A developed form of mysticism is attained when the conception of the universal is reached and man reflects upon his relation to the totality of being and being in itself. Schweitzer claims that this form of mysticism is more intellectual. It can be found among the Brahmins and in Buddha and Platonism, Stoicism, Spinoza, Schopenhauer, and Hegel.
Right. So it's reason. This is and it's always an impersonal God too. You know, it's like there's never you couldn't know this God in any way really. Is like some abstract idea. And why is that? And I think that's because then man would there's no responsibility put on yourself. There's no personality to the God that you there's no personhood in him. And then slowly you can just become that God or something. Like you are him or something. I don't know. It's
Oh man. But yeah, did you see that of what kind of precise mysticism is Paul he locates in between the two extremes? So he's somewhere between Hegel and voodoo, man. But it's all pretty crazy. Yeah, I had one oh yeah, here it is. In page 8, he says this intellectualism, mysticism is common possession of humanity. Whenever thought makes the ultimate effort to conceive the relation of the personality to the universal, this mysticism comes into existence. It is found among the Brahmins and in Buddha, in Platonism, in Stoicism, in Spinoza, Schopenhauer, and Hegel. In page 312, he says, by substituting for renunciation of the earthly inner freedom from it, Paul cuts across the early Christian world negation in the same way as Buddha does with that of Brahmanism. There's also Um, let me actually. Oh, okay. Here we go. Yeah. So this guy. Oh yeah. So a lot of them. Or at least most of the biblical scholars,
Yeah.
right? Like Bart Ehrman and also I believe James Tabor, right? They say that like there's like seven, like I think they say 7 out of the epistles are not forgeries, and they say the other ones are forgeries.
I don't know these people.
Yeah, there's a whole channel that I was watching recently, Mythicism channel with this Jewish guy. Here, hold on. Let me see if I can put this debate on. This one debate is pretty entertaining on it. On Paul. Yeah, I don't know if you ever heard of Vocab Malone.
No, I've never heard of him.
Do you like my headline unseen?
What is it? What is it?
Can you see it on the?
Let me see. Yeah, it is true that. That I got this false narrative by this Ephraim Christoforo guy. This is what he's got to say. Metropolitan Chrysostomos of Lorena throughout the 1940s said that those on the new calendar cannot be considered anathema unless a future council made such a declaration. After the Rocor 1983 anathema against ecumenism, Metropolitan Vitali clarified that they didn't anathematize any local church. Dude, like anything to get out of being in heresy, So now I'm going to have to. I don't have to, but I'm going to correct this stupid narrative he's pushing. Okay, so where's
Orthodox ethnos?
Yeah, this guy, this Ephraim guy I'm talking about here, he's kind of like an Orthodox ethos type guy. They have all these arguments to defend being in heresy, staying under heretics. Literally, like yesterday, Father Peter Harris was like, this Canon 15, which basically says you can break communion with you're obligated to break communion with heretics, right? He's like, the canon doesn't specifically say it's an obligation, but like there's a commentary by one of the saints, and it says it's obligatory. And why wouldn't you want to break from a heretic? You know what I mean? Like, why would you say, well, it doesn't specifically say, we have to. So you want to stay in communion with heretics. That's what you're saying. It's so stupid.
Yes, Orthodox ethnos. because he's a culture jammer. So that culture warrior.
The Apostle Paul, a secret Roman agent. Did Paul infiltrate?
What do you guys think?
He sounds like that Jewish guy that we had. I mean, that Jewish guy that we talked about one time.
The Christian movement on behalf of the Roman government.
And
so
then we're
these
gonna make
brothers are
some
going to break
barbecue.
that down. It's going to be a powerful debate, a lot of information. So we're going to turn it back over to Sa, let him do his thing. Sa, appreciate you doing this. This was originally on.
And a subsequent Jewish pioneering missionary, not an agent of Rome. When you look at his background, when you look at his theology, when you look at his preaching or his message, when you look at his mission, what he did, when you look at his martyrdom, even if you want to change it to persecution, when you look at that, when you look at the legacy that he left, and when you look at the fact that if he was a secret Roman agent, Rome seems unaware of this fact. Let's talk about a little bit about the historical Paul and how this idea that he's a secret Roman agent would not make any sense. We turn to Philippians, which is something that even skeptical scholars of the New Testament agree is written by Paul. And we see where it is roughly on the timeline here when Paul penned Philippians. And this epistle falls around between 55 and 62 AD. And he gives some biographical information in it. Scholars recognize numerous sections in the Apostle Paul's writings where he gives autobiographical information. Philippians 3, 5-7 is one of them. And when you run it down, you have him circumcised on the 8th day of the people of Israel, of the tribe of Benjamin, a Hebrew of Hebrews, as to the law, a Pharisee, as to zeal, a persecutor of the church, as to righteousness under the law, blameless. Then he goes on to say, whatever gain I had, counted as loss for the sake of Christ. This is significant. This is Paul telling you about himself. And there's a lot of scholars who say, I don't trust Acts, I don't trust Luke very much. They'll sometimes say these are skeptical scholars, some of the types of folks that Jacob has on his channel. It's History Valley. If you guys want to check it out, I listen to a good amount of interviews on there. When you look at this, they'll even say, hey, we can in general, we look at the letters as these are something historical, whereas Acts we're not so sure about. Now, I don't agree with that presupposition, but if that's your presupposition, look how you have Paul describing himself. What Jacob is going to have us believe is essentially that this is all made up, that it's a big bluff, no one could check him on it, that it's not true, that it's a lie. And this is not the only place where he gets autobiographical information. But even when you turn to skeptical scholars like John Dominic Crossan, who Jacob has interviewed in a book, God and Empire, he talks about when he sees what he would call tension between Paul and Acts. Here's what he says. I propose 3 principles. I'm going to name the first here. For correlating Luke on Paul with Paul on Paul, and for integrating data in Luke's Acts and Paul's letters. The first principle is both easy and obvious. So whether you agree with Dominic Crossan or not, it's good that he's at least laying out some of his methodology. That's an important thing. This is on page 151.
All right.
Luke and Paul agree that he was a Jew, a Pharisee, and a persecutor of the early Christian community. I fully accept that common data. Oh, you said time? Okay.
Yeah, time. That's 3-minute opening. All right, please remove your screen. We're going to have Bertman come in and give him 3 minutes of opening, letting the people know, setting the tone, getting it right.
I want to start with the chronology of Paul first, real quick, and then I'll get to the evidence, or what I believe to be evidence that Paul was a Roman agent. And the reason I argue that he's a Roman agent is,
by the way, the 2 theories that the mythicists go with, right? It's either that Paul was either internal dispute within the Christians, right? Or the other thing is that he was actually trying to break apart the Jewish rebellion.
Yeah, I've heard both those narratives.
Yeah.
Well, I would say this is that Paul's, Paul had disciples after him, and you would think that would have been sort of revealed in some sense. You know what I mean? But it wasn't. As far as like I know historically, like the narrative that we get from the church is the truth of it. You know what I mean? I know people don't like that, and they want some juicy thing like, oh, Paul was really this or really that. No, he was a Pharisee that walked on the road to Damascus and met Christ and changed his ways, and he ended up martyred for it. So it's like being a double agent. Why would you get martyred for Christ? That doesn't seem like you. If you were a double agent, don't you think you would be like, no, I'm really not with this Christ guy. I was just saying this to you know what I mean? It just, I don't know. That's me.
Yeah, where it's hijacked is in the dual covenant, concept. So that's when the Jewish revolutionary idea, comes in because they're trying to overthrow the Romans. So it's interesting how that theory aligns in a lot of ways, right? Because you have Nietzsche's idea, right? That it's that Christianity is anti-Roman, right? And here they're saying it's pro-Roman, right? So it's pretty weird stuff, right?
Because I believe that
It seems
Paul
to me that
was
they
a
can't make up their
Herodian, and I'll get to
minds.
why I believe that in just a second.
Oh wait,
And
I'm sorry.
I was muted. I didn't realize it. But it seems they can't make up their minds. They kind of like, there's not like a clear image of what they're talking about, and it shifts very fastly. If you notice, like if they're called out on something, they'll be like, well, okay, but what about this? You know what I mean? It's kind of very conspiratorial, I would say. So in their skepticism of the the narrative that has been given to us through holy tradition, I feel like it descends into absurdism, and just it's a very modern belief too. Like, is there any historical writings to back up the claim that Paul was this spy for the Jays or something? You know what I mean? Like, I've only seen modern rabbis say that, and like clearly there's a bias there. Of course they would say that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. And I feel it with these guys too. It's like, if you don't want something to be true, you're gonna make up anything for it to be false.
Yeah, I mean the anti-Roman, pro-Roman thing is it's an obvious, interesting thing, because we know that Rome in the past represents Babylon, and in the future represents America. So it's this touchy subject. I mean,
That's interesting. Yeah, I just posted something about the Whore of Babylon and the Beast, and I figured I didn't necessarily realize this, because maybe I just didn't think about it before. But the beast represents the state, right? And the whore represents like you could say like a Roman Catholic Church that's doing ecumenical activities, or the Orthodox that are participating, or ecumenism. It's like they're whoring after other religions and other gods. That's why it's represented as that. And then the beast, it's like the who rides the beast. So it's this false church, this false religious, one world system is using the state, to get its means done. That's like why it's riding the beast. It's using it as a tool, to get what it needs done.
Well, something I thought of is that, the communists, they're kind of going for like seizing the means of production. But then if you think about that spiritually, they also have to seize the spiritual means of production.
Say that one more time. What did you say, Drew?
So like how the communists wanted to seize like means of production economically and stuff. Well, they also like in an antichrist sense, the antichrist wants to seize the spiritual means of production of the spiritual.
Yeah. So like all the church bodies, you can have your religion as long as you bow down to Antichrist, and the state is going to be what imposes that. Right? It's like, if you don't bow to me, you can't buy or sell. So this is how he gets man to whore after other gods, or that's really what what's about. It's about spitting on a one church and making it a one world church, and like, you're right. That's a crazy way to put it, though.
Okay. Paul mentions that he fled from King Aretas. His flight from King Aretas took place about 37 CE. This is when King Aretas went on the offensive against the Herodians because he was offended that the Tetrarch Herod Antipas, divorced his daughter. And I'm talking about King Aretas' daughter, just to be very specific. Josephus talks about this in his Antiquities. Okay, so why is Paul fleeing from King Aretas in 37 CE? You look at Romans chapter 16, Romans 16:10, and Romans 16:11. Paul states that he is greeting the house of Aristobulus. Now, yes, Aristobulus is a name of other people. It's not just a name of people in the Herodian family. I know that before anyone points that out. But Paul states in the following verse, that's Romans 16:11, greetings, my kinsman Herodian. Now, I find that to be an extraordinary coincidence that Paul tells us that he's a Herodian, and he's fleeing from the same person who's persecuting the Herodian family in 37 CE, who's going after them. Most scholars agree that Paul's conversion happened sometime in the 30 CE. When exactly he converted to the movement of Jesus, or whatever you want to say, they were using the term Christian or Christianos at the time, or if that term was created later. I suspect that term was created later. But either way, he was converting to the movement of Jesus sometime in the 30s. And this vision that he claims to have had, this vision of Jesus, he tells us about this in 2 Corinthians, that he had seen a man in Christ. He's describing himself 14 years ago. In Galatians, he says 3 years plus 15 days plus 14 years, which seems to indicate that at least by the time he wrote Galatians, whenever you date Galatians, it seems to me that Galatians was written a little while later after division, probably 3 years. I would say 3 years after whenever 2 Corinthians was written, based on the fact that 2 Corinthians says division happened 14 years ago, and in Galatians you add 3 plus 15. 3 years plus 15 days plus 14 years. Paul in Galatians, he's really mad. He writes this letter in which he is furious at the Galatians for turning to the ways of the circumcision. Paul says he even confronted Cephas, which is supposed to be Peter, to the face.
Right? Tom. Y'all got to understand what an opening is. You know, an opening is really where you get in the crowd and the audience, letting them know what are you here to prove. Oh, this is what I'm here to do. I'm going to prove this, that vocab Malone don't know what he's talking about. He don't know the history when it comes to Paul, and I'm going to show you why I say he's this. Same way with vocab. Vocab, you've been doing this for a while, you know. So what I want to do right now, vocab, this is your first round. You got 12 minutes in this round. Time will start when you ready, bro. Let's get it in.
And thank you, Jacob, for starting it off. And I do look forward to this discussion. You know, I didn't get to mention that Jacob's a smart guy, a bright guy, a guy who's very interested in this important topic. And I'm very excited.
Yes, I want to shout out my man DMG. You know, Paradigm Shift. Shout out to DMG for making all of this possible and making this happen. All right. So, vocab, time will start when you're ready.
What I want to show tonight is that the idea that Paul was a Roman agent, the idea that Paul was a Herodian, is those two things together, first of all, don't necessarily even go together, as I'm going to show tonight. But second of all, the idea is to be kind, incredibly problematic. So there's all kinds of theories about Paul when you look at New Testament scholarship. That's true. We've got to admit that as far as theories. You know, some are as wild as Paul was actually a secret Gentile, to Paul was actually a closeted homosexual, to he was a woman hater, all kinds of versions of Paul out there. And one reason is because once you get less and less rooted in the data of the New Testament, speculation can run further afield. But most scholars, even if they are skeptical of the New Testament, we're talking about mainstream, non-confessional scholars, when I mentioned that type of language, they don't run as far as field as where Jacob is going. And Jacob's following Robert Eisenman. But it's a minority position. Now, that doesn't make it wrong in and of itself, but I'm going to show why it is wrong from every realm that you could possibly bring up in relationship to this question. And this is something that scholars know because they have a different view of the Apostle Paul. When you talk about the pre-Christian Paul, so if he's a Herodian, that means he's with this family, Jewish royalty elites who are Edomites by and large, and who have questionable Jewish lineage and are essentially puppets for the Roman government because they want to have power. That's very hard to believe that that's who the Apostle Paul is, a Herodian. And the data is just simply not there. There are good scholarly books. I recommend just two by Martin Hingel, The Pre-Christian Paul. He's a professor emeritus, New Testament Early Judaism at the University of Tübingen, which is considerable. It's generally associated with having a very radical view of the New Testament. The Pre-Christian Paul is one book I recommend people reading to get a better handle on this information. Or Paul Between Damascus and Antioch, The Unknown Years, which is co-authored with another author, Anna Maria Schwimmer. And these are somewhat standards of the field. Now, there's been some new things, obviously, but Hingel challenges these overly skeptical assessments of the New Testament, explores the first 15, 20 years of the early Christian movement in great detail, and provides powerful support for Acts as a reliable source of historical information for this era. Because we tie in Paul's letters with Acts when we can, where we can, and even people who have questions about Luke, like John Dominic Crossan, agree with that. So this is someone who does not believe in the supernatural. This is somebody who is not sort of on my side, as it were. John Dominic Crossan, a legend in the field in many ways. He says Luke and Paul agree that he was a Jew, a Pharisee, and a persecutor of the early Christian community. I fully accept that common data. Now, we're going to show the reasons why that's true. That's important because Jacob also believes that Paul is actually not Saul, that it's two different people. So he wasn't even really a persecutor, apparently, of the early Christian church. So Paul being a secret Roman agent does not make sense because of Paul's background, his theology, his preaching, his mission, his martyrdom, and his legacy. If you think about the idea of his background, which I briefly brought up in the beginning, it would be kind of like this. Why would Rome want a spy who made people inherently suspicious? Meaning, if you're going to pick your background story and you're going to be a secret spy to infiltrate the Christian church for the purpose of politically domesticating it, why would you pick your background story to be one that says, I used to drag off Christians to be tried in Jerusalem? I used to call them blasphemers and try to get them to blaspheme. Why would you do that? And what are the verses on the screen that I have? I have verses on the screen that show how the early church was suspicious of the newly converted Paul. It's kind of like that scene, I think it's from Third Rock, where they talk about cops who try to look young, and it's become a famous meme. It's where this is right here. How do you do, fellow kids? You know, his shirt says music band. He's clearly out of age, not a high school student trying to fit in. This is the backstory that Paul has picked, according to Jacob. I used to persecute you guys, but now I'm one of you. Does not make sense. His theology, the implications of Paul's theology are ultimately counter and even anti-imperial. They are not pro-Roman. So if Jacob's going to tell us that Paul is essentially a pro-Roman spy, what about Paul's actual theology from his letters? Where is this pro-Roman theology? Now, I know where he's going to go. We'll deal with it. I got it. But the second reason why he's not is because of his theology. You look at the timeline and you see where Paul wrote Corinthians, because that's what we're going to get into now. Around AD 54 to 55, it's there on the screen. There's a sliding scale to these, a sliding spectrum. But nonetheless, we look at 1 Corinthians chapter 2, and I want you to see what Paul says about the wisdom and the rulers of this world. And you ask yourself, is this sounding like a pro-Roman propagandist? Look at what he says. Yet among the mature, we do impart wisdom. And by the way, that flies in the face of the idea of the Greco-Roman idea that they were the wise ones. He's saying, no, the Christians actually are. Although it is not a wisdom of this age or of the rulers of this age. So he's just not going after the philosophers and the wise men and the sages. He is going after the rulers of this age who are doomed to pass away. Rome is supposed to be an eternal city. Rome would talk about lasting forever, having these long ages of ruling and reigning. Paul's saying they're going to pass away like the Babylonians and the Persians. Verse 7, we impart a secret and hidden wisdom of God.
How do you think he's doing from your perspective?
I think he's doing pretty good.
Yeah, man. I mean, it seems he did his homework. You know what I mean? Like, I have a feeling the other guy is going to be kind of just lost. You know, what are you going to? Is he going to bring up a historical text? You know what I mean? I don't see that happening in this.
Yeah, this guy vocab is pretty good.
Yeah, and he's not mean-spirited about it either. He's kind of just being practical.
Yeah, he's extremely professional in the way he delivers his message. Yeah, that's why I played this one, because it's worth learning how this guy, kind of delivers his arguments.
Yeah, I need to work on my I do, dude. I'm awful with it. I'm a hothead, dude. Seriously.
Yeah, I think we all got a little bit of that in it.
Well, I mean, sometimes you debate guys and they're trying to get that reaction, and like you could, dude, anybody can say anything, but like as a human being, man, like there reaches a point where you're in a discussion with someone and they're being super disrespectful and you just want to go, flip on them kind of. So but that's what they want, so they can be like, see, I told you.
Oh yeah.
Making some turkey bacon, man.
But this guy he's heavily promoted. Like I seen him 2 months ago on Adam Green or whatever.
The other guy?
Yeah.
Okay. That he's debating. That this guy we're talking about is debating. I know Adam Green has similar arguments, you know. Which is so strange to me is because the arguments that he uses, which he seems to be like he's very anti-Zionist, are Zionist arguments. You know what I mean? Like why is Adam Green parroting what I've heard rabbis say?
Bacon.
Yeah, I think he's going for just total mythicism. But yeah.
Yeah. Like I understand why those guys fall into that too, because I don't know, you watch something like Zeitgeist or something like that, and it seemingly gives you a good argument. But I mean, the problem with that is when you actually go into the history of it from a Christian perspective, which very few do, they sort of just straw man the Christian perspective of what actually happened in the early church. But when you go to those texts, it's hard to like pinpoint, you know, like say like they were copying, you know, they were mythists, or you know, this is Christians just copying other religions, and you know, because we have martyrs. You know, when you have martyrs with something, it's highly unlikely, I would say, that someone would willingly go be killed for something they know is not true, that they just stole from some pagan religion or something. Now you look at Polycarp or something, like a guy like that, ain't no way. He truly believed what he was talking about.
Which God decreed before the ages for our glory. Notice his message is not even ultimately political here, but it gets political in verse 8. None of the rulers of this age understood this, for if they had, they would not have crucified the Lord of glory. He is laying the crucifixion here at the feet of the rulers, yes, of Israel, but also Rome himself. Ultimately, Pontius Pilate, a Roman governor, signed the death warrant. He's saying they didn't know who Jesus was. They didn't understand the mission. They're the ones who crucified the Lord of glory. And by the way, Paul is bigging up someone who's crucified. This is a word you wouldn't bring up at dinner if you were a Roman gentleman, because it denotes a horrible, horrible death. Now, I'm going to go on and show the fact that Paul is not pro-Roman. He doesn't push Roman citizenship. He pushes membership in another kingdom. He pushes heavenly citizenship. Look at Ephesians 2:19. So then you, he's talking to the Christians at Ephesus, are no longer strangers and aliens, but you are fellow citizens with the saints and members of the household of God. This is significant, everyone, because if you understand Roman society with paterfamilia, the father at the top, the Caesar was viewed as that for the state, for the empire itself. So he's the father. And yet Paul here is pushing a different society, a counter society composed of Jew and Gentile alike, and says that's the kingdom, the household that you're citizens of, not part of Caesar's household, not part of the Roman larger society household, but part of God's household. That's Ephesians 2:19. He says something similar in Philippians 3:20. But our citizenship is in heaven, and from it we await a Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ. Look at this. Our citizenship is where? Heaven. He is pushing an alternative community, not based upon Roman principles. And look, he calls Jesus here the Savior. In Greek, that's soter. That is a title sometimes applied to the Caesars, to the Roman emperors. He is saying they're not going to save us. Jesus is. This is anti-imperial in its implication. Not only that, the Lord, look at that on the screen. In Greek, that's Kyrios. That's another title they would give to the Roman emperor. Paul's not a pro-Roman propagandist. He's not a secret agent. Look at not just his theology, his background, but reason number 3, his preaching. The message is subversive to Roman claims and its attendant power. Let me show you. Great book here, Michael Gorman's Cruciformity, Paul's narrative spirituality of the cross. I want to show you a quote from this book. Since the world was indeed the world of the Pax Romana, that's the peace that Rome supposedly brought, centering on the cross was also an inherently anti-imperial posture that unashamedly challenged the priorities and values of the political, social, and religious status quo. You can never underestimate how big of a deal it was, the fact that these early Christians were promoting as Messiah, as Savior, one who was nailed to a cross as a Roman criminal. And not only that, but the claim that this Messiah brought is against the idea of Pax Romana, because Rome claims to bring peace, Pax, but it can't. Jesus alone is the one who brings peace. That's something that Paul talks about again and again in his letters. Now, I want to show you something else that shows you Paul is indeed not a pro-Roman shill. He implicates Rome for the crucifixion. Now, I'm going to open up 1 Timothy. Jacob and I might have to have a discussion about the authorship of that. That's later. That's fine if we do. I have the slides prepared for that. But just one thing I want to show you. If someone tries to tell you 1 Timothy was not written by Paul to Timothy because it mentions elders and bishops and deacons, and those didn't exist. And yet you look at Philippians, which is something that Jacob does think Paul wrote, and it says—
2 minutes, vocab, 2 minutes.
Overseers right there. So that term was already in use. Look at what Paul says in 1 Timothy 6. I charge you in the presence of God who gives life to all things and of Jesus Christ, who in his testimony before Pontius Pilate made the good confession. Notice, he's testifying before who? A Roman governor, Pontius Pilate. Now, I want to show you more about this, but we're going to have to skip that for now. And I want to show you something from an interview on Jacob's very show, James Tabor. Look at what this guest says. James Tabor, very well known. Now, Pa brought him up last time I was on. I personally don't think that he's a Roman agent or he secretly likes Rome or anything of that sort. I think it's that he thinks all the human forces that are against what he considers to be God and the message he preaches and Christ, they're all being manipulated by, he calls them the God of this world. So Tabor, who is not a pro-Christian, Bible thumper, he's saying Paul's not a Roman agent. He doesn't like Rome. He thinks Rome is being animated by the devil. Hey, Google, turn off. And then in Romans 16:20, he has a statement right at the end. He says that God will shortly come and crush Satan under his foot. The implication is that means he'll crush the governments that Satan is in charge of. This is very much in line with what Jesus said when he pointed to Pilate in John 18 and said, hey, you wouldn't have any power unless God gave it to you. So Paul is not a pro-Roman shill. He, in every way, shows that he's against Roman society in so many ways.
30 seconds.
And another key way is within his ethics. When you look at Paul's ethics, you look, and I quote Tabor again here, where it says, I don't think he would particularly like the Romans or certainly not approve of the activities of Caligula. Hey, Google, turn off. And then you have him saying this. Paul had his sensitivities and his ethics. He writes very moving things. And you go on and look at that fourth line. Those would be the characteristics that Rome would not consider to be the main virtues. Most of these would be weak. You certainly can't run an empire with some of the virtues that Paul put forth. Do you guys see this? This shows you that in every single way, Paul is not a pro-Roman propagandist or a secret agent from Rome. He's anti-imperial, indeed.
Time. Okay. I like that. Jacob Berman, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
You got 12 minutes in your first round. Time will begin when you start. Do you have anything that you want to share?
No.
Hey. Yeah, I mean, it's funny because this is an Egyptology channel. So if they prove that Paul was against Rome, then he won't support white people. So it's funny. But yeah, if Neurojack is listening, let's shut her down, boy.
Neuro.
Let's shut her down, boy.
Wow, Unseen nearly ran off like that.
Yeah, he ran off.
Having
Rage
bacon
quit.
at 11:30
Totally
at
rage
night.
quit. Rage quit with bacon sizzling. Turkey bacon, rage quit. You know what I mean? So that's common. That's definitely common. Let me see what's going on. Let me see what's going on. Let me see what's going on. Let me see what's going on.
Have you seen the Dwarf Food YouTube channel?
No. Have you seen Life in Jars?
Nope.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Let me try to see this Life in Jars because this is wild stuff, man. Where does this stuff come from? But yeah, what were you talking about?
Oh, it's called Dwarf Food. It's just like
Dwarf food. It sounded similar to that, you know?
it's just like
You know what I'm talking about?
Huh?
Like dwarf food.
Yeah, that's
Like it
what the
sounded very
channel's.
similar. Because this is kind of what that is. It's like you get up in this motherfucking where you just scoop up like I guess just dirt. I don't know. I'm trying to see how yeah, let's just go with the first video. Let's go with this first video. 7 years ago, 32K views.
Ecosphere.
Yeah, but Neuro, if you're out there, it's about time for me to sleep out here. But yeah, I don't know if he'll show up or if he fell asleep himself. Then we may have to just quit the stream, or actually just leave the studio. Then I think the stream will go off. But I might have to watch it on the TV for 10 minutes and see if it'll turn off. If not, I'll have to figure something else out. I'll probably come back in and play like a book or something.
I am here at this little man-made pond, and I have my jar with me because I am trying to make an ecosphere. Now I know that in this pond in the summer there's a lot of life. Right now it's winter, but I think that there will be at least some snails and hopefully some algae in water, and maybe even some dormant Daphnia eggs or other little crustacean eggs. So I'm going to get some dirt and some water and hopefully make a successful ecosphere. So I'm going to try and grab some dirt. And some more water. It should be enough. Now I have a jar full of sand and water. It's really cloudy right now, so the little sand particles and dust particles in the water need to settle down, which takes a few hours, maybe even some days. So in the meantime, I'm going to explain you a little bit about how an ecosystem works. So the idea behind a closed ecosystem or ecosphere is they're supposed to grow algae, and growing algae produce oxygen and need carbon dioxide. The animals that live inside of the ecosystem need the oxygen and produce carbon dioxide and produce waste, which in turn the algae use to grow, and the little animals can eat the algae. So that way there's a cycle in which each living organism, so algae and little animals, sustain one another. So there's really a ecosystem. It's the next day, and the water has cleared up pretty nicely, and this jar's just full of life, even more than I hoped for, to be honest. So let's take a look and see what we got. So there are all these tiny little balls swimming around really fast. There's a lot of them in there. I think they're ostracods, and there's a lot of these tiny little ostracods. We also have cyclops. That's a cyclops right there. Let me see if I can see better with a magnifying glass. That right there is a cyclops, and even more tiny balls, ostracods. That right there is a Daphnia. There's maybe 10 of them in there. So that right there is a little baby snail. I saw a bigger one too. I can't find it right now, but all these tracks, spores are from the bigger snail. These worms here, they're two tiny, really long, well, there's actually more than two, tiny, long, thin, white worms. I'm pretty sure those are nematodes. Yeah, those are, I think those are nematodes. And there's what's that? There's actually a lot of nematodes. I found the big snail. It was on this leaf. So I don't know if you can see this, but there's a bigger snail. I don't know what that is. That's really interesting. It's fast. Maybe that's an adult ostracod, maybe? I don't know. There's another nematode on the left. Very cool. That right there is a copepod. It's very, very tiny. And over here, another baby snail, and another one, really tiny baby snail. another Daphnia in the back, and some kind of worm too. I don't know what this is. It's a worm, that's for sure. Maybe it's a baby leech. Could be. That's pretty much everything I've spotted. Oh wait, what's this? Another type of worm. A lot of worms. I don't see that much algae growing. There are microalgae in water for sure, but not really big algae that I can see. So it will be interesting to see if some algae naturally grow. I hope so. If not, I don't want to kill all the animals living inside of here. So I might just consider adding some algae from my fish tank in here, so all the animals in here have a source of oxygen and something to eat. I'm not sure though if I'm going to do that. So that pretty much wraps this video up. I am going to make update videos on this ecosphere because I'm really interested to see if something new develops and if, well, how long this ecosphere will survive. So if
You're him, the one they call the Baba Yaga.
Hello everyone. Today it's December 17th, which means it's been a week since I've sealed off this ecosphere. I have decided not to add algae from my aquarium because I like the experiment of having a completely natural ecosphere. I am going to make an ecosphere in which I'll add algae and plants. That video should be posted in a few days. There's some algae starting to grow on this rock. The big guy is still fine, and so is this little one. The nematodes are feeling happy as well. This nematode has found his home in a leaf. And there's algae growing on the glass right beside him. And this I simply cannot explain. I have been seeing more cyclops. And more snails too.
Yeah, he's got like hundreds of videos like this, and he like alters these little jars. And yeah, there's hundreds of organisms in these jars. And I bet if you look at them in like a little telescope, that all he does is go in a lake and put a clod of dirt in a fucking glass jar. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it's cool.
There's hundreds of tiny little organisms in the jar. It's crazy. It's kind of like, I don't know, pretty cool to me. Weird. Like, what is that thing? That's weird. It's really tiny.
I don't know if you can see this, but they're starting to grow algae on the glass.
So see, he didn't see that much algae there, but there's algae growing in the glass. Like, how is that possible, Aaron?
Oh, we live. We live. The copperpot population has been rising. I suddenly came across this guy, and what's interesting is that he moves like a snail, but looks like a worm. After having done some research, I'm pretty sure this is a planaria. The ostracod population is flourishing. This is a new type of worm that I haven't seen before, but there's around a dozen of them in the jar.
And that's only a week later. You know, we came back to the same jar a week later, and this is going on in that. And there's algae growing in the jar. Pretty fucking weird, huh? I don't know. I think that's fucking weird. It's like, where did all that shit come from?
Yeah, zero input. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, the zero input thing is crazy, right? Saltwater ecosphere 5-month update. Like, what the fuck?
Everyone is born with a natural.
Wait, hold on. Salt water. So wait, where was that fucking video?
I came to this earth in the form of a raindrop, 1 out of 7 million, so how'd I make it to this spot? In an unorthodox world that I can't fully touch. Through the clearness of one eye, my visions are corrupt. Think I landed in the forest of Coldwater, Michigan. Used to shine down on humans like lost friends, evolving from a dreary place to the earth's dreary face. Teary lace, can barely see over the grass blades. Cracked ashtrays, polluted pathways of the mid. Chunks of tree bark missing from shotgun slugs hitting. But before me, the death seemingly hidden by night. I see a body with torn jeans and blood spattered knife. Scaling my eyes over this demise man with silent cries. My sight's tinted red, I'm in the blood puddle, he lies. It's ungodly how these humans take lives. It's still harmony. They should burn right but then burn out, losing Illuminati. Life's harder, like Socrates wandering in the garden. More like floating around them, killers' footprints around them. Horrific picture, astounding. My father's got the world drowning. Died with his eyes open like somebody he knew smoked him. Hoping I can help, but all I can do is just glance. No more rain dance until this globe finally understands that I give beauty, but I also birth poisonous plants. Pictures of his voice in his hands make me want to evaporate. I wish these trees could talk so they could elaborate. It's raining, it's raining, it's raining.
Driving me insane. Driving me insane. Driving me insane.
A reincarnated raindrop, filtered down from peaks and mountaintops, cascaded in the form of blocks. Life cycles faded. I appear on men's faces. Witness more than the generations of sapient races. I embody violence. The silence with no eyelids, observing the silence and pain of the victim's cries. I rest in puddles alongside my brothers, and when I lay on branches, I observe the masses create confusion. I was born in the sky, result of white tone gaseous fusion. So when I grew, I became a lost teardrop and knew the filthiness of this drowning world would put an end to this. It's all blurred. I was burning into a world that was burning, and I refused to be a part of this negative love. So when I landed, I just marinated in the sun. Bullets cut straight through H2O with no damage. I just managed disbursement with no drainage. This world is tainted, executing my own carnage. Separate parts of me start to rise, and I prophesize humankind will understand these words when I died. Think, evaporation, holy sacred nation, open up your eyes. It's raining, it's raining, it's raining.
Driving me insane. Driving me insane. Driving me insane. Driving me insane.
Listening to things that make you think about yourself. Drop everything that's been a hassle to your mental health. Watch carefully and then you'll see a barren empty shelf. Carelessly you'll never see a parent calls for help. When you believe so fluently that things can never change, and you stupidly refuse to see the errors in your ways. And I understand that this whole planet's thoroughly deranged, but that doesn't mean that you should be so scared to break away. Well, I wonder what's under the cover of darkness, counting the number of innocent hearts, just making an effort to realize all the suffering has to be making some progress. Changing the way that I look at those places, hating the way that you show me those faces, breaking the balance of homeostasis, taking my talents and calling them basic. I'll face it, well it's inevitable when it's set in the stone, and I'm setting my soul into hell, and I know that my rhetoric won't be directing a poem. I'm faceless. This era hasn't made a name because it's tasteless. I'm sick of all these wasted cases and their makeshifts. Habitats don't make sense. How to rap and take this cataract and make your vision out of whack. It's calling, I'm falling a little bit more every day, but I'm sullen. I'm running from reapers that wanna be hauling my body back to little places to dwell. I guess I know one thing about life. Everybody says in either death or suicide, and I'm just trying to figure out if what I do is right. So idea, would you grab the mic and shed a little light?
Well, the summer bleeds a foreshadow of what's to come and go to waste. It blankets me, braces me, something sweet that I can taste. You're my mother, I'm your morphine. Let's go make a baby out of two guitars, a heavy heart. I'll seem happy when you're looking, smoking, singing, eating, fucking. One size fits angel coma. You're my favorite stranger, and I won't hate you till I know you. Somewhere between the garden and the grave, I bypassed the machine. I wouldn't have felt its effects anyway. Sentiment is the tramp that bore this special hollow. Cram it in my old cuts, it leaves a whole lot less to swallow. Exercise your right to never buy what you can't borrow. Carve my sorries in the sky and hope the sun hides them tomorrow. Manufactured disaster, it seems I made my bed. No one sees the burn holes until the sleeper wakes up dead. Take my hands away, I'll pull the moon down with my wrist. Making plans to fake safe as possible is dangerous.
Writer's block just might have stopped the song from being finished, cause my mind was stopped with rhymes I've dropped from previous conditions. So I listened to the words again, envisioned things I would have said, and crossed out many lines that didn't rhyme and left them all for dead. I was trapped inside my head and I couldn't get out my pen from my back pocket. Guess I lost it, so I wrote these words instead. If you would just shut up enough for me to get my point across, I'm sure this conflict could be solved without having substantial loss. And when I see the rain is coming overhead, I stay in function back inside my mind and try to find the ways to make assumptions. Taking something that's been written, mixing it down with high precision, making it sound all nice and vivid, and matching up with my direction and vision. And now the twins, the decadence, some medicine, the precedence, some messages, the sentences, the evidence that I presented to win. The the truth when I dream, the secret to life, the reason to be. Yeah, that's all been shown to me.
Well, every once in a blue moon, I read your mind. Heaven ended too soon. It stole my pride and left me blind. Exercised my morning shakes, pretended I was born this way. Wearing my Academy Award-winning performance face, snake shedding skin. It's all in my head again. Life fetish led me to a dead end. I said when, but no one was listening, obviously, cause they filled it to the brim and now spilling it all over me. Crawl, 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 crawl in this hole with me. I'd fall on my face just to make sure that you notice me. Your cold shoulders always so sobering. I'll be understood as long as I don't overthink. Walking on thin ice, talking in the form of song, singing in the key of life. I'll lose my voice before too long. Head came loose and they screwed it back together wrong. Fire behind my eyes, desire died all night long.
Curious George walks, albeit not erect. Curious George flies a kite. Curious George learns his multiplication tables. Curious George takes a job. Curious George buys a ball barrel. Curious George goes to the hospital and walks, albeit not erect, toward the light.
Cut myself empty, space. Dreamt, cut myself empty, space. Peel off the colors, transform into everywhere sandstorm. Dreamt, cut myself empty, space. Gone in here, chaos and order are yet to be discovered. Dreamt, cut myself empty, space. Awakened from a slight repose. Dreamt, cut myself empty, space. As of now, walls of flame sustain, distorting, lining in order, pointing to a reference, pointing, this is a painting, remembering an end and then it's all over the face again, loving every novel treetop, foundations to build more and more.
Hovering colors hide under the slight mutter of another rumbling thundercloud. Wonder how I found this sound, this eternity, rumbling, externally cluttering, burning heat, bubbling, permanently pulling the puppet strings, time, suckling at a mind's climb. What a
thing indeed, I mean the primordial mud runs rather thick around this plot, doesn't it? Hark alongside of a thorn name presenting yes, but whom so long as I'm about shan't be allowed to fall apart in front of a promenade Promethean like
closer against to the blade, cracking a pipe, children play here. Animals die and waterfalls of wall to wall, becoming some a daydream, pretty serene scene. Seem like dumb ideas and learn not a glass bottom boat. Watch for your step, you're being followed.
The echo echoes through this special vessel of heaven's levels, intersecting and connecting with the collection of the devil's space, reflecting pebbles, taste impeccably numb, tongue tingle, wrinkled stars fold the boldly warm form to kaleidoscopic waves.
An immaculate world of fade, me with a mouthful of palm. Meanwhile, soul's been thinking out loud so long he can almost touch, leaving no tone unturned, and renewing the noise, aesthetic void of half truth. In honor of the solitary songbird plucked up of a pen and pretense, I'm humming the ugliest honesty I know. Anarchy moved out, and we are indeed.
Well, if monsters could talk and if time recorded itself, these civilization sunsets would be an album of bare photos. Take what you want, or will it make its mind for you? And an age-old expose and page fold, an open book.
Circuit for disruption, searching for my nothing, looking toward the button to turn off the horizon. Sweeter than the ocean, now open for discussion, crushed inside emotion, just and realize.
On a clear day I can spell forever F-A-I, and already forcing misappropriation of the concept like the quixotic paradox of Curious George in the alphabet. For every pack of wild apes a flag and a dripping tongue. out on the range, and everybody's been reorganized. Science don't live here, there are no signs to read from. Eyes blinking, seasons are relative to a smack in the face. Let there be light and clarity in participants.
Particles of starving souls hardly hold a hearty hold in this carnival. The sharpie bow won't carve a hole in the artist's rose. It starts to pull apart your skull. Your card gets pulled, you lose control, confused and broke. Now the downfall is all you know.
I'm newly enamored of nascent euphoria, naked epiphany, speaking of for the same half truth, half truth. These book reports of 19th century French utopias always end up in eulogies anyway. I mean, don't they?
Lead, guttural, firma, mint, 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 lead, guttural, firma, mint.
Curiouser and curiouser. Monkey-made monolith, albeit not perfect. Still the heavens quivered, the windmill wept, wings flapped, lights flashed, and hawk